For surfers, one event trophy stands alone, above all others. That is the Bonsai Pipeline. With a list of pipe champions including Jerry Lopez, Tom Carroll, Michael and Derek Hook, Andy and Bruce Irons, and Kelly Slater, winning this competition cements a surfer in the halls of history. For the first time ever, the Billabong Pro Pipeline will kick off the men's and women's championship tours. This new era is unmerciful, pitting rookies, newcomers, world champs, and wildcards up against the world's deadliest wave for stop number 1.
Where's Kelly? Come on out. Oh, wow.
With a mid-season cut just 5 events away, there are no second chances. The road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals starts now at the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision, making my dreams. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, He never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Aloha kakahi akakako. Good morning from the beautiful North Shore of Oahu and the jewel of the North Shore. The Bonsai Pipeline is on fire today, and what a great day. Day number 1 of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, just the start of the season. Looking forward to it, and I'm joined here, I'm Kuiper, joined here by the wonderful Rosie Hodge and one of surfing's most analytical minds, Mr. Ross Williams. Ross.
Morning, Kaipo.
Looks like pipe came to play.
Dude, I mean, it's bright and early, and there's already like a roll-through 10-foot set, so it's bombing.
Rosie, we're going to have some historical moments this year at the Billabong Pro, one being the evolution and the progression of women's surfing. Full competition out here.
Incredible moment for women surfing, and amazing that it's happening at this time. Obviously, there's a lot of ladies that have paved the way, but here we are, the women are going to compete.
That's right, and this is just the beginning of the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Let's take a look at the full road here, Ross, where we got kicking off the season with 2 events here on the North Shore.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So, you know, there's a midway cutoff, and midway is sort of generous almost. You know, it's going to come in hot and heavy. After Margaret River, you know, they're going to cut the fields and whittle them down to top 10 and top 22 for the men. So you're going to have to, you know, kind of almost have 0 mistakes, and a lot of heavy water waves as well, which is going to play favorites to some of the surfers. You know, you got all these high-performance surfers, and then some surfers are like want to surf 10-foot slabby waves. So it's an interesting schedule.
Yeah, it's an interesting schedule, and it's a motivating schedule, I think, for a lot of the surfers, because you got to get going straight from the get-go if you want to make that mid-season cut. But we're concentrating on today. What's going to happen today? And with that news, I'm going to throw it to Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Down here with the competition czar, Jesse Miley Dyer. Talk to me about the conditions that we have today and what's happening out here right now at Pipeline.
Oh, it's pumping. It is pumping right now. Looks so clean and nice, and it's actually meant to be building through midday, so there's some pretty big waves already. I think we're going to have a good day.
So right now, I mean, it's 20-foot face solid out there, and you guys have on the forecast even bigger waves coming. So what's it going to look like for the rest of the week?
The rest of the week, so today's meant to be the biggest day that we're looking at for the next few days, but a lot of swell. Like you said, like 20-foot faces are big waves, especially, I think we're going to have a better idea, honestly, once it hits that peak at midday, and we'll be able to see how big it is tomorrow, but definitely a lot of swell on the way.
And talk to me about the groundbreaking news about having the women out here and what that is feeling like for you.
You know, I think that, you know, Pipeline is such an amazing, like, mythical place, and the symbolism of having the women out here and being able to, you know, be in this lineup for the first time is something that is like a real thing for the women's tour. And there's so many women who've come before us who have, you know, been surfing out here and would have loved to have this contest. So it's definitely, you know, when we blow the hooter for the women's for the first time, we know that there's a lot of people that are behind us.
Well, we can't wait to see it. The waves are pumping. We're going to throw it back to the set. Thank you very much.
No worries.
There you go. Great, great news to get going at day number 1 of the waiting period here. But let's look forward to what we have going on today and to the future. Our good friends at Surfline gave us this forecast, Ross.
Yeah, and you know, the main thing to really fixate on today is the swell direction. That's everything for pipeline. If you have north swells at pipe, you're pretty bummed. You know, it's going to be closeout little right. So today the swell is about 310 degrees. That is money. And it's like we've all been kind of noticing, it's already big. There's some second reef roll through. So if it's already 10 to 12 feet right now, by midday, it could be quite a bit bigger. And the other thing that's really great to see on the forecast of Surfline is there's 2 to 3 swells backed up. So we got a ton on offer. We're not going to be lagging and, you know, kind of sketched out and trying to hang our hat on one swell. You know, we got a lot of options.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good news for us and a great way to start off the year. Starting off the year, there is one person that we are going to be missing, is Gabe Medina. Earlier this week, Gabe gave us notice on he's going to not be competing at this event. You can see his statement right here that he put out earlier this week on his social. And we really hope to see Gabe at some point later on in the season, but he's very clear that he's not going to be here at the Billabong Pro pipeline.
Yeah, it's obviously sad that we don't have Gabe here, but then this also opens up opportunities for other surfers. I mean, Gabe is that guy that's so strong out here, so that gives other people windows of opportunity to become a pipe champion.
Yeah, well, talking about pipe champions, we're going to take a look at some pipe champions when we return right after this quick break. You are watching the Dawn Patrol here at the Billabong Pro pipeline. come out. Oh my God, yes! Welcome back to the Dawn Patrol. Here, day number 1 of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. And if you're just joining us, well, clear your schedule because competition has been called on for today. And we are excited. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by Ross Williams and Rosie Hodge to get you into the morning, get you warmed up for the first day of competition for the Championship Tour in 2022, gang.
I mean, this is going to be a huge wake-up call right out of the gates for the competitors, Rosie. We're just looking at some wash-throughs in the second reef, so it's pretty cool, like, to kick the year off. It's such a different vibe this year at Pipeline. There's nowhere to hide.
No way. I mean, and with that mid-year cut rolling in straight off the bat, but like you said, Ross, that increasing swell, great winds all day. I wonder what it's going to look like when that sun starts to poke over the Pupukea Mountains.
This is the road to becoming a world champion, but almost as applauded as being a world champion is being a pipeline champion. So this gets kicked off here, and here are the 3 champs, Ross, that we have in the draw for this year's competition. Take a look at those stats.
It's incredible. I mean, John is, you know, arguably the guy to beat out here this year. But Kelly, there's nowhere to, you know, there's no other way to put it but that it's just the guy. He's the GOAT. Kelly's still surfing at age 50. He's nearly 50 years old. Amazing at pipe. But I will say, you know, Rosie, this man right here, Italo, got the barrel of the morning so far today. So he's looking sharp.
Yeah, I mean, Italo, that hunger just drips off him. I mean, that adrenaline, everything that he's feeling, he wears his heart on his sleeve. Yeah, it's just great to see him in the mix.
Taking a look here at the final from 2019 here at Pipeline, where Italo Ferreira became not only a Pipeline champion, but a world champion. This clash was an incredible one. 1 and 2 in the world. The championship and the world title decided on the final heat of the day.
Yeah, Italo's fun to watch. It's interesting because he does convert his style of surfing to Pipeline, which doesn't come, you know, naturally to your head. When you think of Italo, you think of a springy aerial surfer, but he surfs really good out here. He's not afraid. Technically, he does really well in the barrel. He makes these little adjustments. He's got Shane Dorian in his corner. So, yeah, Italo is no slouch out here.
Well, when we think of Pipeline, we do think about John Florence and Kelly Slater, Ross.
Absolutely. I mean, and those are the guys. And Kelly, I can tell you, Rosie, at age 50, he's still looking good. He did have a nice time break in Florida. He's only been here for about 10 days, but he doesn't need much. Maybe 1 or 2 waves, and he's right back into it.
Well, looking to kick off the season here at Pipe, I mean, Kelly is coming into his 30th year competing on the championship tour. What do you think is motivating this guy? I mean, it's incredible. Obviously, someone like John is definitely sparking that hunger and pushing him.
Well, I think for Kelly, you know, in a funny way, his age, because he's aware that, you know, at age 50, it just sounds neat. You know, it's a nice round number. To get a win at Pipe, I think, would mean the world to him. It'd probably be as much as a world title just to get a W out here at Pipeline. So Kelly's he's really motivated.
Yeah, that was a vision of the 2021 semifinal between the two of them. And we're looking forward to more clashes at this year's event. But, you know, we have the obvious that we've already stated, Ross. Give me your pick for somebody that may be more of an underdog to look out for at this year's event.
Baron Mamiya comes to mind. You know, Rosie, we were just looking over our shoulder nonstop this morning. The waves, it's a new swell, and it's really steep and heavy and slabby. It's like chopes. So someone like Baron, he's just a sleepwalker out here. He's not afraid.
Yeah, it's incredible. I think the people that have a lot of experience out here, I mean, looking over my shoulder and just recognizing how tricky the swell is going to be to navigate as it comes in, I think that experience is going to be so key. And Baron, he's that hungry upstart, and he's that newcomer that's going to ruffle some feathers.
Speaking of newcomers, this is going to be the first year that we have an entire competition here at Pipe for the women, and we're going to talk about all of that stuff happening. It's going to be historical after this break. But before the break, we're going to have Seth Moniz show us the break with his breakdown. Check this out.
Oh, it's absolutely firing out there.
I'm Seth Muniz, and this is Pipeline.
This is my paddle out spot. There's a little channel right here. You can kind of slip straight out.
Pipeline isn't a perfect wave. It's a constant changing wave. It's like a big beach break on reef. You're constantly moving from the West Peak to over here by the back door for backdoor waves.
This is the line up. There's a little imaginary line right here.
There's other waves that are similar, but yeah, not like it, not like the big cave pipe. You hit that reef, you're in trouble. There's just big stumps like that are sticking out. You slam, it's like straight concrete. It's a terrifying wave. It's a life-ending wave. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of people. It's like the full battlefield out there. I think that's what keeps you alive, though, is like that fear of getting hurt and dying. My whole deal is like I make sure I'm making the best decision possible, and like when I turn around for that wave, I'm going. If pipe is good, no one really cares how everywhere else is. It's all eyes on pipe because it is the most entertaining wave in the world. Anytime someone asks me where my favorite wave is, it's Pipeline for sure.
Celebrating the loving memory of Andy Irons, a spirit that really shone bright. The legacy is still felt today.
Yeah.
Back at the Dawn Patrol, and Pipeline is firing. Evident on your screen right here. And this is just the warm-up. We haven't even started the day yet. We got a big day. Day number 1 of competition here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. The start to the road for the WSL Finals. And it's going to be a long and exciting road. Joining me, Ross Williams and Rosie Hodge. I'm excited, Ross.
I can hear your excitement. It's contagious.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a cool piece on Seth Moniz, and right into a clip here this morning. Good little roadmap of how to sort of, well, not so much a roadmap, but how much everyone appreciates pipe, the adrenaline you get from it. I mean, Kaipo right here, he can't even contain himself. He's not even in the water, Rosie.
What's going on? I mean, I think we're all frothing and bubbling at the seams. But yeah, I mean, there are going to be a couple backdoor gems today, but I think it's going to be super tricky to find them in a 30-minute heat. It's going to be tough.
You know what I'm looking forward to is history that we're going to make this year in competition with the women out there. And already, Rosie, the progression that we've seen in the last just couple of years of women at Pipeline has been evident. And here's some look at the free surfing that has been going down.
Yeah, the rookie, Betty Lowe. You know, it's so incredible for me to see the women competing. This is the first time that we're going to see this sanctioned event for them on the WSL Championship Tour. And you can't help but think of all the women that have come before that have made this possible for today's women to be competing out here. I mean, Stephanie Gilmore, I know she's had a couple wins in the speciality heats at Pipe, but just to have this as, you know, a cherry at the start of the season for the ladies, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because Pipeline, as you guys know, is very, very polarizing. You know, if you're sort of a high-performance surfer and that's your forte, Pipeline's really not the place for you. You know, it's just so in your face, it's scary, it's gnarly, people get hurt out here. So it's going to be a great test for Pipeline, and we're going to see new stars, like who sort of lives up to the challenge that Pipeline provides, because let's face it, you know, that's what we want to see. It's entertaining, but it is kind of life-threatening, so it's a gnarly sort of acquisition you have to face.
Yeah, and speaking of new stars, there is a new star in the lineup, and that is Moana Jones Wong. This youngster from the North Shore has been putting on spectacular free surfs, and she was able to put on those same performances in a jersey earlier this month at the HIC Pipe Pro, Rosie.
Well, when you think about a specialist out at Pipeline, you've dedicated yourself, Ross, to learning this wave, to taking beatings, to just knowing every inch of the reef. And I feel like Moana is one of those women over the last 5 years that have really dedicated herself to learning this wave. And congratulations to win that wild card into this event, but I think it was inevitable to see her here in the mix.
Yeah, she's smooth. She's really smooth. She's calculated. She doesn't just charge with abandon. You know, she usually looks for those little chip-ins and bottom turns and just gets absolutely barreled. She makes it look easy, sort of like a Jerry Lopez.
That's a huge compliment.
She's going to be the one to watch for sure.
Well, she could be a good pick for your fantasy surf, which I encourage everyone to play at WSL, at worldsurfleague.com or on the WSL app. So Moana Jones Wong could be even maybe your power surfer to get some of those double points. What do you think, Ross?
Yeah, I mean, the wild cards for both the men and the women are huge at Pipe. These are typically some of the specialists that shake it up.
Yeah, definitely. I think this event, when you look at who gets thrown into the mix, it's so dangerous for those top seeds because they are people that have just all round been so good at the location.
Yep. So I look forward to playing for Surfer Fantasy, but we're going to be back right after this break with a great Pioneers of Pipe for you to check out. We'll be right back.
into the water this time, thank you, Dan. All non-competitors must be out of the surfing area this time. Please move down to off the wall or get the next wave in. We're starting at just about 2 minutes.
Out of the entire ocean, there's one small stretch of reef that's become the most significant place in the world of surfing: the Bonsai Pipeline. I've seen a lot from the lifeguard tower at Ihukai Beach Park. Over 4 decades of swells, rescues, and a front row seat to the best surfers in the world. For me, like many others, it's sort of like a second home. These contemporary artifacts bring back memories of the past, my own history of the pipeline, and my love of surfing. This is the story of the most dangerous, challenging, and rewarding wave in the history of surfing, and the men and women who shaped how it was ridden. This is the story of the pioneers of pipeline.
Welcome back to the WSL Dawn Patrol Show. Competition will be getting underway here at Pipeline, and we're just coming off a preview to the pioneers of Pipeline featuring that man, Mark Cunningham. You can catch the series. I highly recommend it on worldsurfleague.com. Ross, MC, the best surfer at Pipe without a surfboard.
Yeah. One of my favorite things about Mark Cunningham, there he goes, he's looking at us now. Kaipo, he's a great historian. He really does appreciate the history of surfing, not to mention Pipeline. And he spent a lot of hours watching out here, both from the lifeguard tower, where he was a lifeguard for many years, and in the water, like you were saying, that little fish eye view right there from the channel at Pipe. So Mark knows what he's looking at.
He sure does. I mean, I would say he's got a PhD in Pipeline as a whole, and from every perspective, from being a surfer to ocean safety, as well as just being a great narrator and a study of the history of surfing here. You know, we look back all the way to the 60s at Pipeline, Ross, with guys like Phil Edwards, and then you had the Animal, you know, guys like Butch Van Arnsdale, and it continued to evolve through the Jerry Lopez era until where we are right here, right now. And right now, we've just started the opening heat of this year's Billabong Pro Pipeline.
All right, little golf clap for me. This is awesome. Kick off the year here at Pipe, and first up, Zeke Lau on his backhand, Kaipo, and he squeaks out. So as you guys are gonna witness right now, the waves are pumping. I mean, we're talking about top-notch Pipeline right now.
Taking a look here at Owen Wright, stalling for that one, and in a cavern, Wright pinching long section, and he makes it through there, and we're already kicking it off with a bang. That's going to be a great start for Owen Wright.
I mean, that has no choice but to be well north of a 9-point ride right there in my eyes from Owen. So When you're paddling for a wave at pipe, you know, it's a spooky little endeavor. So when you make it channel, you're like, okay, I can breathe again.
Yeah, so on the standby for Jordy's scores to set the situation in the heat. We got 21 minutes, 27 seconds, still counting down on the clock. And Jordy Smith entering here in his 15th season on the championship tour. The big South African returning once again to the North Shore of Oahu, where he is a part-time resident.
Yeah, Jordy has a home here on the North Shore, so he's very comfortable. It's a home away from home, and he's put a lot of hours over the last few years here on the North Shore. And there's no way to cheat it, Kaipo, especially at Pipeline. It's just hours in the water. Again, it sort of gets rid of the boogeyman, and you start surfing with a little more confidence, and confidence is everything out here.
Yeah, and taking a look at how we come to the numbers with our panel of 5 judges. Scores 1 through 10, of course. We want to see those excellent scores, anywhere from 8 to 10. But right now, we've got a very good score in the mix. Ross, what do you think it's going to take to get into that excellent range?
Well, it's interesting. I saw the notes from the judges this morning, and they're looking for, I think, the C word, commitment. You know, they want you to be committed to a big set wave. That's what it's about today at Pipeline. If you can commit to a gnarly wave, that's very technical.
Commitment here. Owen. And comes out again. Owen Wright having a great first heat of the day. And it looks like he could be one of the favorites already.
Yeah, I mean, even that snap was really nice. Big old gouge there for Owen, just to show that, oh yeah, he can perform too. And that's the cool thing about pipe. It's you really don't have to do a turn. You just got to get barreled all day long.
Yeah, as we look at the judging criteria, foremost is deep and technical barrel riding, and some great barrel riding illustrated here on the replay.
Yeah, and again, what separates you know, a really high score from a low score, anyone can get barreled out here, but if you take off on a set wave and you take off on a gnarly, steep, late drop, that's that commitment that we're talking about. That's the commitment that the judges are looking for. You know, if you get a nice little roll in on a 5-footer out here and get barreled for a long time, you're going to get a decent score, but it's those big, heavy drops. At least for the surfers, that's what gets the heart pumping.
19 minutes on the countdown, and let's take a look at what's happened so far in the opening heat of the day. Owen Wright, Ross, coming out swinging with the double hand drag.
Yeah, that was technical. He went over the foam ball in the second section. So, I mean, again, that was just, in my eyes, that was a huge score. Really good surfing there from Owen. And we know Owen charges. He's gotten a bunch of 10-point rides in Fiji when he won that event all those years ago. So it's no secret that Owen knows how to take off on a big wave and get barreled on a slab.
So 5.33 for Jordy Smith on his opening ride.
Yeah, and again, I think that judges will realize now that there's been several rides under their belts, okay, the scale set a little on the lower side. And that is a funny factor when you're surfing heats as a professional surfer. You know, psychologically, you're affected by scores. You know, sometimes you feel good about it. Sometimes it can shake your confidence a little bit. So you're constantly adjusting and kind of talking to yourself in the head. Like, okay, I got this, I'm feeling good. And sometimes when a scale set a little lower, it can shake you up a little bit. But I think at this point, these guys are really fixated on the task at hand, which is, you know, surfing these pretty gnarly waves at pipe.
Yeah, and as you're giving advice to surfers, Ross, what do you tell them as far as being able to get into the right mental space, especially when you hear a number that you might not approve of?
Yeah. I think, you know, the main thing is just to stay attached to your opponent. Stay attached to that 30-minute task of winning your heat, whatever it takes. You don't want to get too emotionally attached to anything unless it helps you. Sometimes people get fired up. You know, sometimes anger helps people, or, you know, emotions can help you, but you definitely don't want it to affect you negatively.
Well, so far it's been Owen Wright in the opening heat of the day. We're going to be back with more at Pipeline at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back after this.
The Billabong Pro Pipeline is brought to you by Billabong, the official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. By Expedia, the official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. By Oakley, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by 805, hashtag Properly Chill, proud partners of Connor Coffin.
Welcome back to the opening heat of the day. Opening day at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Stop number 1 on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Kaipo Guerrero along with Ross Williams to talk you through the action. And Ross, so far we've seen some beautiful pipeline to start off the day.
Yeah, you can see on your screen right there, not a breath of wind right now. It'll actually probably get better. We have some light trades in the forecast, which will open up the barrel even more than it is now. Sometimes we talk about that little bit of morning sickness. I think it's better than that right now. Kaipo, what do you think?
I think so too, and I agree with you. Sometimes, you know, Pipe likes to sleep in, if you would, and it doesn't come till the later morning hours where you see the beauty of Pipeline. But you know what? Pipe put on her makeup early this morning and just got all dressed up because Ehukai knew that this is the start of the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And just your thoughts to starting off the tour at Pipeline.
Yeah, it's so different. You know, usually we end here. And, you know, of course, the last year we experienced the first time the top 5 and having the finals. So, you know, things have been evolving a bit. What I like about starting at Pipe, you know, they're going to know that that cutoff is going to come up really quick after Margaret's. You know, they have 5 events to figure it out. So if it was the first event here at Pipeline and you had 10 events to figure it out, it probably would have felt a little more relaxing. Like, okay, even if I don't get a result, no biggie. But every event is going to feel really important. So, and there's nowhere to hide at Pipe. It really is a polarizing surf spot. Either you're going to go on an 8-foot wave or you're not. And if you got a really tough competitor in your heat, you're going to get smoked. So there's nowhere to hide at Pipe.
I agree with you. And I also think that when we were ending at Pipeline, some of the guys that were comfortably qualifying already didn't really have to push it at Pipe because they knew they were going to be on tour the next year. You know, guys were going for world titles, but if you were in that kind of lower tiered but qualifying realm, you really could be safe at Pipe. Now, starting the year at Pipeline, you got to go. And so I think it's going to encourage charging from all of our competitors.
Yeah, and they've had months to warm up. They've had months to come here if they chose to practice. Again, Pipeline requires hours and hours of reps in the water because you can think about it all you want. You got to get in there and try and take off on a proper pipe wave to feel that, you know, it takes reps out here to get used to it.
And Ross, you would know from personal experience, spending years surfing out here at Pipe, that Pipe has a lot of different personalities. The sand moves a lot, as well as just different swell angles.
Yes, it's a good call, Kaipo. It's, and on that note, we're lucky, aren't we? The forecast looks so good. And again, you don't want any kind of north swell out here. Like you mentioned, sand is no good. You know, you get those really crazy closeouts. What you're looking at now is perfect Pipeline. There's no sand on the reef, so the swell is going to hit the reef and shape up just right. It's going to peel into the channel. And again, the other thing, the major factor that helps the waves stay sort of perfect at Pipeline is that west swell. I think it's 310 degrees today, so we're on. I mean, you know, this is, as you mentioned, you know, Pipeline woke up this morning. She put on her makeup. She was up at 5 a.m. She set her alarm. It is cherry.
It is cherry. Now, one kind of factor in this swell as we look at this swell model is after producing this 310 west swell, the storm did move a bit away from Hawaii. So we are expecting for there to be what's happening right now, some lulls in the action. We're going to see some big waves, but we're going to see some quiet time.
Yeah, but not too bad. In my estimation, you know, this is a new swell. It just arrived last night, so usually that fresh energy provides a lot of waves. So I don't think we're going to see anyone get wave starved today. But it is Pipeline, and this is a proper ground swell. So the swell came from a little bit of distance, kind of medium, I would say. Sometimes it comes from really far away, like the Aleutian Islands, and it has to travel hundreds of miles. This one's right in the middle of the Pacific, so it's not super far. Alternatively, you could get a swell like that last really big Waimea swell was really close. And so the energy was crazy. It was consistent. It was the short intervals made it peaky. So this is just a nice, right in the middle of the road kind of swell.
Yeah, just to give you an update on what's been happening here on the North Shore, we are coming off of probably, I want to say, 3 weeks of large to extra large surf, Ross.
Yeah, minimum. I would say even 5 weeks or so. I could be tripping, but I think it's been, I feel like it's been forever. Kaipo, if you remember, all the way back during the CS event at Haleiwa, we were just off that run of nonstop north swells, and we were all stressed out because Haleiwa also likes a west swell. Ever since that event, we've had west swells. It's just been nonstop. In fact, I was worried. I was like, man, it's going to go back to north swells. We're going to be, bummed at pipe, but it's still pumping.
Yeah, which is unusual for us to get so many swells, and we're grateful for it out of that west direction. A lot of times it'll switch up. We'll have a west swell, then a northwest swell, and then a series of north swells. Here are all the people that made their way down to the beach for the opening day, and right now, the clock is ticking down to 9 minutes and 40 seconds, and this is a quiet time out there, but what do you see, or what would you tell surfers, Ross, to keep focused during these lull periods?
I would pay attention to like the energy or like any kind of motions you're getting from the other competitors. I would just stay really fixated on the ocean, because pipe and backdoor, by the way, especially since the scores are a little bit low for Zeke and Jordy, they can provide some sneaky waves on the inside reef that maybe your other competitors won't see. So your radar has to be sharp.
As we look at the situation, you can see it up in the scoring bug, a 5.33 for Jordy Smith. He just needs a fractional score to overtake that second and advancing position, and we'll see if Jordy can sneak one. Here's a heat recap, taking a look at the action so far.
Owen made that look easy, but I can assure you that was not. It was a late drop. He bottom turned right under the lip, and then he stalled to max out the tube time. That second section at Ehukai, he actually went over the foam ball. That's his backup score right there of a 6.17. I'm just really impressed by that first wave from Owen. That was top-notch surfing. And Jordy getting properly spit out of the barrel there for a 5.3. Zeke got a nice one to start the heat as well. Watch this little doggy door exit right here, kind of comes through. That was through the front door, but he had to squeeze through it, and that's a big dude right there. So good surfing there from Zeke. So sort of a battle for second, Kaipo.
Yeah, it sure is, and nobody wants to get third in this opening round. Top two move on into the third round. Last place goes into elimination round that we're going to have later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's a sketchy endeavor, because if you are in that elimination round, with this swell rising, Kaipo, it's possible we're going to see third reef break, a lot of wash throughs, second reef, and that's really tough to compete in.
Yeah, talking about sketchy. The bottom here is pretty sketchy, and we're going to take a look at the bottom here at Pipeline. All of this footage provided to us by Terry Lilly, who is a marine biologist out of Hanalei on the island of Kauai. And check this out, Ross. Talk us through what's going on there.
Lots of little trenches at Pipe and Backdoor. The reef is anything but perfect. There's big flat sections. There's lots of sort of brittle, weird, small caves and trenches and gullies, and somehow it adds up to a perfect wave. Don't ask me how, but it's a very trippy reef. If you ever go snorkeling out there, especially in the summer, it's amazing. It almost doesn't make sense to your eye. Like whenever I think of a perfect wave, I think of a man-made reef, just a triangle. But Pipeline, there's no real significant triangle to it. It's just, for whatever reason, it's a slab of a wave and it hits that reef just nice.
It is a wonder of the surfing world, and it's been drawing people to the North Shore for decades. The latest crew out here at Pipeline has been really impressive, as the story's the same, the barrel, but just the progression of barrel riding, at what size, how deep, and how long you can stay in the barrel continues to evolve as we look at the phenomena of spit coming out of Pipe right now.
Jeez. This is the angle from Ehukai Beach Park right here, where the bathroom is. That's the park where you'll see a lot of people park their car and the spectators hang out. And this is a proper set again. Everyone just a little out of position here, Kaipo.
Down to just 6 minutes, and it's go time for Jordy Smith. He's got first priority, needs to use that priority, and he wants to get a substantial score to put himself in an arm's length away from Ezekiel Lau and avoid that elimination round. It's go time and no opportunity from that last set, so the clock's going to continue to tick down, Ross. This one might come down to the last second.
This is interesting. So Jordy showing respect to the talent from Zeke. You know, he's not going to just take off and get a quick 1-2 point ride. He knows that Zeke's going to back up his score. So right now we're looking at the battle of backup scores in the last 5 minutes. The tricky thing here, Kaipo, is sometimes, as you mentioned before, Pipeline can go flat for 5 minutes. So you don't want to get too selective. You know, sooner or later, Jordy and Zeke are going to have to pull the trigger and take off on a wave here.
Yeah, well, ultimately, if Jordy can actually delay getting his score and leaving no time on the clock for Zeke to respond, that would be a great Heat strategy if the Ocean would cooperate with Jordy Smith.
Yeah, that's a good call. The other thing that's, you know, trying to peer into the mind of Zeke, he knows that he needs a backup as well. So they're both sort of looking at each other. They're both looking at the lineup. They know that they need a backup score. So Zeke is not really fixated too much on Jordy. He's also just trying to get that backup score. But for whatever reason, that last set, it didn't cooperate for them. They were a little too deep. It caught them off guard. So now they have a sketchy 4 minutes.
A tense 4 minutes for Lau and Smith. Meanwhile, Owen Wright sitting comfortably in the lead and is already envisioning himself in round number 3.
Yeah, Owen nice and comfortable. Yeah, he's just like, all right, Zeke, Jordy, you guys have fun. I'm gonna just sit out here with my third priority. I could care less. I don't really need priority right now. So the psychology in every Heat, Kaipo, is so interesting.
It sure is. And talking about, you know, if there were some lulls at the beginning of the Heat, today we've already heard from the head judge, no restarts. So 30-minute heats, no restarts. So you're going to have to get busy out there. You're not going to have the luxury of a quiet beginning of the heat and getting that extra 10 minutes. Not going to happen.
Right. Yeah. And believe it or not, 30 minutes is going to feel like lightning fast out here. You know, especially if you're in Jordy's position right now, sitting in third. That clock is melting away way too fast. So no room for error. You got to come out guns blazing. That's exactly what Owen did.
Down to 3 minutes and a little bit of sign of a medium-sized set with a little bit of wonkiness, as you can see it coming up to the reef. Ross, do you see anything that you might be choosing here?
Well, what's interesting is the score line. You can see Jordy needs nothing. He needs just a fraction of a score. Zeke knows he only has a 1 for a backup. So right now, again, with the 2-minute mark coming up on them, they're going to lower their standards. You know, we might see a little backdoor wave or anything. I think it's kind of gone is the effort of looking for a proper 8-foot pipe wave.
Here we go. Jordy showing some interest, and he's going to turn his nose up at that. Zeke Lau says, I'll take the leftovers, gets in the barrel, and no exit for Lau.
That's a bullet dodge there for Jordy. So, you know, Zeke could have easily got a 4 or something like that to back up his score, and it would have made it a lot tougher for Jordy. So now this is weird. This is just a weird spot for Jordy. Like, you know, at what point does he say, you know what, I'm fine with a 1.5? Because he just needs to take off on a wave to get the score.
So you can see Jordy making the decision there. And Zeke on the replay. Looked like he set it up well, but a little caught up.
That would have been really difficult for Jordy to give that wave up. Only needing less than a half a point. You know, that was a big decision, but it paid off for him. Luckily, that wave was small and it had a big elbow in it, and it pinched Zeke. So kind of a heavy call. Jordy, you know, he's going to have to pull the trigger here.
Jordy Smith needing to be aware of the clock, down to 90 seconds in the opening heat of the day. He does have first priority. He's lining himself up for a couple of waves coming through here. Looking interested in this one. And he's going to go. Smith grabs the rail off the bottom. Roomy cavern of a barrel. And
it's the risk right there.
Unable to come out of that barrel. Unable to execute. now he does just need a fractional score.
He's going to get it, right? I mean, it's got to be at least a point. He made a nice bottom turn. He committed to a late drop, pulled in the barrel, got barreled for quite a while. It was just a touch too deep. He was just so casual. There you go, 1.13 Kaipo. I would have liked to have seen a little more urgency when he was paddling for that wave. He was pretty chill on a drop, and it put him in a deep position. He even kind of stalled a little bit when he pulled in. So I don't want to say he was cocky, but you know, he was surfing normal. He should have been a little more fixated on his score.
Zeke needs a 2 to advance with 25 seconds. Just needing a 2-point ride. Time to spin it around here. Taking a look at Ezekiel Lau. Just needs a 2-point ride. Drops in, threads through the barrel. He's going to get that too. I'm feeling confident he's going to get just the 2-point ride that he needs, and we're going to see a switch of positioning in this heat.
I mean, typically I'd give it to him right now, but the scale is set a little low in this heat, so I'm not going to put my foot in my mouth twice in this heat. We'll see. It should be though, right? That looks like a 2.
Well, I mean, Jordy got a 1.13 for a drop and a pull-in,
right.
So a 1.97 for a completion, I think would be appropriate. We're going to take another look at it, Ross.
Right, it is a smaller wave, but he was pretty deep there. Even though it was a 1 to 2 second barrel, he was deep for a hot second there. So yeah, they're going to give it to him. There it is, yep. 2.5.
2.5 for Ezekiel Lau. So both Owen Wright and Ezekiel Lau move on. Jordy Smith, we'll see him later today in the elimination round. We'll take a quick break, but the action's just starting for the day here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be back.
Good morning. Well, I was going to say, Rocky,
Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons, and we are opening up first day of the waiting period and competition already underway. Thank you for joining us. Heat number 2 out in the water, and here on set, Kaipo Guerrero, joined by Ross Williams. And Ross, look at this heat.
Yeah, this is a really fun heat. Griffin's been on the North Shore for a long time now, all winter long, so he is one of the actual favorites in this event, I believe. He's been racking up some really good rides out here. I've yet to see Jordan surf out here, so that'll be cool. And Matthew McGilvray is a sneaky one. He charges. He's a good tube-rider, Kaipo.
Yep, Matty McGilvray getting his start here. Injury replacement for Yago Dora, so also I want to wish a speedy recovery to Yago Dora, but the young South African got the good news, and he is here ready to put on a show.
Yeah, speedy recovery there for Yago. Broke his foot, so he's on the mend, but man, this is a cool heat here. And you know what's crazy is Jordan Lawler woke up this morning, Kaipo, with no idea he's going to be competing at 6 to 8 foot pipe, and here he is with a jersey on.
Another injury replacement. Jordy Lawler just got the call this morning in the warm-up session Liam O'Brien, who was looking forward to his first event as a full-time championship tour surfer, sustained a a foot and ankle injury. We'll update you on that as we see just an opening straight-hander for Liam's replacement, Jordy Lawler. So we got 2 injury replacements in this heat, joined by the young surfer out of San Clemente, Griffin Colapinto.
And unfortunately, it's common, right? Surfers get injured all the time, whether it's, you know, in small waves, everyone's going so big now with airs, so you see a lot of broken bones and broken ligaments and stuff like that from huge air moves. And then when you're here on the North Shore, you know, you can hit the reef really hard out here. You can get poked by your board. So surfers get injured all the time. It's very common.
Yeah, it sure is. And also speedy recovery to Eli Hanneman. I'm sure he's watching. The young Hawaiian phenomena took quite a beating out here just a few days ago, and is on the recovery for that. And you're talking about getting hit. He hit both the bottom as well as his board speared him in the midsection for some internal injuries.
Wild. I mean, it's just a horrible wipeout there for Eli. So Eli, if you're tuned in, speedy recovery to you as well. And it's just weird. You don't know what's going to happen when you pull into a barrel and you don't make it. You are connected to your surfboard by your leash. So sometimes that thing comes right back at you like a weapon. And then, you know, like we've been talking about all morning, Kaipo, the bottom out here is like concrete. Even though there's caves and trenches and all these twists in the reef, it's so firm. It's not forgiving. So if you hit it, you know, something's going to happen to you.
Yeah, it's an ancient dead reef basically here at Pipeline, so you don't have that give of live coral, which sometimes will cut you, right, and crumble. But the reef out here has been solid, has become solid over decades and centuries of just pounding by the ocean. Because think about, Pipeline's been here since the creation of the islands.
That's right. Yeah, it's been around a long time, and as you mentioned, that thing is solidified. It ain't going anywhere.
Solid reef, solid performance by Owen Wright. He's with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Owen got the juices flowing this morning. The 717, I have to ask you, because that was such a great wave. What did you make of it?
Yeah, just like my eyes lit up. Like this, it just seemed like it was stretched out into the channel. And you know, often today you'll see the waves just like real short barrel, and it just kept giving it to me in the channel. And I like stalled at the start, thinking I was gonna like just get in that first section. And then I was like, oh no, I'm way too deep, and I had to like get weaving in there. And yeah, so nice to get that wave, first wave of the season, and for me. So yeah, I was super happy.
Could have bumped it up a little bit more at the number, but that's just, you know, our gut feeling.
Very nice to start off with an excellent score.
I'll save it for the rest of the event. But Owen, coming into the season, the wild card, the WSL wild card, a different feeling for you?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it's going to be a battle from the start, and we got no seeding round now, so I'll be with the top seeds. And you know, I count myself as one of the better guys in wave locations like this, and we've got our good waves back on tour, so I'll just be surfing against the people I've been surfing against for 10 years, and I feel right at home with those guys. It's actually kind of funny, like the rookie class I think is like, you know, you don't know how they're going to compete, but I'll be competing against the guys I've been competing against for 10 years, so I feel all right.
You got a lot of experience, but then also thinking about how the season is going to change with that mid-year cut. There's no room for error.
Yeah, well, I was on tour with the first mid-year cut, and I mean, I felt like that was pretty disastrous for the rookies. They just never got a shot, and you know, like they get 5 events, and they'll be, you know, they surf against the top seeds the whole time. I was in that class, and it really grounded to a stone, and I produced a third in Brazil. It was like 3 comps in, and it really changed my seeding. So other than that, it was a really tough slog for everyone. So it'll be the same again this year, and yeah, the pressure's on.
Great insight. Thanks for your time, Owen.
Live action here with Griffin Colapinto. Dangerous drop, pulls high, and a big, gnarly, just a mongrelly section there. And Griffin Colapinto able to negotiate that. That was skillful.
That was hectic. Yeah, I mean, it was like he was riding an angry bull there. He just hung on for dear life. And again, I want to give him credit, just Kaipo, for being here. He's been on the North Shore for a long time, you know, all winter long, essentially. So I think he just kept giving himself credit to come out of that barrel, but there were so many chances there to jump off. And right there, that was a heavy drop, and he handled it by grabbing that rail, got really high in the barrel there, and then got spit out kind of almost over an elbow. So that was not an easy barrel to ride. It was an ugly wave. Right here, he gets really high. You can see that kink, and he comes over it and then rides the spit out into the channel. So super technical and really, really good effort there from Griff.
Also, Jordy Lawler, he got a barrel of his own. He had to fight for an exit on this one.
Yeah, I like that. And again, we're just sort of learning how he handles the lineup here. And a pretty technical drop late, right there, grabs the wall, stalls a little bit, lets go. And as you mentioned, Kaipo, that thing pinched and he broke through. So it's not going to be a massive score, but that was a very technical barrel.
I like the never give up approach there from Jordy Lawler, just fighting for an exit, and that will give him a score that he can hang on to for the moment. We're anticipating a big number for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to see where the scale is going to go again in this heat. Typically, they sort of keep the scale, you know, similar for, you know, a few hours at a time, unless the waves change a lot. So it was a very exciting ride. And again, it wasn't so technical in like how he performed and what he did. It was just more like he held on for dear life. And that's a lot at pipe. You know, a lot of times at pipe, you get scared and you let go and you dive off. But Griff just sort of handled that thing.
And I think emotionally, and you know, we're human beings and have emotions. When you have that excitement in a ride, even though it's not in the criteria as written out, it does have to influence the number.
Oh, for sure. I mean, because if it's exciting, that means something gnarly is happening. That means something dramatic is happening. And that's the wave. You know, the wave was meaty. That was not a soft barrel. That thing had a lot of energy. It was steep. It was thick. Again, this is a new swell, so it's pretty slabby. These drops are tough.
I mean, yeah, I'm giving him credit just for how crazy that drop was. But then again, the judges showing some restraint so far this morning and gives us a mid-range score for that wave for Griffin Colapinto. Just a 4.9.
Yeah, a little grumpy this morning. I see some pastries over there in the kitchen, Kaipo. Go deliver some pastries up top. I think the judges, you know, they need a little sugar.
Wow. So, well, we do have another person on our commentary panel. That is former judge, Richie Porta. He is our rules and judging analyst. Good day, Rich.
Good morning, gents. How are you going?
We're going great so far. We're excited to start off the year on the first day. How are you?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm a little bit happier than you two sitting there, a bit upset with some of the scores that are getting dropped, but, you know, it's good here.
Yeah, well, you know, look at Rich. We got a lot of rookies this year at Pipe, and it takes a special wave to get a big score here. What are the judges looking for to get those big numbers?
Well, as Ross alluded to at the start of the day, you know, they're looking for that technicality side of the barrels, and they want the really big, heavier ones. And yeah, maybe Owens could have been a tad more, but they've kept their scale down low because they're expecting a lot. So you don't want to outscale yourself right off the bat by going too high and then becoming boxed in. So all they really need to do is, even if it's a little bit low, the scale is the comparison of the other waves in that heat. So, you know, the right surfers got through that first heat and they were all separated by the right amount. Oh, that's a nasty. Jeez, it just happened to Griffin. Oh, wow. But, yeah, so you see the swells building and you'll see some bigger scores for sure. So they're just feeling their way in the comparisons. And as long as the comparisons are correct, then it's okay if it's a little bit low.
Thanks, Rich. We'll be hitting you back for more analysts on both the judging as well as the rules, because we have had some rules change this year on the championship tour. I want to get back to Ross, though. We saw that beating by Griffin Colapinto just now, and he's going to have to recover from that. That looked like a horrible wipeout.
Yeah, you could see he was trying to grab that rail and yank himself into the barrel. Right there, just watch that right arm. Look how physical that is. He is dragging, he's trying to stay in the barrel, And it actually might have been a little bit of a grip issue. You could see his feet there slip off the deck of the board. So I think that was the culprit there.
Back to live action and watching Maddie McGillivray come out of a backdoor barrel. We'll get caught up with that ride.
Yeah,
Matthew McGillivray just has been kind of under the radar a bit, I feel, as a charger on the North Shore.
Yeah, you know, he's not like a, you know, the brightest name you've heard of in the last couple of years. He's sort of a rookie, and so everyone's starting to learn his name for the first time. But you know, we both have, Kaibo, been watching him do the Triple Crown and the events at Sunset Pipe and Haleiwa over the last few years, and he's good. He charges. You know, he's, especially for someone who's not from Hawaii, a lot of times you see the local boys that really charge, but Matty will go.
He sure does. We see a board change on the beach for Griffin Colapinto. Another look at this wave for Matt.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful. You know, he faded just a little bit as he paddled in and then got himself behind the peak and got a proper little barrel there. And also, he broke the seal. That's the first right we've seen today. And there's some big A-frames. It's not super consistent at backdoor right now. The swell's pretty strong for it, but look out. As this afternoon creeps up on us, I think we'll see some big old backdoor barrels.
Yeah, and another challenge when going backdoor is making your way safely back out to the lineup, because unlike the left, there's no channel at backdoor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can get absolutely smoked in that channel. Interesting right there, you saw that little wave come through the screen right there. You saw that new swell just trample over that older swell. When you see those double ups with two waves sort of connecting and rolling over each other, that's a sign of a lot of energy coming in.
Replacement surfer, Matthew McGillivray, that we've been talking about, just at 24 years old, so many, many years ahead of him on the championship tour. He earned his way onto the championship tour, like you said, Ross, in his qualifying year, basically with a North Shore run of results.
Yeah, and under the radar, like you said. He's just, you know, South African. You think normally South Africans, good performance surfers, you know, good at, obviously, J-Bay and point breaks like that, but Matty charges.
Matty charged to a 5.17 and takes the lead in this heat. 14 minutes and 20 seconds counting down. So we're over the halfway mark in this heat. A couple of waves starting to formulate on the reef here at Ehukai, at Pipeline. McGillivray with both the lead and first priority. So the South Africans in a good position in the back half of this heat so far. Let's see if he chooses one of these waves in the set.
Yeah, interesting scores and also interesting comments there from Richie. You can see Richie sort of protecting his judges there, saying that we're a bit grumpy about the scores, but I don't care how you slice it. That was a surprising score for me. You know, I've been watching surfing my whole life, and you get a good idea of what a 7 looks like, what a 9 looks like. But in his defense, at the end of the day, you want the right surfer winning the heat, and you want the scale set between him and the other scores. So Zeke had like a 4.5, and Owen had that 7.17 or whatever it was. So the separation there was just right. But yeah, I mean, that was technical surfing. It was a heavy wave. So yeah, it's debatable. It's always debatable, Kaipo.
We'll be back with more talk, maybe more debates. We're taking a break right now. When we return, we'll have the back half of this heat. We'll see who's going to come through and advance into the round of 32.
Stand by. 4 coming in.
Welcome back to the pipeline and the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Stop number 1 on the championship tour. The second heat of the opening round out in the water, and a lot of eyes right now on pipeline, both by our men and women competitors, because this is going to be a historic event. You can see former world champ Tyler Wright on the beach, along with Jackson Baker. He's going to be a newcomer. He's a rookie on the men's side of the championship tour. Both of them observing the conditions here at Pipeline as we kick off the year. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Ross Williams. Well, Ross, Matthew McGillivray out in the lead. Took a small wave. It didn't change the situation. However, it did put him down in the ladder as far as priority.
Yeah, and we saw in that last heat, it came down to a battle of backup scores. And Jordy succumbed a little bit to the pressure, you know, sort of stalling on that last big old barrel. Almost came out and got a big score. But Pipeline chooses sometimes what happens. You know, it's not a foregone conclusion that you're going to get barreled and come out into the channel each time. It is technical inside there. These barrels breathe. They have a lot of whitewash and trickery. We saw that from Griff's first score. So, you know, there's a lot of energy in the water right now, Kuiper.
And you touched on the fact that the new swell sometimes starts running over the old swell. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, this is new energy, right? It just built last night, so this is fresh. It's here now, and so there was a tiny swell in the water yesterday that's just finishing up, and this new swell is marching right over it. So you get that effect. You also get these double ups. You get this double the energy because you get these two waves meeting, and it all spills over on the reef together. It kind of looks like Chopu almost, where you get all this energy, almost like a river rapid coming the other way, and the wave builds up and spills over on that sketchy reef we're talking about. So new swell, new energy, it's a little more technical.
Here we go, Griffin Colapinto drives through this barrel and gets hatcheted on the way out. Unfortunately, looked like he had an exit in his palm, but took that one to the back of the neck. Looks like he's okay.
Exactly right, Kuiper, good call. Guillotined right there. Looks like he's okay though, as you said. You know, the power of these waves, when you get hit by the lip at pipe, it's no joke. You know, you can dislocate your arm. You can really get messed up out here. It's got a lot of power, packs a punch right here. He did everything just right, drawing a straight line because he knows he's deep. So, you know, he wasn't stalling. He was trying to get out from the get-go. But sometimes when a wave's a little bit smaller, once it gets to the channel, it'll pinch. It'll sort of turn into an almond-shaped barrel right there, hit that little elbow. So that's just a small, deep spot in a reef, and the barrel shuts down.
Got 1.63 for that ride. That was enough to put Colapinto into the lead and drop McGillivray down to second place. The injury replacement, Jordy Lawler, had just got the news this morning. He's in third place with first priority, looking for a 2.55. Again, top two move into the round of 32. Third place in this opening round moves on into the elimination round that we're going to be running this afternoon. More swells hitting the reef here. And some fierce pipeline for our opening day.
And again, not much trade wind to help the barrel right now stay open. So with this slack wind, it's a little tricky.
Lawler digging into this one. Steep drop, bottom turn. Is able to tuck into that one. A bit of a shouldery one for Pipeline, but it was a really impressive drop for Jordy Lawler.
It was a big wave, and those big waves are hard to handle. There's so much power. Here we go, another one.
Colapinto right behind him. The Bucking Bronco off the bottom, bounces through that section and is able to exit the barrel.
Griff, #1 seed in this heat, sporting the red jersey. That's the indication that he is the #1 seed in this particular round, and showing why he is, Kuiper. And again, I'm just impressed with him. He's been getting a lot of highlight reels built up over the last couple months in Hawaii. He likes this wave, and it's showing right now. He's very comfortable. He was probably even a little surprised that his scoreline's this low so far. I think, you know, Griffin would have some confidence coming into this event, knowing he's gotten so many good rides. But another similar crazy wave, Kaipo. Another just getting bucked around. That was a wild barrel.
And taking a look at Jordy Lawler here.
Just got caught on his heels a little bit. That's always funky when you're on your heels here. You end up going a little faster than you want. Sometimes it spits you out towards the beach. So he had that funny little bottom turn, but he managed to get a head dip there for a second. It was a big wave.
And the score in. Just a 1.77 for Jordy Lawler and that big wave. Still waiting for score for Griffin Colapinto. So that wave not able to get Jordy Lawler into that second place and advancing position. Morgan Siblick here getting his mind right as he's going to be in heat number 3, the next heat, with Connor O'Leary and Kyle Ebeli. Here we go, Matthew McGillivray. And Maddie with a nice one, looking to replace his 1.2 that he has in his score line. What do you think, Ross?
Yep, that's going to be it, I think. I mean, he didn't stay in the barrel for too long, but it was a heavy wave. Indication there was all that spit. Usually if the wave's really square and heavy, it'll spit that much more. But it was a quick barrel, so, you know, it's tough to say with the scale set a little bit lower this morning. It could go under the 2.5, but nonetheless, I think Maddie's going to be pretty stoked on that.
Yeah, that was just a quick one right there of Jordy Lawler going over the falls. Was trying to scratch into those top 2 and avoid that elimination round. And Jordy is rewarded with a broken board. He's going to have to swim to the shore and get that equipment replaced. Here we go.
Oof, so really late drop. You can see that's that river rapid effect I was telling you about, where, you know, when you have to stop paddling at some point to stand up, and as soon as you do that, that 1 or 2 seconds, it pulls you up the face. That's when surfers get hung up and get pitched. And right there, you know, the fatter the wave, the more slabby, the more power is going to suck you and draw you up the face.
And it's almost like anti-intuitive, if you would, to continue to paddle when you're looking down such a steep wave and you think you should be getting to your feet, but it's really that mindset to take those couple extra strokes, right?
That's a perfect point. It's exactly what it takes. And that's what it makes, for example, legendary Jamie O'Brien, you know, he's one of the best at it, where he's so comfortable at taking off really late. And those 1 or 2 extra paddles, it doesn't feel natural, because you know the lip is already starting to pitch and it's chasing you like just a psycho dragon, you know. So it's really hard to put that 1 or 2 extra paddles in, but it's necessary to get down the face.
And it's hard sometimes just launching from shore, as we saw the equipment change and Jordy Lawler starting his paddle back out, and a slip up there for McGillivray, and Maddie takes a beating. Beatings and blessings are what is on the menu today at Pipeline.
Lifeguards, Hawaiian Water Patrol straight on it there on the Red Bull jet ski. And you see, it's never a good thing to fall at the bottom. And usually, you know, sometimes that lip, when it hits the bottom like that, it opens up and you go straight to the floor, straight to the reef. So hopefully Maddie's okay. Sketchy wipeout. You can see his fins broke free right there. He lost control. And it's really hard to keep that rail cutting through the water. As soon as you flatten out like that, the fins will skip.
And here we go, another equipment change in this heat. Pipeline's just been eating boards and leashes already this morning, and we're just in the second heat of the day. Getting some words from Kekoa Bakaso, Matt McGillivray. You're getting a pep talk saying, hey, stay in second place. You're still in second place. You got to get better than that 2.5. You got 3 minutes to do so, Maddie.
Not a lot of time to get through there. It usually takes a few minutes to get out there, so he's just trying to, you know, put in a good effort just in case. You never know. Seems like Jordan Lawler is capable of getting that score. Only needs a 3.8. Doesn't want to count his chickens, Matthew McGillivray. I'm glad to see he's okay. You know, it's a little bit pot luck when you have those kind of weird wipeouts like that. You know, sometimes you hit the reef, sometimes you don't. So a little lucky there.
Well, Griffin Colapinto in the red jersey sitting pretty comfortable right now as we come to the 2-minute mark out here. He's got the lead and first priority, so really in the driver's seat. Matthew McGillivray as well as Jordy Lawler are going to have to do battle in this final 2 minutes. Here we go with Griffin Colapinto, quite comfortable in the North Shore and comfortable in this heat.
5.57 Kaipo for that last one. Again, both his scores were radical. I mean, they were just not easy, right? He went over humps, he had to take late drops, he was holding his rail and just trying to stay under control somehow. So what does he have? 10.47 points. That's a very exciting way to get to that number. I mean, those were sketchy rides.
Well, the judges have already showed us this morning that they are keeping the scale a little bit low, expecting a lot. This is what a 5.57 looks like today.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it was just gnarly. He was so close to wiping out the entire ride. He really had a death grip on his rail and was just trying to stay under control. You can see his fins were trying to skip. He had a couple different little elbows he had to go over, little kinks in the wave. It was not a clean barrel, so it made it very technical. I mean, you talk about commitment. He was very committed in both his rides.
Down to a minute, and this final minute is going to be the tale of 2 injury replacements and who is going to avoid this afternoon's elimination round.
3.85 for Jordan. It's, you know, seems like a low score, but today, this morning, that's a tough one. You got to get a proper barrel.
No sight of Lawler actually in the lineup. There he is, paddling into position. So maybe the clock is going to do him in because he's got to get to the peak and then hope for one last Hail Mary to avoid that elimination round. We're down to 15 seconds. Things are not looking good.
Maybe a victory lap here for Griff.
Yeah, on cue, Griffin Colapinto. Beautiful pipeline wave. And that one just collapses all around him.
Well, hopefully, if we get a little bit of trade wind, it'll brush that little elbow clean. That pinching section there at the end, it's been wreaking havoc all morning.
Well, there's your results. Griffin Colapinto and Matt McGillivray moving on into the round of 32. Jordan Lawler, we'll see him again this afternoon in the elimination round. We'll see you again right after this break.
There's something to be said about first. And for Pipeline, that was Phil Edwards. Before my time, Pipeline was thought to be unrideable. An untamable force of nature. But like most things thought impossible, it was only a matter of time before a matador entered the bull ring. A 10-foot self-shaped single fin was Phil's projectile of choice. For the time, it's not like there were any other options. He yearned for glory, but was stoked on survival. The unrideable wave had been ridden, although far from tamed. Phil didn't know it at the time, but he had just changed the world of surfing forever.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, and that short piece right there speaks volumes. Cannot even imagine what it would be like to be one of the first people to surf this incredible wave. I'm Chris Cote. This is Rosie Hodge. We're just as excited as you are to get things rolling. So far, so good this morning. Plenty of barrels out there today.
It's been incredible. I mean, plenty of barrels. Here we go. Action in the water.
Yeah, we've got a great heat to kick off this Heat 3 of round 1. Remember, this is a non-elimination round. This will help us seed the later heats into round 2 and give a couple surfers a little bit of an advantage moving on into the deeper rounds. Love when these events kick off on day 1. Everything falls right into place. Rosie, here's our opening ride of round 1, Heat 3.
Connor O'Leary just laughing under that lip, stands tall with the spit. So what a way to open up his campaign in Heat 3 here. So watch him as he just feels the rhythm and escapes that foam ball. But you can tell from the elation, the surfers today are just loving their jobs. The knifey edge and the pull under the hood here almost catches that rail, does well to re-engage the fins. Disappears from view. I think this is going to be, you know, you talk about setting the scale in a heat. This is a great way to start this. This number is going to really set the pace for the rest of the exchange.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of tubes ridden today. Quick look right there. Like surfer in white, Coyote Belly. So already, you know, we're only 3 heats into the Billabong Pro Pipeline, and we've already seen some names switching in and out, some unfortunate early injuries, but also, you know, some announcements that really shook up the surfers that we have in the draw. Coyote Belly, as you mentioned earlier, Rosie, Coyote Belly getting through via Gabriel Medina's recent announcement.
Yeah, and that was, you know, very recent that Gabriel Medina dropped that news. So Kaya really had to pivot, make his way here to the North Shore. Luckily, he's had a lot of experience at this wave, so he was probably a quick study, grabbed some of his bigger boards, he probably stored them here on the North Shore, but yeah, good to see him in the mix.
As our surfers get themselves set up back in the lineup, this is the 7 Mile Miracle, one of the best places on the planet to be a surfer, and with the best seat in the house, as always, Strider Wasilewski.
Good morning, Chris. Hi, Rosie. The waves are absolutely cracking out here. We've seen some incredible rides. Connor with that deep tube ride, technical, weaving through the barrel. It's really interesting, though, watching these scores drop. You'd think there'd be some 10-point rides already with how barreled some of these guys got. But the truth is, there's a whole nother section that, you know, Ross and all the boys know about out the back here, that you could be threading the needle from deep and not putting on the brakes and not slowing down and using the power and the speed of the full wave. And I think when we see that happen, we're going to see those, you know, huge, excellent scores go in, the 8s, the 9s, the 10s that you want to see. And we're going to see that from those surfers who are out deep, behind the peak, threading that needle, going all the way through the wave instead of slowing down.
Strider, looks absolutely beautiful where you're sitting. For those who don't know, who maybe have not sat in the channel at Pipeline, how close are you to danger, and what is the sound and feel of the water like this morning?
You know what? The water's been a bit glassy and not a lot of wind, so kind of a heavy situation. And when those east winds kick in, the northeast trade, which we're feeling right now, just now starting to pick up, we're going to start to see those lip lines open up and the perfection of Pipeline come alive. The sound out here is electric. The water just cracking through the water, you know, the lip line cracking through the water into the reef. Oh, I can see fish swim by. And it's just incredible. And right now, we're going to see some beautiful rides. I'm going to get out of the way, though. I'm about to get pounded.
Yeah, was get to the safety zone. You're in your happy place, and we love it.
Well, I guess I jinxed him by asking him how close he is to the danger zone, because he's right there.
Oh, man, with that building swell, I don't think anywhere is safe at the moment, Chris. I mean, you've got a northwest swell, but it only has a touch of west in it. So a lot of north, a lot of closeouts we've seen this morning, and even some second reef bombs kind of feathering.
Beautiful, well-read wave there for Connor O'Leary. His first wave today, a 7.83, so a great start for Connor O'Leary. Now, Connor is in a unique position. I think one of the only surfers in history to actually qualify for the championship tour 3 times. One of those may have been a little bit of an asterisk, but earned his spot back on tour multiple times this year. In talking to him before this event started, he says, I know what to expect. I'm ready, an absolute veteran at the game of surfing. So Connor O'Leary, of course, with all his accolades, expect a big year and a big Billabong Pro for Connor.
Yeah, and what a way to answer back to that 783. And today, I mean, a 783 is pretty much the 9.5. Beautiful second ride there.
This is a Strider's eye view.
Yeah, Larry Haynes on the back of the ski getting this vision for us. Just watch him as he grips the wall, just trying to steady himself and keep those fins engaged. We've seen a lot of broken boards this morning, a lot of carnage. Wow, there's just so many factors that come into these rides. There's so much power out there this morning as we see that swell start to fill in that footwork as he shifts the foot back onto the deck pad.
Well, that's just veteran knowledge right there. Connor's surfed pipeline many times. He grew up at a place, Cronulla, basically known as the Australian pipeline, where Aki learned how to surf big, powerful left-hand tubes. So Connor O'Leary, no stranger to waves of consequence and to getting big results. In 2017, he was the WSL Rookie of the Year. 2016, qualifying series champion. He did get a second place finish in 2017, the outer known Fiji Pro. So Connor is just one of those guys that when he got on tour, you're going, okay, top 5. You know, he's got this, but that just shows you the depth and how difficult it is to excel on the championship tour. Meanwhile, Morgan Siblick, a bit of a different story for him. Well, actually a similar story. He was Rookie of the Year as well in his first year on tour, made it all the way to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. I don't want to say out of nowhere because as a junior, Morgan had a stellar career. Just another perfect tube there. It's going to be one of those mornings, Rosie.
It is. It's one of those just everyone's going to be trading perfect waves today. I think we're even going to see everything start to smooth out as those trades pick up. That little bit of bump that we see on the face is hopefully going to dissipate, but it's just stunning. The boys are making a meal of it at the moment. Morgan grabs that rail, had such a stellar season last year, gets spat out, doesn't get particularly deep, but a good way to get comfortable and start the reps here. See him knife under the lip here. The variance in his surfing versus Connor O'Leary, obviously he's on his backhand just holding on as that wave just spits its guts out.
You know, in our scouting report from Morgan Siblick from last year, he just started the year on an absolute tear. Second place at the Rottnest Pro, third place at Newcastle. He got the Rookie of the Year at the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing in 2019. But even with all those accolades, did you expect him to have the season like he had last year, Rosie?
I wasn't expecting it, and that's what made him so much fun to watch. Every event, he was just upping the ante, and to see him in the WSL Final 5, just such a brilliant performance. It's cool. I want to see how he backs up that season now coming into his second year.
Second year is always kind of the answer year. You know, it's obviously it's not a flash in the pan. We know how good he surfs. But can that competitive drive, can that history that he now has help him through these tough heats?
Yeah, and it takes a lot out of you having a season like that. All the anticipation as a rookie, and obviously 2020, having to wait for that all to happen, making it to the WSL Finals, doing all of that, and then having downtime and trying to replicate that. Yeah, but even from the get-go, watching Morgan in this heat, he exudes confidence, and that's so key on the championship tour.
So you see, finished 5th place on the championship tour rankings. I got to say that's one of the highest placing rookies, you know, in history. And he just did it with pure power. Of course, he's got all the airs he needs to get through heats when he's got to lean on that. But for the most part, he is just a solid, really great fundamentals with Morgan Siblick. Before he got to Hawaii this season, he spent his time getting barreled at Kira, one of the best seasons ever already on the Gold Coast. Every time I looked at my phone, I saw Morgan Siblick in a tube at Kira, and I think it broke a lot of people's hearts because that was probably the one place in the world at that moment that was firing that hard.
Yeah, just such a good send-off before you hit the road.
Yeah, that's good training.
Pack the bags, yeah.
We've got 18:29 to go here in Heat 3, and we've got 2 smiling faces on the glass right now. Laura Enever with Griffin Colapinto.
Yes, we have some happy faces down here. Well, I'm happy because the waves are pumping and it's great viewing. Griff, winner of the last heat, how'd it feel out there waking up this morning to just incredible waves?
Oh, it felt insane. We woke up and it wasn't that big in the dark, and then it kind of just like slowly, every set was bigger than the last, so that's always kind of like a scary little like nervous feeling because you never know what's coming. And yeah, but the waves are really good, and today's going to be insane.
Right when I rocked up to the contest site, I got vision of you getting an absolute bomb. It probably would have been like a 9.5 in the contest. And how does it feel to paddle out there in the dark and get a wave like that before the event?
Oh, it's the best feeling ever. I mean, it's the only way to do it, really. But yeah, that was like maybe my best wave of the whole trip. So I was kind of surprised by that. And then my heat, I never really got what I wanted, but I won the heat, so that's all that really matters, I guess, right?
Yeah, and you were just saying that you came in and you did a board change, and what was that all about?
Yeah, so that other board I was riding, I just felt like a little too thick in the nose, and when I was coming off the bottom, it would catch the water, and I just didn't feel safe riding that, so I came in and grabbed a 6.6, and I ended up riding that board, and I was able to knife a little better.
Yeah, amazing, and obviously so heartbreaking for your teammate Liam O'Brien this morning. It must have been so hard to not see him out in the water.
Oh, it was the weirdest feeling. I found out he got hurt, and I didn't really know what happened, but it's always like so scary. Like all we got was like Liam O'Brien has to pull out of the event due to injury. It's like, what the heck happened to him? But turns out he hurt his ankle, and so that's a lot better than a head injury. So I'm psyched that he didn't hit his head, but super sad that he has to pull out, and I'm sure he'll get the injury wild card or whatever. Hopefully he can come back for the next one, but we'll see.
For sure. Well, Griff, it's been amazing watching you all like the last few weeks leading up to this event, and can't wait to keep watching you. The forecast looks amazing, so you must be pretty excited.
Oh yeah, let's go. Thanks, Laura.
Let's go. Back to you guys.
Yeah, you can feel it. Griffin Colapinto, always an excitable surfer, ageless grommet. But I'll tell you, in Waves of Consequence, he's proved it year after year here at Pipeline and Backdoor. He is a threat in this event.
But also a healthy dose of respect for this place. You can tell, I mean, in all the athletes' voices, and you see it in everyone's demeanor in the water. Everyone's got so much respect for this place. It's obviously one of those ones that the consequences are real.
15:40, we'll get more information on young Liam as we move through. We're halfway through this heat, opening round, Heat 3. Men are tackling Bonsai Pipeline. And these surfers have most likely been spending a lot of time here on the North Shore. And if you got a good host, you're going to excel. For Griffin Colapinto, he's lucky to have this guy in his corner, Makua Kai Rothman, the official ambassador of Aloha for Oahu. Makua Kai, good morning. Welcome to your backyard, Pipeline. What are we thinking so far this morning?
Good morning, guys. The trade winds have just kicked up. It's turning into a beautiful morning. Some of the most pristine conditions we've seen in the last few weeks. The waves have been pumping here at Pipeline. And to see these guys doing their thing in the first event of the year, Chris, what can you say?
It's a beautiful thing. I know spots have been firing for the better part of the last month straight. I know you've been surfing with Griffin Colapinto a little bit. He just advanced through his heat. What's the training regime been like leading up to the Billabong Pro Pipeline?
That's funny you say that. Griffin's walking up right here back to the athlete area where I am. But yeah, I took Griffin out to Waimea Bay, and we were training at Kahea's, and he just wanted to step it up and get into some bigger, meatier waves. Asked me if I had a board for him. I said, of course. And it just goes to show these kids, they come from like a Kelly Slater from Cocoa Beach, Florida, or San Clemente. They come to Hawaii, they spend enough time here, and they really want to get into the heavy stuff, the waves of consequence. And it was showing there in Griffin's heat. You could see him really committed, big steep drops, that first wave really holding onto that rail, even stalling on a really big wave. Unfortunately, not making that one. But I think his confidence level really went up after that session at Waimea.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Makua. We're going to have Makua right there on that headset all day long. If anybody knows the ins and outs of Pipeline and Backdoor, it is that young man right there. More to come from Makua Rothman. We've got 13:30 here in the opening round, Heat 3 at the moment. Connor O'Leary in the lead with a 7.83 and a 3. Kaiwa he's got a 4.07 and a 1.07. Morgan Sivlik with a 3.67 to start off. Rosie, in looking at the conditions now, absolutely beautiful, still very menacing as you see how late this drop is. Connor O'Leary, beautiful read there, high and tight, kind of gets gurgled out with the spit. I mean, that's exactly how you want to do it, right?
Yeah, man. He's looking so comfortable in the way that he was able to pull in high like that and read the wave and really milk it for what it was worth. I think he did so well. But, you know, Connor, like looking at his body language at the moment, we mentioned, you know, all those times on tour, he's got that grit and that determination. But right now, he's bringing in this confidence that I'm seeing that he's just taken from finding that experience and doing those reps on tour.
You know, one word I'm hearing over and over and over again out here at Pipeline is comfort. Strider Wasilewski, the surfers that look like they have that high comfort level out here are the surfers that are going to advance. It seems that simple.
Well, the comfort level we're seeing out of Connor O'Leary, the comfort level that we saw out of Owen this morning from Australia, these guys, you know, they just seem like their headspace is in a different level. They just really are holding on to something that they're like, a mongrel in them is coming out. They want these waves. You watch them paddle into these waves, and it's interesting to see the levels of confidence. You can just kind of stack them in there. And those guys are basically at the top of the game with confidence. And watching their tube riding and watching them weave through the barrel, you know, the barrel that we had this morning just now was so deep from Connor, and his first wave, he got like 7-8, and it was just so technical, and he looked so comfortable. Everything just seemed to naturally come together for him. So when you're in that space and you feel that comfortable in the barrel, you're just going to continue that roll through the event, I think, and that's something to watch. And I think that Owen and Connor are looking spot on.
Absolutely, and that would be comfort and control in the chaos. If you make it look chaotic and scary, but you are in control, you will get a good score. 11:20 to go here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Can Connor O'Leary hang on? Stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to worldsurfleague.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise.
Welcome, surf fans, to Pipeline. This is the Billabong Pro Pipeline, and we are live from the North Shore of Oahu. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. We've seen a great heat in the lineup. Coyote Belly during the break. Beautiful. We're going to have to start getting a little critical here. Every tube ride looks amazing because we just haven't seen this in so long. It's so awesome that the season kicks off on a day like this. So a ride like that for Coyote Belly, you know, most likely a low mid-rangers, but those scores can count if you're looking at the scores from the previous two heats.
It definitely can, but we're also looking at a bit of a suppressed scale from the judges. I mean, we know the waves are perfect. Strider touched on it in the water. There's opportunity to get a little bit deeper. Yeah, and, you know, Connor O'Leary, when he set the bar to 7.83 for what we saw on that first ride, Coyote Belly, maybe a mid-range score, but it could factor in come the end of the heat.
Yeah, we got 8:49 to go. So Connor O'Leary, that's kind of your textbook heat building setup there. You start off with a good score, you back it up quick, and then you wait. So he does have plenty of time. He's in second priority. So 3 surfers in the water. The surfer, if you look at the colors on the left side of your screen there, the surfer with the P next to their name, well, they have their choice of waves. And at a place like Pipeline, that could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the dream scenario for any surfer, unless it gets a little bit bigger. Then it becomes a nightmare scenario, because if you're in the spot, you better go.
Yeah, I mean, there's no holding back at the moment, especially for Morgan. You mentioned that P, that's right in the corner of his name. and he's going to make the most of this next opportunity because Kaio's locked in a great score.
Well, we're just getting started here with a lot of heats to come. So you mentioned, Rosie, the scores kind of really hovering around in that mid-range. Well, Makua Rothman's been in many heats out here at Pipeline on both sides of the judging scale. So Makua, what do you think the judges are feeling right now as we get into this competition? We're only 3 heats in.
Well, yeah, thank you, Chris. You know, being a former competitor out here in the Billabong Pro, and I really think the judges are doing a very, very good job today keeping that scale down. A lot of these waves are makeable waves. When the surfer gets into a critical part of the wave on a bigger size wave as we see coming in, that's where you're going to see the scale start going up. The deeper they get, the more disappear they, you know, the longer they stay in the barrel, the higher the score, the later the drop. So I think the judges are doing a very good job early in the event to keep that score low because there's a lot of great big scores to come.
And are you seeing any waves that could potentially be that perfect 10? I know a perfect 10 on day one, that's nearly an impossible feat, but what have you been seeing so far this morning?
Well, I haven't seen any perfect 10s yet, but there's a big set coming, and back to you, live action, guys.
Will this be it? Anything can happen here on day one at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. It's Kaio Ibeli, not quite in the tube, but nice and stylish. I mean, right there, that's as good as you can do without getting in the tube. A little soul arch bottom turn at Pipeline. Not bad. Straight behind him, Morgan Siblick. Kind of a similar position on that wave. Speed to burn, nonetheless. So 6:20, we got Morgan heading towards the outside, right past Ryder Wasilewski.
Yeah, you can watch these guys as they paddle by, that intensity on their face, what they're looking for as they paddle back out watching waves. I just wanted to touch on a simple fact. When you're sitting on the peak and it's your chance and you have priority and a 10-foot wave comes at you at Pipeline and you basically have to go, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's one of the scariest moments but the most exciting moments that you're ever gonna feel in your life. There's so much water facing you when it comes in. I mean, literally it looks like a mountain. And then you have to turn around, get yourself in front of it, and get going fast enough to get under the lip. It's one of the most intense feelings you'll ever feel. And the saying, only a surfer knows a feeling, just rings true time and time again, especially out here at Pipeline.
Well, Strider, I mean, just looking at this vision right now, it's insane watching these waves come through. But I want to know, it's been a while since we've seen a pure Pipeline day. We've seen a lot of backdoor waves being ridden in other competitions, but the goofy versus regular, advantage at the moment, where do you think that lies?
Well, you know, it's interesting. We talked about positioning, we talked about scores today, and where the surfers are taking off on the waves. So John has perfected, and Kelly Slater, dragging the behind into the bowl and slowing themselves down to get the tube. But I think that the judges are looking for something a little bit more. They want to see guys knifing it from the back, behind the barrel. So coming in from even deeper, which there is a setup spot out the back and some trees to line up off of. I'm not going to give away the secret, but I'm just going to tell you, we haven't seen it yet today. And from that position, you can come in from behind the barrel and you can weave through it and you can do kind of more like what we saw Connor doing, where he was driving through the barrel. Once you hit the brakes, that's a sign that you're slowing yourself down and that the intensity level is going to drop for you. Not that the intensity level is any less on the wave, but for you, you want to be driving through that barrel, using that rail and engaging the fins and flying over the foam ball. We're going to get back outside. Here comes another set.
I love that. Strider just puts himself right in the impact zone for our entertainment and information. Thank you, Strider. 4 minutes to go. Connor O'Leary with priority out the back. Kaio Ibeli with second priority. Morgan Siblick with third. Morgan is a 6'4". Kaio would need a 5.07 to get in the lead. Remember, this is non-elimination surfing. And while, of course, you want that win to start the momentum, if you get third place in these opening round heats, you don't lose. You just go back to the drawing board.
Feeling these waves break, you can actually feel our scaffolding give that little bit of a shudder. Standing on the beach, I'm sure you'll feel that vibration and that energy. Looking over my shoulder, there's so much water at the moment just pounding this reef.
And what's exciting about this year, like it is every year, but especially this year, is all of our surfers in the draw. Oh my gosh, right there under the guillotine. Beautiful bottom turn straight into a huge pit. Connor O'Leary. I mean, the word comfort, I know we're going to be saying that a lot today. That right there was pure comfort at Big Pipeline, and right behind him, Coyote Belly showing that his veteran knowledge. Well, even when you've surfed out here in many, many events, this wave, by no means an easy wave to ride. That wave, you could see it looked like it had an opening, but you just never know what happens inside that barrel.
So Kaio currently in that, oh man, just taken out at that last second. That would have been a really good number to see him into qualifying position and solidify himself. Let's see what went wrong here. Just gets caught up and hung up on that foam ball. So close. I mean, he's going to be dreaming about that wave when he goes to bed tonight, just thinking about what he could have done. And Connor laughing under that lip. Just such an easy, smooth style. The speed management that Strider was touching on is going to be so key because there's so much force pushing you through into that channel. Connor knifes under it, takes kind of a delayed bottom turn underneath that lip. So good. Watch that board as it kind of levitates. He's looking so solid, and the smile on his face has not disappeared this entire heat.
I mean, he literally just dodged what, if that lip would have come down and hit him, he was inches away from it. Disaster. And right there, the subtleties, that shows you how powerful this wave is. This is a big, strong kid. And to be knocked off his board that easy shows you the power of Pipeline.
He's a big, strong kid, and he's tall. I mean, to see him stand straight up and do that soul arch just gives you an idea of, you know, the sheer size and, you know, the length and breadth of that barrel.
Yeah, if we're talking double overhead from Connor O'Leary, that's 12 feet right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of power.
And I just love that you're already going to start to see momentum build in these early round heats. You'll just start, you know, you'll see who caught the most waves in the heat. You know, Coyote Belly, he's got 5 waves ridden right now. Only one of them of real circumstance with that 6, but he did back it up nicely with a 4, so he's right there in the mix. Connor O'Leary, it only took him 4 waves ridden, and it was really all about that first wave, that 7-8-3. It kind of gave him the early start to get the lead and hang on to it.
Well, 7-8-3 is the best number of the day so far. I know this is only heat 3. Owen, the opening wave was a 7-1-7. So there's been a lot of in between of those scores, but to get 2 7s in a heat, oh, there we go.
Yeah, 7-6-7.
Yeah, 2 7s. I mean, that was a textbook heat for Connor O'Leary. I mean, I'd like to know if that was one of the best heats that he's ever had in his whole life, feeling-wise, surfing-wise, as an athlete.
The smile said something about that, and I got to say, on that last wave, the guillotine dodge, that had to be where the bulk of those points came. It wasn't a super long barrel, but it was very critical how he bottom turned right under, you know, a cement truck coming down at you. So Connor O'Leary does get the win, Belly in second, Siblick third. More action to come. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back.
Here comes the start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We're live from the North Shore of Oahu, and it is firing. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. Give us your grade for the day so far. We're 3 heats in, room to grow, but what do you think so far of this morning?
You know what? It's like an A+ morning. It had that feeling in the air, like in the dark, coming and just having a little look at it. But there's something special that happens to Pipeline. As soon as that sun starts to poke over the mountains, it kind of starts to clean up. We're going to see the trades pick up and really clean things up. And the swell's still filling in.
Well, and we've got the best surfers in the world. So you put all that together, and you've got one hell of an event. We're going to start this one off with 2 rookies, Jake Marshall and Baron Mamiya, going up against now a veritable vet, Connor Coffin, coming into this event, number 4 in the world, his best competitive season ever. He's going to have his hands full as Jake Marshall. You know he's hungry. A rookie on the 2022 championship tour from Encinitas, California. You got Baron Mamiya. Well, he's from right here on the North Shore of Oahu. So far, I would say Baron might be in contention to win the winter. He's been a standout in every session here at Pipeline. His team, the Snapped 4 team, won the backdoor shootout just recently a few weeks back. So needless to say, Baron Mamiya is the scariest wild card in the draw, period. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, no, I can't fault it. I can't pick a hole in that. Baron Mamiya was actually earmarked by Ross Williams, our co-commentator, as someone to watch in this event. And obviously, scary. Almost qualified last year in the Challenger Series at Haleiwa. Narrowly missed out on the cut. So he's even bringing that extra little bit of spot.
A little swagger, some anger. Why not?
Anger.
Bring it all.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this guy compete full-time on the tour because, yeah, Pipe, unbelievable. But I think even as we move on into other events, if he qualifies, he's going to be lethal.
Right. So coming through as a wild card, as we mentioned, the scariest wild card, a future rookie on the championship tour, no doubt, with the way he surfs. He did get 2nd place to John Florence at the HIC Pipe Pro just a few weeks ago. That was arguably the hardest QS to ever surf, firing pipe conditions. And Baron Mamiya has had a long track record of great results at Pipeline. He got 2nd at the Vulcan Pipe Pro in 2019. And he can surf small waves as well, 5th at the US Open. Kind of that prototypical surfer that belongs on the championship tour. And, you know, you never know what's going to happen. These seasons have proven to be wild, but you got to be very excited to see what Baron Mamiya can do here, getting the wild card into this year's Billabong Pro Pipeline.
And, you know, Baron, he's the local, but all 3 of these guys, they actually split time here on the North Shore. I think Jake, Connor, they have homes right here on this stretch of beach, so they're very familiar with this place.
Yeah, no doubt. These surfers, you know, the excitement, the anticipation for Jake Marshall. He was so close to qualifying just a few years ago. I mean, that was a heartbreaking scenario for him, a year of heartbreak. I mean, really just didn't qualify. Pandemic hits, makes his road that much tougher, but he came through convincingly, got 6th place on the QS, earned his spot on the championship tour, highly touted rookie. He is missing the Encinitas Board Riders event at Seaside Reef today, but I don't think that's on his mind. Shout out to all the board riders cheering for Jake Marshall out of Encinitas. So for Jake, a 2nd place at the US Open of Surfing, got a 9th place at Haleiwa. Left no doubt. You know, he was on the bubble coming into the year that he almost made it. This year, he actually got the call from Travis Logie, and he was in his kitchen making a sandwich. Minding his own business, making a sandwich, gets a call. Why is Travis Logie calling me? Travis, who is quoted as saying that is the best part of his job. Basically, you're just giving a golden ticket. I mean, they earned it, but he's the guy that gets to say it. He says he gets a lot of tears on the other line, and for Jake Marshall, the moment of his life, dream come true. And it's time to start over and get moving. If he wants to keep the dream alive, meanwhile, he puts the wild in wild card. Baron Mamiya, an absolute pipe threat since he first started surfing Pipeline, and he has just gotten better and better every year, every session. Has a wild card won the Billabong Pro Pipeline in recent years?
Well, let's watch some action from Connor.
So the vet answers back. Welcome to Pipeline, rookies and wildcards. Connor Coffin now entering the chat. And a late drop for Jake Marshall and straight into the impact zone.
That's worst case scenario. That was heavy. Let's wait and see where he pops up.
Scary moments from the jump here.
We've got Hawaiian Water Patrol, best guys you want in your corner.
That's the Red Bull ski right there, getting him in and out of the action with the quickness.
Oh, man.
So you saw a little signal there. All these surfers at this level know, as much about water safety as they can. You saw a subtle little pat on the head there for Jake Marshall,
okay.
signifying that.
How quick was the Water Patrol, the Hawaiian Water Patrol, to be there for Jake? I mean, as we watch this on the replay, he tries to knife in on this one, just disengages the fin, and the guillotine makes connection with his back. I mean, we've already got 2 athletes in the mix that have broken their back out here at Pipeline. John, Leo Fioravanti, as we watch Barron pull in.
No hands.
No hands, no grab, deep spit. Great way to open up.
Just, the judges thought they had a nice, easy start to the day.
Let go of the rail right there. Just that level of comfort. Re-engages with it. Stays small. Gets a little shampoo.
Say that was popularized by Slater, Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, Bruce Irons, these guys that can somehow drop in, no hands, makes it twice as hard to ride the tube. Beautiful look there for Connor. For Jake Marshall, his score is going to come through, most likely be in a 1 range, probably the scariest 1-point ride he's gotten in his life. Welcome to the championship tour. So you want to be a pro surfer at Pipeline.
Yeah, you'll get
that
your
can happen.
bell rung.
Wow, well, so happy to see Jake Marshall back out there on his own power, getting back into the lineup. What a scary way to start the year.
It's insane. I think every time you paddle out, I mean, the waves, the conditions, all, like I said, a healthy amount of respect that these athletes have for the location at hand. It can happen so fast, Chris. I mean, you're taking off perfect wave. You've got to go, like Strata said, when that 10-foot wave comes to you, got the priority. Your hands have to leave the rail. You got to go.
Well, insult to injury. Well, no injury, thank goodness, for Jake Marshall, but a heavy wipeout. And then he gets the news that Baron Mamiya drops an 8.17, the new highest single wave score of the day. Strider, things are just getting more and more radical with each minute.
I mean, Baron, the weave, we saw, there's a local pipe surfer right there showing you what can be done, going into the excellent range, weaving through that barrel. We saw Connor, veteran, finding his line. He's got a house right here on the beach. And then we saw Jake Marshall faced with the most incredible wave that just wedged up. I mean, that wave was massive, like 20, 25-foot face, and the thing was just throwing straight up. And you can just think, and you can look at his body language and looking at him watching the wave, knowing that he was having to make the decision to turn and burn, and he did. And my hat's off to him. My hats are really off to the Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull ski to go get him. Just like that, in an instant, he was on the back of that ski, checking him, making sure he was okay. So that was an insane sequence of events in this heat right now. I'm coming out of my skin watching this stuff. It's so fun to watch, and being a rookie out here at Pipeline, watching that, I must have felt incredible for him. Hopefully shakes the nerves off, goes back out, gets himself another bomb, and completes the ride.
Yeah, well, sometimes a wipeout can really be, the difference maker. Wake your ride up, get you into the heat. We'll see if that happens for young Jake Marshall as he makes his way back into the lineup with 20:20 to go. To reiterate Strider's point, Hawaiian Water Patrol was there in literally 0.05 seconds. Incredible skills. 20 minutes to go here. Jake Marshall makes his way back into the lineup. Mamiya out the back with priority. That gives us a minute to catch up with Connor O'Leary standing by with Laura Annever.
Yes, guys, we have one happy Connor O'Leary. You just told me that was the session of your life. Talk us through it.
Yeah, easily the session of my life. You know, you spend a lot of time out here over the past week or so, just kind of like looking around. It's so crowded, and there's no way I'm ever going to put myself in the position in one of them. So yeah, to be able to get one was good. Been watching him all week, so yeah, it's good to catch one.
Well, not one but two, and I heard from Strider that he could see you literally laughing while you were taking the drop on your second last wave. Like, is that just that's like encapsulates the feeling? Hey.
Yeah, I think like it's pretty big and scary out there, but it's just kind of one of those things. You're just like, I'm just going to give it as big of a crack as I can and deal with the situation and deal with everything later. So yeah, managed to scrape under a couple and stand there and yeah, get spat out. So sick.
No, you looked absolutely incredible, and you were just saying there's no better time in the world than to push yourself. You have the Hawaiian Water Patrol there, and it's like, how does that feel? Just, you know, you're out the back with priority, and the wave of the day comes, you're going.
Yeah, like you're going. There's crowd on the beach, and you don't want to, you know, disappoint anyone. Even you don't want to disappoint yourself. And you know, with all the Hawaiian Water Patrol there, it definitely gives you a lot of confidence to challenge yourself a little bit more. So yeah, it's definitely what I did.
Yeah, well, we look forward to watching you throughout the event. Congratulations, Connor. Amazing.
Thank you, Laura. Yes, congratulations, Connor O'Leary. Not only re-qualifying for the championship tour, but starting his year with the session of his life. Love to see it. I mean, again, an interview where you can literally feel the stoke through the TV, through your phone, wherever you're watching. Welcome to Pipeline. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. So far, so good. We got 18 minutes to go here in round 4. Our wild card, Baron Mamiya, is proving that he is a pipeline specialist and some, making it look easy so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think the effortlessness in his surfing really doesn't tell the story of just how technically sound he is and how well he's reading the section. And that comes with that experience and that time that he spent out here and the waves that he's riveted, and that he can really tap into that energy.
And if you want to talk the tail of the tape, surfboard-wise, seeing a lot of surfers riding boards in that 6'4", 6'6" range. Baron Mamiya, of course, this guy is, I think he really jumped onto the global radar at Sunset Beach, actually, sitting way inside, under the hook, probably riding about a 5'10" when everyone else is riding 6'8". He is of that new generation, riding tiny boards in giant, scary waves. And you can see where he's able to put himself so just under the hook in such a critical position. And somebody who's watched Baron Mamiya from a kid to where he is right now, a threat to take out this whole contest, Makua Rothman. Baron Mamiya living up to all expectations and more.
That's right, Chris Cote. I've watched Baron Mamiya grow up from a little toddler, from pretty much the day he was born. And my favorite thing about Baron is his humbleness. The kid is so humble, but yet has so much fire, so much determination. It's showing out here in these waves. And like you said, the shorter board, I've always had a laugh with Baron about his short boards at Sunset. But the way that he rides that shorter board out here at Pipeline allows him to position himself steep and deep, and actually, like you said, with that no-handed barrel, weave through those sections like a front-sider, but using it on his backhand, using the small board to his advantage, and weaving himself through those barrels out there.
Watch, and in my estimation, of course, flips and, you know, 540s, all that stuff is really hard to do. The hardest maneuver in surfing, a no-handed backside barrel where you're actually pumping in the barrel. I've asked multiple people. I can't tell you from experience what that feels like at Pipeline, but I've asked multiple people about it. Is that the hardest maneuver in surfing? Hands down, yes.
Yeah, just levitating your weight and feeling where your surfboard is on that friction and that water as it's rushing through you. I mean, keeping the fins engaged, pushing your weight forward when you need to get that speed. It just seems just so, it's beautiful, especially the slow-mo vision that we get of it, just watching as that weight and unweight of the surfboard. Yeah, it's beautiful.
There will be more beauty. There will be more carnage to come as you see a pumping set potentially marching through. I mean, there are not a lot of places in the world that can strike fear through surfers, surf fans, people watching from distant shores. You see a set coming on the horizon here at Pipeline, and literally chicken skin moments with every set that comes in. And we've still got a heat on our hands, even though Baron Mamiya has that 817 and a 6'5". He's well in the lead. We're talking Connor Coffin here. This guy is a vet, number 4 in the world coming into this event. And Jake Marshall, who is a hungry rookie, right in the mix. Our first split peak of this heat, we've got Connor Coffin going left. in the danger zone, gets eaten just before the exit. So no easy exit from that tube for Connor Coffin. We'll see what Jake Marshall did on the right, going back door. That's how you wipe off a bad wipeout. You just go and do an even more dangerous part of pipeline.
The worst has happened, right? You know that's pretty much as bad as it's going to get. You've got picked up by the Hawaiian Water Patrol. You're all good. You're in one piece. Let's just take a swing at a back door. But yeah, just interesting to see Connor on that wave. He got so deep. Fun to watch him knife through. But here we get the vision of Jake. Finds cover. Does he get the exit? Gets deep.
Oh.
Is he still threading through? Unfortunately, he's gonzo.
Close call.
Close call as we watch Connor Coffin. He's so close to making this one, but Chris, before that spit, that wave actually breathes, sucks you back in, and that's the tricky part, is negotiating that little vortex. He does so well here, just not a drop of water out of place. Beautiful blue walls here. Doesn't quite get that forward momentum to find the exit.
Baron Mamiya again releasing his hand from the rail, pumping through.
Oh my God.
That was not a replay, folks. That was just Baron doing Baron things. A third beautiful, perfect wave at pipe. Yeah, goes for the no-hander.
Insane.
crowd in the lineup going wild, as they should.
But just emulating, like you said, the Andy Irons, the Kelly Slaters, that no-hand kind of weave that he does, he's got that down. Like, that's in his repertoire. That's something that he goes to, that he just knows so well. Let's see the read on this one. There we go. Disengages that hand, starts to weave, gets a lot of speed. So that speed management from him, insane. I mean, what has he got in his score? An 817? This one, better than that. Look at that confidence. Just kind of does the hair whip there. Spray, disappears from view. Strider's throwing shuckers. It's all happening, but
I know
does this go into the nines? Where does this go? Because the 817, I think this is better. Watch that weight as he leans forward, gains his composure, lets the rail go, stands straight up, knows that he's got to weaving through it. Yeah, it's insane. I mean, it's so beautiful to watch him make it look so easy.
Just looks towards the beach like, yeah. Thank you for the wild card. And I'm sorry to the rest of the surfers in this contest for what I'm about to do. That was textbook perfection. I mean, incredible. Well, of course, the judges, they're going to have their work cut out on that one. But Strider, we've just seen Baron Mamiya go 1, 2, 3, out go the lights, 3 incredible rides, and he's still got 12 minutes left.
I feel like that last one was exactly what we wanted to see, and what Makua was talking about, and what we were talking about earlier with positioning out here, and where a local pipe surfer will sit, and that's deeper behind the boil, driving through the barrel and using the rail line to drive through it, not slowing down, not dropping back into it to slow themselves down, not using their body, but flying through. So incredible surfing right now. And when he was paddling back out, he was stone-faced in the beginning. Now, complete smiles, realizing he had the lineup to himself, basically, going back out to his home spot and to enjoy pipeline perfection.
Incredible numbers coming across the board. 840, add that to an 817. Baron Mamiya with a 16.57 total, the highest total of the day so far, with more to come. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back. More barrels coming your way. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Pipeline. The 7 Mile Miracle. Yeah, it's doing miracle things yet again. What a way to start the 2022 WSL Championship Tour right here at Pipeline with perfect conditions. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. We're watching Baron Mamiya just make a mockery of the whole system. Comes in as a wild card, drops 3 incredible scores. Got to be feeling very confident out there. An 8-4 and an 8-1-7, like we said. If anybody has won the winter so far, I mean, there's definitely a handful of names you could bring up, but I got to say Baron Mamiya is right in that conversation for one of the ultimate standouts out here at Pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, he's made a meal of it here this morning, just in this last half an hour or 20 minutes or whatever it's been, and now he's got priority in this heat too, Chris. So it's not, I don't think the show's over for Baron. I think right now, Connor, Jake, they're looking for second spot.
Yeah, it's you know, he's trying to kind of stealing the limelight, isn't he? He's not even letting us talk about the other surfers. He's getting wave after wave. And here he goes again. Baron Mamiya now looking right, goes back door. Double arm drag, comes out with the spit. The crowd goes wild. Yes, we have fans on the beach. That is a beautiful sound to hear. And Baron Mamiya makes his way back out in the lineup. He could come in, he could go to Ted's Bakery, grab some food if he wants, come back, maybe catch one last wave in this heat. He's really, again, made it look that easy. We know the skill level that he has, that he's tapped into. We'll see what Connor did on his left.
Yeah, Connor finding some vision, using that front knee to try and stall a little bit more to get a bit of depth. I think a lot of the clapping that we're hearing, though, is for Baron's ride on his forehand. Look at that stall technique, drops that front leg to wipe that speed off, find some depth in the barrel. And then Baron, I love the way he just watches Arlan as he identifies this backdoor wave. I mean, what, we've seen 2 backdoor waves this morning. Ridden in competition, goes for the flyaway air.
Now we'll wait to see. This is going to be an interesting score because we kind of get to see what the judges decipher Pipeline and backdoor as. Is that more of a challenging ride compared to his 8-1-7? Thankfully, we have the best judges in the business. They're deliberating right now as we speak. See the overview of surfers coming back out. So while the judges think about that last wave, let's talk about the scale. Strider Wasilewski right there in the mix.
Yeah, you know what, Chris, I just wanted to touch on the scale, and you know, I heard some mumbles earlier about how the scores were a little low, but actually, I feel like they were right on point because we're getting to see what can actually be done out here and where the surfing can be taken to and how deep you can ride the barrel. Backhand, no grab, weaving through the barrel, just incredible. You know, Makua, what do you think? I mean, is this something that you think, I mean, my hats are off to the judges at the moment. I think they're doing a great job and they're on point. What do you think?
Well, Strider, the judges are doing a great job. For those of you who are wondering why Baron Mamiya might not have got a 9-point or a 10-point ride, I think the only thing that could be said is the size of the wave. Baron Mamiya is stamping his mark on this heat right now. That being said, there's a lot of great surfing, big sets. A lot of the big names are coming up in the draw still. And I think the judges are waiting to see what kind of magic they can produce, knowing these competitors have dropped 10-point rides many, many times. The waves are turning on, and if you don't know Baron Mamiya world, here he is, and he's here to stay. Watch out for this boy to maybe take down this event.
Believe it, believe it. If Makua says it, it's true. We believe that right there, and after what we've just seen, 4th wave ridden for Baron Mamiya, a 6-1-0, so that'll give you a good kind of notion of what the judges saw there. It was a perfect backdoor tube ride. But if you compare that to the excitement and kind of the danger element of his 8-1-7 and his 8-4-0, you'll see what the judges were thinking there. That would have been the barrel of most people's lives. For Baron, that's brunch.
Yeah, no, the technical difficulty that we've seen him display on his backhand has been that point of difference.
Not a replay. Baron again, finding himself in the zone. That will be a score of no consequence. And that gives Jake Marshall priority. So Jake Marshall coming on to the 2022 Championship Tour after finishing 6th on the QS and Challenger Series. Again, he got second place at the U.S. Open, 9th place at Haleiwa. Right there, those numbers tell me, okay, small wave game, boom, got it. Big wave, power game, Haleiwa, not an easy wave to surf. That'll test any surfer. He got 9th there. So for Jake Marshall, you know he's fit and ready for it. He started this heat with 1 minute in, wipe out of his life, but he bounced back, went right at backdoor, so the great answer there. Just got to get some scores on the board. So we see live action, Mamiya again. He's toying with the lineup right now. He's in 3rd priority, so he's kind of off to the shoulder a little bit.
You almost wonder if he's pulling the other surfers off the peak.
Some mind games there. Jake Marshall. Quick stall there, and again under the guillotine. So definitely earning it in his first heat on the championship tour 2022 for Jake Marshall. I believe in looking at the boards he brought, he's got sharp eyes. I think he had 4 6-4s on the beach. So right there, you know, that's kind of been the magic number that we've seen so far from most surfers in the draw. Let's take a look at that last wave from Jake Marshall.
Yeah, Jake just pulls under the hood here, smaller wave. Gets a bit of vision, and then that Aoka gum section just takes him out.
You know, we've seen this before. Surfers, especially rookies in kind of the opening rounds, get a little bit rattled and come back swinging in their second round. And it in a way, can add comfort. I survived. I had some horrifying wipeouts and survived. I'm good. I'm all in one piece. And now I have another chance. So the hunger element could be with Jake. But there is time. 3 minutes to go. Connor Coffin. Quick tube right there. Connor's rookie year on the championship tour was 2016. And he's been growing quickly. Got an 8th place finish. Bumped it all the way up to a 4th place finish. Did it all in the CT. And in between events, Connor Coffin, businessman. You know, you'll see he's heavily involved with all of his sponsors. Works with Loose Towels, 805 Beer, which is part of this event here. And Connor, I mean, the positivity and the stoke, who's actually rewarded for that. He surfed a beloved event to him, the Rincon Classic, just a few weeks ago. He got the Brownie Eternal Stoke Award, named after Chris Brown, legendary surfer, probably the most stoked surfer there ever was. So that award, you know, it's a small grassroots hometown event, but that award, I mean, that could be a world title coming from the Chris Brown family to give him the Brownie Eternal Stoke Award. So, you know, he's got that in his heart right now. He's got a minute to go. He's got to tap into that. He wants to catch Baron Mamiya. Well, don't think he's got time, because Baron Mamiya, with the statement, comboing the other 2 surfers in this heat. That's quite a way to start as a wild card here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Shots fired, Chris.
Oh yeah, cannons fired.
Yeah, no, he's I think everyone's kind of tapping into the talent that is Baron, and what a platform for him. I think, you know, you talk about all the accolades that he's been able to amass over this winter period, but to come and be in the Pipeline Pro as a wild card, that's just such a huge opportunity for him, and for him to really get his name out there. I know he is a household name to us, the surfing community, but I think his profile is going to grow even more after this event.
No doubt. And I think Pipeline, you know, you think of breaks around the world. Bells Beach is a pretty good example. Chopo on its day, that wild cards can really do damage. But there is no wild card like a Pipeline wild card. And there are so many specialists on any given day. You know, you're not seeing a lot of CT surfers get waves, free surf sessions at Pipeline. You're seeing, you know, guys like Baron Mamiya, Koa Rothman, you know, Nathan Florence. The list goes on and on of Pipeline specialists, yeah, that are not backing down to CT surfers. So when you mix a elite level Pipeline specialist with the CT format, Baron Mamiya, you got to give him just that much more of an advantage, knowing that he's earned it in the free surfs, he's earned his way into this contest, and he's already doing mega damage.
Yeah, wrecking ball. It definitely is the scary place to draw a wild card. You think about Pipeline, Tahiti for sure. I mean, they're just places where people dedicate themselves to certain places.
Well, that's going to be it for round the opening round heat 4. Baron Mamiya putting on a clinic with an 8-4 and an 8-1-7. Connor Coffin, pair of 4s, enough to get him in second place. Jake Marshall, battered but not broken. He will be back for round 2. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Exiting the water, a dominant performance by the wild card, Baron Mamiya. And welcome to day number 1 of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Stop number 1 on the championship tour. And another great heat out in the water. Kaipo Guerrero along with Ross Williams to talk you through the action. Look at this one, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, the waves are incredible right now. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find a day better than right now. It is A-plus pipe and backdoor. And Kaipo, just a little southeast wind, just for good measure, hit it. So now we're going to see the barrels even in more perfect shape than this morning. And it is on fire.
It sure is. And what a great performance that we just saw out. I can't wait to hear from Baron Mamiya coming out of the water and his impression on really setting a bar so far today. We saw the scores being suppressed earlier in the day, but with a 16.57 for Mamiya, we're now starting to see excellent heats.
Yeah, that was a dominating performance there from Baron, as we expected. And there's a handful of guys, you know, in the heat draw that you'd expect that from. I mean, they're going to look at these conditions and it's going to be game on. They're really going to capitalize.
Well, in the red jersey, Italo Ferreira, your 2019 world champ, and he did that in brilliant style, along with being a pipe champ in 2019, and also an Olympic gold medalist, by far the favorite in this heat. But he's got some challenging competition with a rookie and a wild card. We'll see what Callum Robson and Miguel Tudela can take to the world champ. And straight away, we're going to see Miguel Tudela getting behind Italo Ferreira, getting behind the curtain. Long drawn-out barrel. And unfortunately, a little bit too deep, Ross.
Yeah, Miguel is no joke out here. You know, this is a big wave surfer. Miguel charges. He's not afraid. So you talk about someone who's going to capitalize on the conditions here at pipe. Miguel is one of them. You know, maybe he's not on your radar, but Miguel charges. So you can see there he was jockeying for position. Start of the heat, Kaipo, no priority. Miguel, you know, showing a little dominance there, not afraid of the top seed.
Gets the position there. That was part number 1. Part number 2, Ross, making the drop and pulling in the barrel.
And because he had to out position Italo, he was deeper than he would have liked. And that extra 6 feet to navigate in that barrel was just a touch too much real estate for Miguel, you know, and got swallowed up. But I don't know, he's looking pretty confident.
He sure is. I mean, he spent a lot of time. The 27-year-old out of Punta Hermosa, Peru, has put his time in the water out here at Pipeline. He's been returning to the North Shore for over about a decade. since he was a teenager coming out here, and he's left some skin on the reef. He's put a lot of time. He's worked his way up the pecking order here at Pipeline, so he is a dangerous, dangerous wild card in the context of this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's a goofy footer, so he's just going to be salivating over these huge slabby lefts. So let's keep an eye on him.
And the waves coming through here. And open priority still in the lineup. So this is going to be a good old-fashioned, little bit of hassling perhaps, or positioning to have that right away to the wave. Miguel Tudela taking a sniff at that one. Set's coming through. Looks like it's going to be a 4-wave set. And as you said, Ross, nicely groomed with the trade winds.
Yeah, I mean, even better. It's like southeast. It is perfect for wind.
Callum Robson, and it's a monster. Can he find the exit? Unable to do so, but a lot of courage being shown by the young rookie.
On your screen right there, that's a legit second reef wave right there. That thing capped outside of the first reef, so this swell starting to grit its teeth.
Oh my. And this is why Pipeline is not just the world's most famous wave, but also at this size, the world's most dangerous wave, especially with the new incoming swell, this tide. And like you said, the swell on the rise.
Yeah, on the rise.
Hey, let's hear from Strider. He's on the water. What do you got, Strides?
Well, I was just having to paddle out through the zone here. That first wave came through. We watched how heavy that wave was for Callum. Beautiful effort. I mean, positioning was insane. Driving through the tube, just needed one more pump through that, and he might have gotten over the foam ball. But that wave was proper and heavy, and probably for him one of the heaviest waves he's gotten out here ever. And then you turn around and you look at the next set, just capping on the second reef. Swell not slowing down at the moment. That thing came in, everybody having to get out of position. Saw Miguel Tudela underneath that thing, trying to get out of the way of Italo, who's taking a look at it. There's so much going on in the lineup that you can't really pick up on unless you're out here, and it's just so intense to watch these surfers positioning underneath the guys, wanting to get an interference, not wanting to get in the way, whether he's going or not. It's just incredible action out here in the lineup. So just wanted to say thanks for putting me out here, guys. I'm having a great time.
Thanks for the reporting, Strider. We're taking another look at Callum Robson, Ross.
Oh my gosh, I mean, this was just begging for a giant score had he come out of that. And you can see he's really deep, just a touch too deep. He did everything right. He drew a line. He got one little pump in, which is tough to do on your backside. But that wave just stretched out a little too far.
Italo Ferreira, live action, pulls in, knifes down that drop, and again, Pipeline getting the best of our surfers.
It's a real fine line between getting a big score and getting deep and actually making it out of the barrel.
Tudela right behind Ferreira, stalls off the bottom. Roomy tube makes it look casual and gets the completion. The proving kicks out the back.
Yeah. Slices right over Italo's feet too there. So Italo had a fish-eye view of that barrel. But that's exactly right on cue what I was talking about. It's a fine line between getting too deep and getting swallowed up and getting a pocket ride. And that last barrel from Miguel, you watch, the judges will keep that score pretty low because he didn't get too deep in the barrel. There, Italo's really deep there. In fact, he's a little too deep, so the floor opens up and he is smoked. But Miguel, watch this wave. He just stays in the pocket. Nothing wrong with that. Big heavy wave, beautiful ride. But because of that pocket ride, not getting too far behind a curtain, the judges will keep the score really low, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was a 2.5 for the last ride of Miguel Tudela. Many surfers in the world, that would be a ride of a lifetime.
Yeah.
But here, it's a 2.5 in competition. Well, I got a proud uncle moment right now because Baron Mamiya made me very proud, and he's with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, so much fun to watch. Well, Baron, you've already had an exceptional winter season, beating John Florence at the final of the HRC to find yourself here. How was it for you competing at the Billabong Pipe Pro?
Yeah, the waves are absolutely firing. I'm just so stoked to surf pipe. We got a lot last couple events we've been out here, so it's been so fun to surf, and yeah, the waves are firing right now, so I'm stoked.
And define firing, because this feels like one of the best days of the season so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we got a crazy west swell. and it's just like perfect pipeline, like just so dreamy, perfect offshore wind. You can't really ask for more.
We're talking about you in the Dawn Patrol this morning, just saying that you could potentially be one of the favorites to win this event. How are you feeling about coming into this event, and what are your chances are of going further?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I've grown up watching this event my whole entire life. This is the first year I've ever been in it, so I'm really stoked. But yeah, I definitely would love to win it, and you know, I've been surfing this wave since I was 10, so yeah, I'm just super stoked to be in it, and I'm super stoked the waves are firing.
Keep an eye on you. Well, McClure said he's a humble guy, and he lives up to that reputation, but fierce in the water, boys.
Right you are, Rosie. Baron Mamiya really is next in line, in my opinion, when you look at the next leaders here in the lineup at Pipeline. And as locals here on the North Shore, Ross, you could probably attest to that.
Yeah, he's you know, a surfer, like John and all the guys that get, you know, some of the best waves at Pipe. They know, and they expect Baron to do big things at Pipe. He's so good. He's so comfortable taking heavy late drops. You always see him on bombs out here. He's just not scared, and technically he's amazing. He knows how to knife a drop and get in a barrel. He knows how to do those weaves and pumps. You know, he doesn't just sit there in a barrel like your average sort of pipe specialist. This is a real next level tour surfer combined with that bravery.
Yeah, I concur. So a little look at the beach as the beach is heating up, and why wouldn't it be? The action is incredible in the water, but then again, for all the action that we've seen, a relatively low scoring heat.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some huge pull-ins, but just a touch too deep. You know, one from Italo, Miguel as well, Callum. Oh my gosh, all three of these guys had potentially, you know, the wave of their life. They're just a touch too deep. And what happens there? The floor opens up and you fall through. So I'm sure they'll make a subtle adjustment in the lineup now that there's priority.
Here we go, our bird's eye view as we cut to water angle there on the beach of Miguel Tudela. Just taking a look on that one. You can see Tudela getting his wild card in here. Callum Robson, I want to have a conversation about him because this is his rookie year on the championship tour. Callum, just only 21 years old, so still a youngster, and has come into the championship tour, Ross, I would say as a dark horse. I mean, he was not a name in 2021 until he made this championship tour.
Absolutely, and you know, last year we had a fast and furious schedule for the CS Tour to qualify for this level. You know, so we're seeing a lot of rookies that graduated. It's a fun shake-up in the ratings.
Italo Ferreira pulling in, and there's not going to be an exit for Ferreira. The veteran in this heat, Ferreira in his 7th tour year. Here we go, Callum, the rookie, grabbing rail. This one's stretching way out, moving too fast. He's too deep, and again, getting eaten up by that pipeline wave. Robson pops up unharmed. You notice that Callum's also wearing a helmet, which more of our competitors are choosing to use that protective headwear.
I mean, it's a good call. You know, it's really easy to bang your head on the reef out here, so wearing a helmet makes sense. And again, we touched on it earlier. Some of the surfers choose not to just because it can throw you off a little bit. It feels weird. You know, sometimes some of these designs are different with helmets. They cover your ears, and that throws you off a little bit. Sometimes it forces like water to drip down in your eyes. So there's a little learning curve there. And over the years, surfers have been reluctant, but it's becoming more and more common.
Hey, we got Makua Rothman in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Makua, what do you think about helmets and surfing?
Oh, Kaipo, I think helmets and surfing, a very good idea. Sitting here, like you said, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I've seen a lot more surfers pull up with helmets. Whether they choose to use them or not, that's up to the surfer. But I think helmets, safety period, you know, it gives you a lot more confidence as well, especially the guys that don't surf out here a lot. They give them a little bit more sense of comfort to charge and pull in, knowing they not only have the Hawaiian Water Patrol, the best in the world, but they actually have their helmets to bring them home safely after the heats.
Thanks for the insight, Makua. Live action here. Miguel Tudela on a stretching pipe wave. Was trying to fight for that exit, was unable to complete that ride.
Jeez, Kaipo. I mean, it's going to happen. There's still 15 minutes, so we're only halfway through. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these guys throw up 16 points. I mean, the waves are perfect right now. This is A+ pipeline.
Now, why do you think we're not seeing completions, however, Ross?
You know, sometimes when you're in the lineup at pipe, it's like staring at a cobra. You just get into a trance. The waves right now are so perfect that these guys are thinking like, hey, I'm good to go here. I'm going to get a little deeper because the waves are so clean. You know, you could see the drop right there was just a beautiful roll-in. So Miguel did all the right things here. He's just a little too deep. So that wave also kind of clamped on him. That was probably the major culprit, you know, for this wave being a non-make. But they're going to make subtle adjustments, Kaipo. We're going to see some successful rides here.
Again, you can see the casualness and the comfort amongst the chaos at Pipeline with Miguel Tudela on this slow-mo.
Nice little pump right there. You know, he wasn't too deep. This one just clamped. And sometimes, you know, with this west swell direction, it'll bend out to sea just a little bit. And when that swell line bends out to sea, it gets a little more almondy. The shape of the barrel is not quite as wide open, and it can clamp on you.
All right, well, we're going to step out for just a moment here at Pipeline, but we're going to return with the conclusion of heat number 5. It was a free surf in 2021, a wild card. At the time, Miguel Tudela had to withdraw from the event after a brutal injury, breaking 4 ribs. And that just shows how Pipeline punches back, Ross.
And we talked about it a little bit this morning. You know, it's potluck. Some of these barrels, I can see that wave that he just broke his ribs on right here. Was not as gnarly and as hollow and treacherous as some of these waves we're seeing. Most of these waves we're seeing here this morning. So sometimes you can get unlucky in the barrel. You can connect and hit your board. You can hit the reef. You know, it's a little bit of a shake of the dice.
Yeah, he'd surfed the first round in that year. And with that being said, let's catch up with what's happening out in the water. Italo Ferreira on the back of the Red Bull Ski Hawaiian Water Patrol in command. And it looks like it is going to be an equipment change for the former world champ.
You can see Shane Dorian right there, who is helping Italo during this event, as he did last year. So giving him some, probably a couple encouraging words right here, like you got plenty of time, get back out there. Only takes 2 scores. No one's got serious scores on the board, so no harm, no foul.
This is what happened, Ross.
Really deep right here, stalling. Wow, perfect pit. So, okay, that was during a commercial break. 5.83, so scale is still definitely a little bit on the low side here from the judges this morning. Perfect ride, though. Stalled right over the foam ball. See how his board lifted just for a second? That means he was plenty deep in that barrel. That was not a pocket ride. A well-surfed wave there from Italo.
A 5.83 for this ride right here that you're enjoying in slow motion, Italo Ferreira.
And he's technical. You know, he doesn't just ride Pipeline. He performs in these barrels. He stalled just a little bit on that drop, faded just a hair. And, you know, it wasn't a long barrel, but he got plenty deep.
So evidently his leash broke on this paddle back out into the lineup, and that's why we were witnessing that board change.
Well, one positive from that is he probably got a couple nice encouraging words there from Shane Dorian, and it's like put some pep in his step. The paddle back out here at Pipe, as long as you don't get clocked by a set, it's quick, a couple minutes maybe, Kaipo, so I think he's feeling pretty confident.
As we look back and think back at 2019 when Italo Ferreira got a Pipe championship, Shane Dorian in his corner was a key factor to that victory, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. You know, you need that. You know, pipe is tricky. It's a tricky lineup. It's not easy out here. And Italo is a high-level world champion surfer. And but when I think of Italo, I think of huge, energetic airs, beach breaks, power. Over the last couple of years, Italo has done his homework, hasn't he? And hiring someone like Shane Dorian, you know, I think gives him those little subtle secrets that, you know, help you unlock pipe.
To that point, Ross, Italo Ferreira, when he first came on the tour, as a QS surfer, he was known just pretty much as an air guy. And we've seen his surfing mature throughout the championship tour to develop an incredible rail game, an incredible backhand, and now just a really great, masterful tube rider.
That's right. And I will say, in Italo's defense, I remember his rookie year, and no one knew who he was. He just came out of nowhere from Brazil. We'll get back to that.
Speaking of rookies, Callum Robson pulling in there over some shallow water. That thing's going to clamp on top of him, but going for it.
I'm really happy to see this, man. I mean, Callum should be sponsored by UPS, and he is packing it out there. Not afraid, Kaipo, and I like his technique too. You know, he looks good. He looks comfortable. He's making late drops. He's just a touch too deep.
Yeah, he is not holding back, and that's what we, you know, that to be a rookie right now and to come out, and if you want to make that mid-season cut, you're going to have to perform starting right now, right here. Another rookie getting ready to paddle out for his first time in competition at Pipeline, Sammy Pupo. He's going to be joined by Felipe Toledo and a dangerous wild card in the way of the youngest of the Florence brothers, Ivan Florence. That's coming up in heat number 6.
So funny. So brothers on tour. Miguel, we all know it was, and been watching Miguel for a long time now. His young bros on tour. And here we go. Look at that perfect technique. Just too deep, Kaipo. And you can see the shape of that barrel was just A+. It was so wide open. It was a big old cave. You know, I think as he was paddling and sizing up that wave, he just chose a line that was a little too aggressive. It was about 10 feet too deep.
Yeah. Well, 8 minutes and 35 seconds on the countdown. Italo Ferreira in the lead. Miguel Tudela has been putting in a big effort. And Callum Robson waiting to get rewarded for the charging that he has been doing in this heat. We're going to see what happens and how it plays out. And take a look here at both Nathan and Ivan Florence getting some encouragement from Shane Dorian. Ivan coming off a 3rd place finish in the QS that we had out here, the HIC Pipe Pro. Nice to see Ivan in a jersey.
It was pretty fun too, because Ivan and his big bro, world champ John Florence, surfed together for a few heats in that event. So they had a lot of fun surfing in the same heat and kind of traveling through that event all the way into the finals. And Ivan is really good at big pipe. I mean, these conditions are perfect for Ivan.
I believe they surfed 4 heats together at that Pipe Pro, and each time the brothers advanced all the way into the final.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you could probably find it if you just search it. Ivan's 10-point ride that he had at that contest was incredible, with John in the foreground, putting his hands up in celebration, but also taking that wave on the head.
Yeah, he got smoked by that wave. He was literally bailing, about to get the wave on the head, but he still had the fist in the air for his young bro. And also a little feather in the cap for Ivan, because he'd be like, oh, I got a 10. What, did you get a 10 on that heat? Oh, you didn't. Oh, that's weird. But yeah, they're always needling each other, but it's a healthy competition.
All right, we're at the 7-minute mark, and after all that action, Pipeline taking a bit of a breather. We talked about some of the lulls coming into play throughout the day, the incoming swell, but just a beautiful day in Hawaii. This is what it looks like on the 29th of January here on the North Shore.
I mean, it's just mint, right? I mean, that's the word for it. It's mint out there. It's, I mean, you know, we've been getting these southeast winds lately too. No wind days. It's just so surfable. Everywhere is firing right now. You know, you're not going to see Pipeline a whole lot better than this. It is just A+.
Strider, what do you got for us?
Well, I just wanted to kind of touch on the fact that the waves are incredible, and that January has turned out to be one heck of a month for an event. And right now we've been blessed because yesterday the waves went almost flat, right? We had that big dip, and then we see the arrival of a new swell, and I feel like that's why it's so clean. That's why it's so perfect, because there's not a bunch of different swells in the ocean. You just have this beautiful long line marching in from the northwest, and it's just incredible to watch. These conditions are as good as I've seen them, and I'm just losing it out here, but I just wanted to touch on how amazing it was that we're having the event right now in January, and it's just all time.
And you're looking amazing, Strider. I can tell the light winds because your hair is still on point out there in the lineup. Great job. Thank you for the reporting.
Thank you.
Got a wave moving through here in the lineup, and we'll see if Miguel Tudela chooses to use his priority now, and that was going to slip under the entire pack.
Yeah, it's interesting, Kaipo. We've seen a lot of these swells being generated pretty far west, from Japan and down almost southwest, and getting pretty close to the Hawaiian Islands too. And what that does is two things. It provides a great swell, a great angle, but it also kills the heavy trade winds.
Late pulling in off the bottom, Ferreira. Again, getting eaten up, but a masterful drop and bottom turn to get behind that curtain.
And these guys, I would chalk this up as everyone's just over frothing a touch. You know, they're all over frothing in the form of being 5 feet too deep on all these waves. I mean, they need to start thinking about advancing here. 4 minutes left. You know, you gotta get a make under your belt.
Strider, what do you got for us? I want to hear what it looked like from the water angle for that last of Italo Ferreira.
Well, it just had this big wedge in it, and he was, you know, he went late, and he came in from behind the wedge, and as he got in and he set the line, the thing just went completely square. Like, it was so shallow at that point, it was just unbelievable. And then the foam ball, as he was like bracing himself, trying to make it, just gobbled him up, bopped him off his board, and he just went flying, and you just see his legs in the air upside down. Absolutely insane vision from the side to watch it. Probably took a little trip to the reef too. It was super shallow.
Yeah, he's on his paddle back out, but thank you for calling that wave. We got the in-water vision from that, and you were right. We saw Italo Ferreira not just get swallowed up, but cartwheel up and over.
Yeah, he's pretty casual right now too. You know, this heat's not over. 3.5 minutes. He's got a 5.8 and a 1.23, and he's hanging out and having a couple words with Strider.
Yeah, that is actually Felipe Toledo.
Wait, same hairdo.
Same hairdo, but that would have been incredible if Italo Ferreira was actually having a mid-heat conversation with Strider Wazalewski.
Can you give me my glasses?
Toledo will be coming up next with Sammy Pupo as well as Ivan Florence. That's going to be heat number 6. We're going to see that in another 3 minutes, but this final 3 minutes is very important for the rookie Callum Robson. He needs just a 2.04 to get into second place, advance into the round of 32, and avoid that elimination round that we'll be running this afternoon, Ross.
And that's one of the really fun things and exciting things for a spectator, at least, to watch at Pipeline. You get a lot of these heats that end with someone needing a 2 or a 3, and it's the most awkward thing because at like a performance wave, that's easy, but at pipe it's not. You have to get barreled, so it's you know, it's a real test, and you need Mother Nature to cooperate. You know, you need to go for it. If a big slabby one comes your way, there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, you can't paddle down the beach and do an air rotation to get out of your heat. You are squarely in the center of the one spot, the one lineup, and you're going to have to go.
And the reason being, and this is what you need to avoid, is all these guys this entire heat have been pulling in just a touch deep. So there's a lot of these non-makes, and now Callum, you know, he could have had a couple of 8s right now, no problem, but he was just a touch too deep. So, you know, as he's paddling for the waves, he was just a little aggressive with his lineup.
And for the last couple of paddles, you could see the urgency for Miguel Tudela to defend his position in this heat. He's third in priority and actually signaling that he's going to go, but pulling back on everyone. Here we go, Callum Robinson making the decision. Pulls in, needs an exit, drags his hand, and that should do it for the young Australian.
I'm a fan, instant fan. I really, this guy charges. He's got great technique when he drops in. He looks fearless to me. He's just kind of straight down, no hesitation. And those drops, it's everything out here. It's really easy to be hesitant, and he looks like he wants it.
First heat of the year, first stop of the year. I already want to open the conversation. Is Callum Robson's this year's Morgan Siblick?
I mean, could be. We're going to have to see how he performs at places like Bells and all these other waves where performance comes in. But I like what I see here for slabby waves. These are not easy drops to commit to. And like I said, right there, see how committed he was, Kaipo? There was zero hesitation there. And just drew a nice straight line right there, even stalling a touch, so looking comfy in the barrel.
4.17 drops for the Australian. He moves into second place with this ride.
Yeah, watch that back knee too. He's gonna sit it down on his board just a little bit. Draws a real, right there, you can see that knee touch the deck. Tries to stall just a touch there, but he's already getting spit out. So right there, shoved into second place. And Miguel, he's on his heels.
Scanning the lineup, Tudela urgently needs a score of a 3.68.
Kind of a big score for today. The scale set low, time's running out. Meanwhile, Italo, as expected, top seed in his heat, sails through.
The countdown begins and a water splash for Miguel Tudela. We will see him again today in the elimination round. Meanwhile, Ferreira and Robson move on into the round of 32. We'll be back with heat number 6 in the water right after this short break. Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Pipeline in loving memory of Andy Irons. It's opening day, day number 1. We're in the opening round, heat number 6. Felipe Toledo, Sammy Pupo, and Ivan Florence all out in the water. And just another exciting heat to kick off the season, all on the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, pretty interesting heat here at Kaipo. We got 2 flashy Brazilians that are really good at performance, but Ivan, a bit of a favorite in the lineup right now, a local boy.
Ivan put on quite a performance, and we welcome you again to the set here. I'm Kaipo Girl, joined by Ross Williams and the World Surf League CEO, Eric Logan. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thanks. Aloha, guys. Wonderful day. Ross, are you frothing?
I'm frothing. The waves are so good. I'm like jumping out of my seat right now. This is epic.
Yeah, totally.
Elo, we got a lot of news to go over with you. And I just want to start off first with, we're missing him, Gabe Medina. Yeah. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, look, I mean, first of all, as we saw last year, the most important thing for our surfers is their health and well-being and safety. And Gabe is withdrawn from, obviously, Pipeline to focus on himself. The most appropriate thing we can do as a family and an organization is to support our surfers at every turn. And, you know, I think that, you know, physical and mental health is a topic that we're seeing a lot in sports, and the courage it takes to actually come out and talk about it's great. Certainly we have a surfer in the water now who was very open last year, as we know, with Felipe Toledo about it. But we're here to love and support Gabe, and we will be ready. We've got a jersey printed. It has a big number 10 on it, and whenever Gabe Gabe is ready to get back into the water, we're going to embrace him with love and open arms.
Have you had a chance to speak with Gabe?
We've communicated a few times for sure, and you know he knows that the entire WSL community, from the surfers, from the fans, from all you guys that travel the world with him, is there to support him and love him, and he is very appreciative of it. So, you know, we're here just surrounding him with love and care.
Love to see you back, Gabe. Take care as we take a look at the opening ride here of a rookie this year on the championship tour, Sammy Pupo. So he got some of the butterflies out of the way, Sammy Pupo, and we will be waiting for that score. Let's see what we have behind here. Sammy Pupo, an interesting story as well. He's another set of brothers as we look at the championship tour. Older brother Miguel Pupo is going to join him on tour. This just happened too. This is Ivan Florence. Oh, Ross.
Wow, yeah, Ivan there just getting hung up, taking off real steep and late, and you can see that outer edge caught right there, and that is kind of the worst way to wipe out at pipe. A lot of times when you fall on that outer edge, that means you fall backwards and you have no control. So hopefully he's okay. Hawaiian Water Patrol, take a look, Kipes.
Yeah, Red Bull Ski, manned by the Hawaiian Water Patrol, taking Ivan back to the shore. They're going to release that board, maybe a broken board that he has to change. It looks like he's in good health with that stroke.
Yeah, as soon as he dove off like that, all right. He just wants to get another board. He's ready. And again, it's potluck at pipe. You can wipe out on a wave like that, and it's just career ending. You can have a horrible, you know, consequence hitting the reef or your board, and sometimes nothing happens. You come up like you landed on a bed of feathers. So, you know, it's just such a heavy prospect for these guys at pipe.
Well, straight out of the water, we got a world champ against the glass with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, a lot of great memories for Italo here on this beach. Italo, being back here at Pipeline, competing, doing your job, how great does that feel?
Yeah, for sure. I have like good memories from pipe, and I'm so happy to be back for sure. And the last heat was super fun, but it's hard to find a good wave, you know, like figure out the ocean, you know, but it's pumping out there, and I'm happy to make that through. And that was kind of like crazy, but I'm still in the game.
And looking at who's in your support crew now at this event, Shane Dorian's back on your side. How good is that to have that local knowledge for somewhere like this?
Yeah, I have a Shane and Huda, the other guy, the Brazilian guy, and they help me a lot. And yeah, it's part of the game, you know, have some guys by your side, you know, to help you. And then it's not just surf, you know, you have to be focused on your mind too, you know, and the other things, you know. And yeah, I'm happy with those guys.
First heat of the year, but I have to ask you, how hungry are you for that second world title?
Yeah, I was super excited in my heat, and then I fell my first wave, and I was like kind of nervous, but yeah, I didn't have like good sleeping last night, you know, I'm too excited, but yeah, let's keep calm, and then let's keep trying to get the best wave and make heat, yeah.
We love watching out here. Thank you for your time.
Always good to catch up with Italo Ferreira, and looks like he's in shape and he's fit and ready to go for this year on the championship tour. Scouring the lineup, Felipe Toledo. Toledo grabbing rail right off of the drop. Tries to burn some speed there. A little bit spit on the way out. Not a super deep barrel, but a completed ride nonetheless, Ross.
Yeah, that'll be it, right? Kind of ripping the Band-Aid off. You know, it's a matter of, even though he knows it's going to be a small score, he's like, okay, you know, the boogeyman is gone. I can take off on a little bigger wave now and try and creep up on a scale. But as you mentioned, not super deep there, but going through the motions, taking off on a wave out here is no joke. So sometimes you need the smaller wave, just sort of get some momentum. Yeah. Good technique there, little stall right there. But I think for Felipe, as soon as he paddled for this wave, he was thinking, this is a warm-up. You know, I just want to get going here.
Well, #2 in the world in 2021, Felipe Toledo really was one of the catalysts in that Rip Curl WSL Finals that made that day so exciting at Lower Trestles. And we're looking forward to that to repeat again in 2022. And it looks like we may have some big waves coming right now. Feathering out there on second reef. How do you tell which is a good one, Ross?
I mean, you really have to start watching it from a good 100 to 200 yards out, and the shape of the wave, for one, is it a teepee or is it a long wall towards Ehukai? So you start kind of addressing the lineup and how deep you want to get as these waves are approaching. And that's what really separates like the Johns and people like that from some of the rookies. They've seen it so many times that they can read these waves well before they stand up.
Yeah, oftentimes the surfers that are really good at pipeline, they talk about the ones with the line. What are they referring to?
Well, I mean, if it has a really long line, that's okay, but it depends on the angle. If it's too north, it's going to close out and shut down on you. If it's nice and west like it is today, it's going to feather down the reef and give you access to making it out of the barrel. So it's all about the angle. We talked about it this morning. 310 degrees is beautiful. I mean, that is just spot on, west swell, perfect pipe.
Well, we talked about the success of the Rip Curl WSL Finals from last year, and Felipe Toledo and everyone in that Final Five. What a great job they did. We're going to repeat that again this year, but let's go over a little bit with the schedule with you, Eli.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think one of the big changes that we're most excited about, certainly, you know, running pipeline this time of year, Ross, as you know better, it's like, if we just look at the forecast, it's been perfect timing. One of the big changes, Kaipo, is the midseason cut that's going to happen after Margaret River. And I think one of the things that makes that so exciting is the pressure to perform here now at Pipeline and Sunset is elevated because the midseason cut that happens after Margaret River before we go to G-Land is also requalification for 2023. So, you know, we're going to say goodbye after the fifth cut, at the fifth stop of a third of the tour. So only 22 men and 10 women are going to advance. And, you know, I think that that's just going to change the complexity of what happens on the back half. You know, we've made a schedule adjustment with Trussell's being the finals again. And then, you know, for the first time, we're going to go to El Salvador, you know, which is, everybody's really excited about going to that wave at CT7. So, you know, a lot of changes, you know, in the schedule. And the other part about it is that I think, Ross, that from a competitor's point of view is we start the Challenger Series right at the cut. So you've got a third of the CT Tour that's going to the Challenger Series for the full year integrated calendar, and they're going to start Snapper. So like the Challenger Series has went through this amazing upgrade as well. So, you know, there's really clear definitions for the league. There's like the mid-season cut, then it's going to be the race for the Final Five, and then it's going to be for the folks to requalify, you know, through the Challenger Series. So, you know, last year when we started Pipe in early December, it was the COVID year, and we had so many fits and starts. And I think everybody at the league has worked so hard to get us to a position where we can really run the calendar now.
Yeah, and it's going to be a ton of competition and content for the World Surf League, not just on the championship tour, but as you said, switching right into action in May at Snapper, where we're going to start the Challenger Series. So those guys who get bumped off this year's tour, they still got a chance to requalify again, and we can see them again in 2023. That's going to be a plot that's going to be very, very exciting and interesting to follow.
Well, just think about it. We've never had a requalification story, you know, at the, you know, you're going to be talking at Bells about people who may not qualify. And they're going to have to surf Bells and surf Margaret River to qualify for the next year. The other benefit about this, though, Ross, as you know, it's like from a Challenger Series perspective, if you fell off the tour, you'd have to spend an entire year. You know, and I think from a surfer point of view, it's exciting to be able to say you don't miss a year on the CT by being able to requalify within the same calendar year.
And we kind of saw that. Brisa Hennessy sort of tested the waters inadvertently last year, right? As she, you know, got on those 4 events for the CS Tour and was right back on. So I love that because what that allows you to keep as a surfer and as an athlete is momentum. You're like, hey, I'm right back here, guys. You know, I'm not gone yet. And as you said, if you get to smash a whole year of your life on a QS, and then, you know, your life is kind of stunted a little bit.
What do you think changes? I'm just sort of curious from a surfer point of view. I mean, we've not run Pipe this time of year. And obviously, I wanted to talk a bit about the fact that, you know, for the calendar, one of the single biggest things for us is the fact that we've got this integrated schedule with the women. You know, and we've got our women surfing Pipe here, we've got our women surfing Chopu, and this is the first time ever that we've had men and women integrated. But, you know, when you have this, you know, mid-season cut and the pressure at Pipeline to start it, I mean, how does it change, you know, from your point of view?
Well, you alluded to it, and I did actually in the morning show too. I think what makes it still really poignant and kind of give it that weight is the short schedule, meaning the mid-length, the mid-year cut. So every event is going to be so important, but it is very different. In my opinion, it kind of helps rookies a little bit, or people that aren't favorites at Pipe, because it's like it's not the last event of the year, and it gives you a little more breathing room. Like, hey, I got the rest of the year to figure it out, but you got that half year cutoff. So actually, every result really counts. But in terms of the calendar year, as Kaipo knows, like, usually things clean up. In January, February, the wind gets a little more slack. You get some a little more swells coming from the west, which is great for Pipeline. So in general, it's a great time of year.
Yeah.
Back to live action, and Sammy Pupo pulling in and just gets lipped on the way out. Looks like he was on his way to a completion, but not so. And just a clarification, we'll get back to Tour Talk, is those first 5 events that we have before the cut, the surfers will have 1 throwaway from those first 5 events.
Correct.
In the back half of the year, there are no throwaways on your qualification to that final 5, correct?
Correct. It's going to be 9 out of 10. Yeah. So it'll basically take your 4 keepers plus your 5 on the back.
And we're going to all end up with those final 5 for the Rip Curl WSL Championships, and that's going to be really, really big.
Yeah, back at Trestles, I mean, it seems obvious given the show that we had last year, you know, there with the conditions, but you know, such an amazing venue, such a special place, such a, you know, really equal fair wave competitively, because you can go rights and lefts. And I mean, look, I mean, I think if we went back in time and said that Gabe was going to win at Trestles going left to win the world title, people would be like, I wouldn't think that's possible, but he did. But you know, I think it's a beautiful venue to have it there again, and we couldn't be more excited for the Rip Curl WSL Finals to be back at Trestles.
And from a viewership perspective, I understand that that was a widely viewed event just because it was a single-day event for people to focus on.
Yeah, it was the biggest and most watched, consumed event in professional surfing history. And you know, we set out as an organization to try to create an amazing stage for our surfers. And that's what we're trying to do, even with our women at Pipeline, our women at Chopu, our men here, is to create a platform. And create a platform for them, create a platform for their sponsors, and to create an opportunity for them to showcase their skills. And I think by having this one-day event for the fans and the surfers, we were able to do that and propel the surfers forward.
And there you go. Just scan that QR code on the bottom of the screen and subscribe for all the updates from the WSL World Surf League. Little souvenir right there, the front half of Ivan Florence's board.
Little souvenir, he's stoked. It's kind of a big chunk of foam too. Maybe he can reshape it into a board for himself.
Looks like it'd be a boogie board, right? Pyzel boogie board.
Well, thank you, Eric, for spending the time with us and informing us on everything that's going on. We look forward to having more visits with you on the set here throughout the year.
See you.
Good to see you, buddy. Thank you, Kaipo. Appreciate everything.
We're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back with the second half of Heat number 6, opening day of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Ivan Florence at Pipeline, a combination you can't beat. This is a 10-point ride from the HIC Pro just a few weeks ago out here, Ross.
Yeah, and Ivan's rad because he's a pretty cool customer. You know, he's not like an aggro competitor guy. He's just someone who's been putting on great performances both on a skateboard and a surfboard on a North Shore since he was a baby. So it's actually kind of fun to see him with a jersey on. You know, he's a dark horse, but he could potentially win this event. You know, he's got a lot of talent out here.
Ivan recently posted on his social that he was warming up for Pipe at the Bonsai Skate Park, actually. An incredible skateboarder is all right, but just from that vibe, I think he's taking a very relaxed approach to this competition. Nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Yeah, he's a pretty chill character. You know, he goes and skates every day, hangs out with his mom there at the skate park and gets some clips here and there. But he puts a lot of hours in out here at Pipe. Make no mistake about it, Ivan is super good out here. He's not afraid to take off late and steep. So, you know, he could put together some big scores.
And I'll go out on a limb right now. Probably one of the world's best surfer-skater combination. You know, we live in a multi-board sport generation, and Ivan Florence, to me, is right there at the top of the pack.
Yeah, I think so. I think Kalani David comes to mind.
I'll put Kalani David there. I'll put Curran Caples. Curran, we're going to give it to you. And I'll also put Himana Reynolds, so I'm not going to leave you out of the conversation either, Himana. But, and you know what, actually? I'll throw in a Finn McGill, too, because
Finn skates great.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know what a great skateboarder Finn McGill is. So that's my short list. I got a list also for Sammy Pupo out in the heat and in the lead. Him and his brother Miguel are a brother combo on the championship tour, but I got a list of some brothers, Derek and Mike Ho, as we look through the 80s. Flavio and Neko Patarats.
Right.
Shea and Corey Lopez.
Yeah.
CJ and Damian Hobgood, of course. And and the most, probably in my opinion, the most dynamic brother duo ever on the championship tour, Andy and Bruce Irons. Those battles that those two would put on.
That's a fun one.
Those are fierce battles.
Don't forget about the Wright family.
And Owen
crossing
and
over
Mikey Wright.
And women. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, actually 3 siblings there.
Whole family, yeah.
Why not? So hopefully Sammy's got some advice and some tips from older brother Miguel, and it's working out so far. He's out in front with a 4.57 and a 3.5.
I like the way Sammy surfs. You know, when I think of him, I think of performance. I think of he's really good on a clean wall. He's loose, does big airs and tail sides. But physically, you know, when I first saw him on the North Shore a couple weeks ago, he's put on some weight, he's put on some muscle, as you do in your early 20s. So he looks primed physically. And, you know, when you get stronger like that, you know, you start surfing a little more on your rail. So I think he's ready.
Yeah. He's one of those kids that we saw come up really early in the Grom Search series. And so there was already an eye from the surf media on Samuel Pupo from a very young age, and he's fulfilled that expectation. So it's really good to see him with that number 8 on his jersey and competing on the championship tour.
Yeah, and Miguel's been on tour for a number of years, so Sammy's been around, he's familiar, he's been on the road with his brother, just getting that experience, like seeing other pro surfers, seeing what it takes behind the scenes, where you stay, where you free surf. It gives him a little bit of an edge.
And we can talk even to Pops, Wagner Pupo, former Brazilian pro surfer as well. So they're second generation pro surfing brothers on the championship tour. 9 minutes on the countdown. It's been a little bit of quiet. Fairly few waves being ridden so far in the first 20 minutes. And what do you account that for? What do you count that for, Rob?
It's, you know, this swell is generated way out to sea. I mean, hundreds of miles out in the Pacific. So sometimes you get these lulls in the fashion of 10 minutes. You know, if you're unlucky, 15 minutes. Typically 5 minutes, which is no big deal. I think we saw it in the first heat, too. Remember, Zeke's heat was a little slow. But you can be sure that it's going to pulse again.
Carlos Munoz ready to take his maiden paddle out to the championship tour. He's in the next heat along with Kanoa Igarashi and Seth Moniz. That's another good-looking heat.
Yeah. Carlos is also very familiar. He's been on a CS tour for many, many years, so good to see him finally break through and get a seat at the table, so to speak. Looks like a clean new board there.
I think he rides those Timmy Patterson surfboards. So we'll be seeing Kali out there in the next heat. 7 minutes and 50 seconds in the heat, for the heat in the water, and I'm waiting for fireworks from Ivan Florence to fire off. You can see him out there in the white jersey and all the surfers paddling up current, indicating some incoming waves.
So, and you know, this scenario is just bizarre. It's a little weird, you know, for these, to no one have a big score yet. Only 7 minutes, so it's going to be really hot and fast here. You're going to have a compact heat here, get 2 scores right away here. And so what it does, Kaipo, mentally, is it puts everyone on edge. Everyone's like a little bit nervous right now. No one's feeling comfortable in advancing.
And the surfers paddling back and forth in the lineup. Is that just searching for a particular takeoff spot, or is that spot changing?
I think some of it is nervous energy, and there is a set approaching.
Well, Sammy Pupo, smooth off the bomb, just gonna have to dive through the back of that wave. More surf out the back. Swinging through deepest is Ivan Florence. He's got second priority, however. First in the priority list is red, Felipe Toledo.
So Ivan's going to be trying to read Felipe, like saying, hey, do you want this wave or not? Here we go.
And Toledo, slow stall off the bottom, grabs the rail, gets a shower of spit on the way out. Winds up, throws the backhand air reverse for a little exclamation mark. So utilizing one of his skill sets there to add on to the end of that ride. Ross, what do you think? How many more points is he going to get for that?
I don't know. I mean,
it's pipeline.
This is pipeline, so I don't think the judges are going to get too blown away by that. That being said, it didn't hurt, did it? Maybe in the form of a point? I don't know. You know, it could have made a 4.5, a 5.5. The scale is pretty low. This is sort of a pocket ride. Gets a little bit of tube time, but not much. So it smells like, for the scale right now, like a 3 or a 4, and that might have upped it a point. So leave it to Felipe, though, just an air reverse, the first one of the year, 2022.
That's the statistic right there. I love enjoying this. And you know that he already in his head right there knows, okay, I got the barrel ride, but really this is something that I'm able to do to add to that.
And why not? It's a perfect ramp. You got a little bit of trade winds now blowing your board into your feet, so it's just perfect for these air guys. We love it, don't we, Kipes? I mean, it's a big air section at Pipe.
You would never think of pipeline as an air wave, you know? And that has actually evolved as of late, you know, for surfers to add on to their scores. So we'll be waiting for that. And it looks like we got Hilton Alves there, local artist. They're painting a beautiful portrait of a pipeline cylinder.
Usually the paintings are like a little too fake looking for Pipe, but that is exactly what it looks like right now. It's so good out there. So good work there.
Yeah, he's a local artist. He does some work on large scale where he paints the whole sides of buildings. But just, hey, you find beauty everywhere here on the North Shore of Oahu.
Yeah, and a lot on the North Shore, too. He even painted the whole side of the gym at Waialua High School, so he's got his work all over the place. There you go, Kaipo, the score.
4.5 for Felipe Toledo. He moves into the lead. Sammy Pupo drops down to second place. Ivan Florence needs a 4.34 to get into second place and avoid the elimination round. We're down to the 4-minute mark.
And Ivan either caught a wave when we were watching those replays or paddled because he lost priority. So now he's in a little sketchy zone here with 4 minutes to go. He's, you know, by far sort of the favorite on paper in his heat, even though Felipe is the #1 seed. You know, Ivan is the guy that surfs pipe all year long, and he's having himself a little bit of a shocker. The waves are slow in his heat. He had the one wipeout, so let's see if he can pull it together.
Yeah. At worldsurfleague.com, you can find before every event, Rosie Hodge and I will pick some of our favorites as well as some of the underdogs to look out for. That article is going to be repeating all year long, and I actually had Ivan Florence as one of my picks as an underdog in this event. A guy just that may not be on a lot of people's radar, but one to look out for. So we'll see if he can fulfill that prediction.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely talent-wise, he's the guy, right? He's got what it takes to get, you know, huge scores out here. Competitively, though, he's not competing all year long like these guys. So that's where he lacks that little bit of edge where Felipe's looking for scores and paying attention to priority. And, you know, Ivan's going to have to be careful.
And to that point, let's take a look on how Ivan lost priority. That was it, the paddle, the pullback, and certainly a priority error. Ross Williams.
I mean, if he's free surfing, that was the right thing to do. He was a touch deep. He's like, oh, I'm not going to make it, but he lost priority. So he should have really read that wave before he paddled for it.
And to your point, all the talent, but still having that heat IQ is key.
Right. I mean, you got to really make sure if you're going to burn priority, you got to utilize it. And right there, he wasted it. So that's a mistake, but you expect that from the guys that aren't competing all year long.
On the same notion, notice the positioning of both Felipe Toledo and Sammy Pupo, knowing that they're up ahead in the priority line. They're going to be really aware for Ivan, who's last in line, third priority, if he attempts any wave. So I'm saying that both of those competitors are seasoned enough. They know just to do this block in the last 2 minutes.
It's a good observation. I think you're right. Ivan could swing right, though, too. He's not afraid to go backdoor. But look at the score he needs, 4.34 on today's scale. That is legit. Like, he's gonna have to get a proper barrel.
And there's big brother Nathan Florence, as well as Ivan's shaper, John Pizell, looking at the WSL app and getting updated on the time as well as the score that Ivan needs.
And to be honest, you know, this just makes falling into the elimination round that much sketchier. If you got someone like Ivan in that round waiting for you, you know, these normal kind of seeded tour surfers are going to be bummed to see Ivan in there.
This is true. Well, 1 minute 15 seconds, and we're just flying over another beautiful day. Thanks again for joining us on the opening day of the season, opening day of the waiting period here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons, and a little bit of movement amongst our surfers. We'll see if Ivan Florence has a chance.
2 waves that might fit into this minute, this one and the next. But I agree with you, Kaipo. I think priority will be a key issue here. They're going to try and block them.
Let's see in these 40 seconds if Ivan Florence can do a little fake out on the rest of the guys. Here we go, coming through. It's going to be Toledo. Just cruising in. That's going to be a ride to the beach for Felipe Toledo. And no use hurting your body or your board there with an air attempt. Heat's over in his mind. He's moving on into the round 32.
He's instantly just feeling really good about himself. He's going to have himself a breakfast. Winning a heat at Pipe feels so good because you got so much adrenaline from the action of the wave and the result.
Well, there we go. It's going to be Toledo and Pupo into the round of 32. We'll see Ivan Florence again today in the elimination round, and we'll be back right after this.
Before Jerry, there was Butch. I heard the stories that Butch was the first guy to peek behind the curtain, the first to paint on the cave walls and make it out alive. Then came John Peck. The 17-year-old from California was known for surfing fast and loose. But when he created the now infamous backside rail grab, he took what was thought to be a disadvantage at Pipeline, and instead, he opened the door for all regular footers. The potential of Pipeline was being realized, but not without its test pilots and their gear taking their fair share of lumps and bruises. But when Jock Sutherland showed up one day with a shortboard in hand, things would never be the same.
Love those pieces, and love Mark Cunningham. How incredible is it to see, of course, how far we've come, but to to witness the bravery. I mean, thank goodness that's all on tape, the early sessions at Pipeline. You know, the surfers out here, they're riding around 6 foot, 6'4" surfboards. They used to ride 10-foot boards that are about 40 pounds, single fin, nearly impossible to control. These surfers that are the pioneers of Pipeline, I mean, put them up there with first man on the moon, right there. I mean, it is truly a pioneering effort, and full credit to the incredible bravery it took to challenge yourself the first few seasons over here on the North Shore.
Yeah, I mean, it's really is the depth of standing at the edge of the world, kind of looking over, like, who's going to jump first? Like,
you go.
You go.
And one person went, and here we are today, witnessing Pipeline specialists do what they do best. This is a stacked heat. Kanoa Igarashi, Seth Moniz, and Carlos Munoz. So we've got veterans, rookies, specialists. This is a heat that's got something for everyone. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, starting with Kanoa Igarashi. I mean, what didn't this guy do in the past year? He got a silver medal at the Olympics. He was your 2018 QS champ. Blitzed his way through the QSN Challenger Series this year, easily getting back on tour. He was 6th on the CT, didn't need a backup qualifying result, but got it anyway, his 6th season on tour. To me, this is Kanoa Igarashi's best shot at becoming a world champion. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a great call. I mean, from Heat 1 at the first event, why not just put it out there, right? I mean, Kanoa, we've seen him grow from strength to strength. Every season, he just morphs into more of an elite athlete.
Well, he's got his hands full because straight off the buzzer, no surprise that Seth Moniz gets the early wave of the heat, planting his flag here at Pipeline as he does day in, day out. Definitely one of the top surfers on the pecking order on any given day at Pipeline. And for him not to have huge results in Pipeline events, I keep looking at the stats. I'm going, where's the win? And it's just a matter of time. Seth Moniz is that good out here at Pipeline.
He's just waiting for that watershed moment. Watch the thrust here as he just pumps and finds a bit of speed. Wow, he disengages there as that wave spits. He almost gets, just levitates through that barrel. But watch here, has to maintain that board, keep it in the lip. Does that little thrust, that pump as he's holding onto the rail. He knows he's going to have to hold on for dear life as he gets that momentum and comes through with the spit. So much support on the beach. It's so fun, like you said, to hear surf fans, to be down here and hear them cheering on their favorite surfers. There was so much bump and lump, rib up the face that wave. He kind of made that split-second decision to let that hand off the rail and put it back on and kind of rode through that one.
Well, Seth, a Billabong team rider, he's rocking the Kameha Haydar collab board shorts. Get a good look from right there. Kameha Haydar, an artist from right here on Oahu. He actually did a huge mural of Carissa Moore downtown Honolulu that is just so iconic now on the skyline. You can check out what Seth Moniz is rocking right now on billabong.com. I'm not going to say that the trunks will make you surf Pipeline like Seth, because really no one surfs Pipeline like Seth, but at least you're going to look like him when you're surfing your local spot. Well, that score comes through, 7.57. What a way to start for Seth Moniz. So 23:28 on the clock. The determination with this young man is always written all over his face. As you see, potentially set coming through as surfers scratching over the first wave. I mean, there are so many different moments that happen as you paddle in the lineup here at Pipeline. In an event, you put your jersey on. That's step one. Get to the water's edge, psych yourself up, you get out there, and then you start to see these things coming at you like monsters coming out from under your bed. Love to see the little shuffle. I mean, there would be 100 people out there if this was a free surf, but to see it with just 3, pretty cool to watch. And launching from the top rope. Welcome to the championship tour, Carlos Munoz.
Yep, it is a steep learning curve as we wait to see him pop up. He's good, head above water.
Oh, it's always such a relief, isn't it?
That board tombstoning, but that, I mean, we saw it in the earlier rounds with Jake Marshall. His first wave, pretty similar. Wipeout and Carlos is got to pay your dues out of pipe. As we see him try to engage there, just doesn't quite get the technique and the lift under the hood. That wave running away, it seemed like one of those kind of worm burners that was just going to do its freight train thing down the reef anyway.
Well, as we wait for scores to lock in, we've got Felipe Toledo on the glass with Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Felipe, you know, a lot of people don't think of Pipeline as an airwave. What do you think?
I think it's probably the best airwave in the world. Well, Nathan Fletcher's had that, so. No, yeah, it was fun. It was tricky, or he got kind of slow right in the middle. That was a big set right at the beginning. It got kind of slow, a few waves here and there. Sammy got one, and I was kind of just feeling my board as a brand new board that I couldn't surf in the last few days. I got here late, actually, in Hawaii. I had problems with my visa. I was only able to get my visa on the 24th and fly home, leave the kids, get the boards, get everything, and then be here and surf. It was kind of stressful, but it feels great to get the first round out of the way and to the next one.
Broader question, how are you feeling about the year?
I feel great, yeah. The calendar looks really good. It looks amazing. Some new spots for us, finals back at Trestles. But yeah, well, step by step, I gotta make the cut in Margaret, and then after that, you know, the focus will be on the top 5. But just the first heat now, and it feels great.
There you go. We'll see you in the round 32. Felipe Toledo.
Well, we're not even, 3 hours into the 2022 Championship Tour season, Rosie, but I'm just going to throw it right out there. Yes or no question. Will Felipe Toledo be competing in the final 5 at Lower Trestles?
I'd love to see it. You know, I'd love to see Felipe win that world title, and you feel like with this new surgence of rookies on tour and this next generation of surfers we're seeing coming, I think a lot of the veterans on tour, it's now or never for them, right? Like, they need to kind of get that world title and stay in that conversation.
Well, there was a scary security guard blocking the door to the title named Gabriel Medina. Well, Gabriel Medina made the big announcement, fully supported. But with that door's got a crack, and you can see through it now. Of course, John Florence is back on tour full time. It's not going to be any easier than it's ever been. But, you know, for Italo Ferreira, for Felipe Toledo, guys that, you know, have just been right there time and time again, Gabriel Medina, there's got to be a little bit of relief when they got that announcement. What do you think?
Yeah, it's saying there's a chance. I mean, when someone like Gabriel has been so dominant, he won that 3rd world title. I mean, he was unstoppable last year. And then I think, you know, making that announcement pretty late before this event started, those guys must be seeing it as that window of opportunity. Like you said, cracking open just that little bit.
So you're saying there's a chance. 19:20 to go here. Seth Moniz in the lead with a 7.57. Carlos Munoz has shaken it off. He's back out there. Number 54. Living that Pura Vida life. Carlos representing Costa Rica. And congratulations to daughter Leah. Rode her first wave just a few days ago. So you know that is inspiring Carlos. And Carlos had a great year. He got a 5th place at Ericeira, another 5th place in France. He's coming on as a veteran rookie on the championship tour. And I'll tell you, I've witnessed from the front row Carlos Munoz in many, many past iterations of the Vulcan Pipe Pro put on an absolute show out here. So no stranger to Pipeline and Backdoor. He will be deadly in this competition. And he's got plenty of time in this heat as we go to Seth Moniz. Boom. Just like that. Seth Moniz. He saw his buddy Barron do it earlier. He goes, you know what, we're just going to keep this kind of a local affair. He dropped another big score. But watch out, Kanoe Igarashi grabs his rail, in danger, comes out with the spit. So the training already looking like it's paying off. Kanoe Igarashi says he is possessed by a dream. Preparation is done. It's time to lock in. It looks like he's locked that one up,
wow,
Rosie.
That was like mechanical bull right there. You watch the way that his board just kind of oscillates through it. Get another look at Seth as he locks it on the 2nd wave. Shifts that weight forward, stands with the hands free, comes out in the top 3rd of that wave. Just so well read. There's definitely a clear difference between the guys that have spent hours and hours of time out here in the lineup and the way that they read this wave and their body language and just their positioning in the lineup.
I mean, if you're a...
This was insane. Watch that. Late under the hood. Pulling
That's
that
textbook.
rail.
I mean, that's textbook. Both those waves back to back. And this is where the judges really have their work cut out because they're similar rides, but vastly different in terms of the look of the wave.
But everything that Kanoa did, I mean, was so premeditated. The way that his foot was way out on that outer rail just to make sure that it engaged and clipped into the face of the wave. The way that he pumped under the hood over there and just kept his composure on that foam board and with that spit.
Both these guys showing just perfect tube riding technique. I'm curious now to see what the judges do here because you did see that subtle adjustment that Seth Moniz made, letting his hand off the rail. It might not seem like much, but when you're in the barrel at pipeline backside and you let your hand go, even for a split second, I mean, that ups the danger level to a scary, scary place. So take a close look at his hand. It's grabbing the rail, and then right there.
Yeah, that release and that technicality. Then he goes back, grabs it again, knows that foam ball's coming, gets spat out.
That is, they're really, there are not that many surfers on the earth that can do that.
No, it's, I mean, it's so technically sound as we wait. I mean, already the one judge is locked in. Excellence.
Yeah, so Seth right now, his third season on tour. He's had ups and downs on the championship tour. Came through just on the cut line at 21st, but he will be competing through the year. He did get third at the championship tour event in Tahiti in 2019, so no stranger to getting on the podium. And right now, Seth Moniz is looking like a lock, an 8.07 and a 7.57, one of the highest heat totals of the day. But don't crown him just yet. Kanoa Igarashi with the highest single wave score of the day, a 9-point ride. What was the difference there, Rosie?
I honestly believe it was just how late he was able to pull under the hood. The velocity, I mean, he was traveling with such speed, but he kind of maintained his depth in the barrel. Both of those rides were impeccable. I really enjoyed Kanoa's. I think that wave just offered him that opportunity to make it look just so impactful.
Yeah, I mean, the wave definitely will play into the score. That wave seemed to be just a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier. I mean,
but still,
we're talking increments here, but you're right about his positioning. I mean, under the lip when he took off, so dangerous. The judges love to see a little bit of danger thrown into these waves.
Yeah, and like I said, it was like so premeditated. The way that he took off and the way that he kind of took his time pulling under it, super impressive.
Carlos Munoz in third priority now. Possibly just had a quick look, quick paddle. But plenty of time left. 14 minutes, 10 seconds to go. So Seth Moniz is out the back with priority. Kanoa in second priority. Carlos Munoz in third. How cool is it to see a surfer from Costa Rica, a wave-rich region with so many amazing local surfers, finally crack through and get a surfer on the championship tour? Just one surfer can really pave the way. I mean, we saw it happen back in the day from Brazil. We've seen it happen in Japan. And now we're starting to see the rise of Central and South American surfers. You know, Brazil is always going to be a superpower. But places like Nicaragua, El Salvador, you know, Costa Rica, of course, these are places that have incredible surf. And trust me when I say, when we go down to El Salvador, Surf City, you're going to see a couple local standouts that will absolutely blow your mind. The Pink Panther, Brian down there, Brian Perez. Whew.
So good.
So make room on the championship tour for more Central American surfers because they're coming. We got 13 minutes to go. Seth Moniz well into the lead, nearly comboing the field, but Kanoa's right behind him with a 9. Carlos Munoz about to get things going. More surfing to come. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline, and we'll be right back.
Oh, it's absolutely firing out there.
I'm Seth Muniz, and this is Pipeline.
My paddle out spot, there's a little channel right here. You can kind of slip straight out.
Pipeline isn't a perfect wave. It's a constant changing wave. It's like a big beach break on reef. You're constantly moving from the West Peak to over here by the back door for backdoor waves.
This is the lineup. There's a little imaginary line right here.
There's other waves that are similar, but yeah, not like it, not like the big cave pipe. You hit that reef, you're in trouble. There's just big stumps like that are sticking out. You slam, it's like straight concrete. It's a terrifying wave. It's a life-ending wave. There's a lot going on, there's a lot of people. It's like the full battlefield out there. I think that's what keeps you alive though, is like that fear of getting hurt and dying. My whole deal is like I make sure I'm making the best decision possible, and like when I turn around for that wave, I'm going. If pipe is good, no one really cares how everywhere else is. It's all eyes on pipe because it is the most entertaining wave in the world. Anytime someone asks me where my favorite wave is, it's Pipeline for sure.
Straight back into it, Seth Muniz introducing himself to you again and riding his third wave. Comes out clean. He is just reveling in what we've already heard from a lot of locals and a lot of surfers alike. One of the best days of the season so far here at Pipeline.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, just seeing Seth on that last wave, you can just tell, and there's just that point of difference, I think, from the guys that have that local knowledge, the place that they're putting themselves out on the reef.
So we got 9:40 left. This was during the break. Carlos Munoz. Always good to have these two guys in a heat together.
Yeah, nice.
But that's how you get back on the board there.
Yeah, there we go. So just switching gears, putting his whole body in the face of that wave to slow down. Wow, does so well to make it out of this wave as he just goes sladding up and down the face.
That angle made it, you could see how dramatic it was in the tube.
And here we go, Seth Muniz, all that weight forward. Stands tall, kicks out.
So is that hard? Because he's making it look very easy.
I mean, there's only a handful of people, right? There's so fun to see. I mean, it's just insane watching these guys. And the judges, I mean, they're not fooled. They're watching every little intricate detail of what these guys are doing, how they're bottom turning under that lip, how they're pacing and thrusting through these waves.
So he did a couple subtle things in this tube that just show you how comfortable he is. Takes a look up at the look up at the lips, styles it out, smiles. He's messing around, having fun, making it look cool on a death-defying wave. That's the one thing. You see this barrel after barrel after barrel, and all these surfers are so good on this wave. They make it look so easy. I'll tell you, this wave is deadly, even when it's half this size. And for a surfer like Seth Muniz right there, to be so relaxed and have so much fun on such a scary wave, I mean, he is truly among the elite here at Pipeline.
Definitely, and just catching up with one of the Hawaiian Water Patrol, Abe Lerner, he was just saying, the guys that were out there, like Baron Mimir, Connor O'Leary, looks like Seth Muniz right now, just the hugest smile plastered across their face, laughing, wow, as we see a heavy wipe out.
And just like that,
Tale of two.
Well, even Seth, as he said in that interview, yes, it's the best wave ever, but it's not a perfect wave, and you have to earn it, because no matter how good you are out here, every Pipeline legend has had a horrendous wipeout or 10.
Yeah, that's how you learn, right? That's how you kind of take those knocks and you learn from it and you try and reposition it. You see Kanoa just not quite getting the entry into that wave or engaging his board the way he would have liked to. Heavy water cascading around him.
Yeah, and ever since day one, I mean, there's a reason why this was one of the last kind of marquee discoveries on the North Shore. Even, the toughest, the heaviest of the heavies, Greg Knoll, Jocks, I mean, the list of luminaries, they were standing on the beach here for years going, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it does take a lot of guts, but I mean, the risk-reward factor for Kanoa, he's already got a 9 in his scoreline, so he knows what that looks like and the waves that he's going to want to take to get those numbers.
And full credit to the rest of the championship tour surfers that aren't from Hawaii. They show how good they are overall as surfers. You know, you got to be so well-rounded to even get on the championship tour. So for guys like Kanoa that didn't grow up here, that, you know, had to go from the very, very bottom of the pecking order and are still kind of in the middle, you know, even at this level, it just shows you the talent that we have on the championship tour this year and for the better part of the last decade, where, you know, traveling elite pros can come and compete and, you know, make it a match for guys like Seth Moniz and Baron Mamiya.
But they do have to put in the hard yards. I mean, you see guys like Italo Ferreira, I mean, Kelly Slater from Cocoa Beach that's made this one of his pet events. See Carlos.
Pura Vida. Beautiful ride right there for Carlos Munoz.
And and Griffin Colapinto, I mean, they tapping on the shoulders of legends like Shane Dorian, Makua Rothman, Jamie O'Brien when he helped Adriano de Souza. So they tapping into some of that local knowledge to expedite the learning process.
Well, back in the golden era of, the early golden era, I should say, of professional surfing, the busting down the door era, a large group of surfers found out the hard way that you can't bulldoze your way onto the North Shore and try to take over. That will not go well for you.
Yeah.
Since then, everybody kind of learned pretty quick. You got to put in the time. I mean, I don't know if it's ever happened. It's definitely rare for you know, a youngster from anywhere else in the world to come and just make a huge statement on their first trip to the North Shore. I mean, the Hobgood brothers, maybe an example of that. Kelly Slater, like you had mentioned, but it's rare for North Shore rookies to come over and just immediately stand out in any of these lineups.
I think that we'll get back to that.
Noah Igarashi pulls up high and tight, a little too tight, gets clamped down. He's looking for a backup. His last one was a 0.27. That'll probably be right there in that range as well. Meanwhile, Seth Moniz is throwing away 6.7 threes. He's got a 7.57 and an 8.07. You almost want to say he's dominating, but then you look down and you see that 9-point ride from Kanoa Igarashi. So this is still an open heat for all three surfers. 4 minutes to go. Carlos Munoz, he needs a 5.45. Igarashi would need a 6.64 to get into that top spot. But if you look now, Seth Moniz has party. And there's his dad, legend, icon, brother. So always a family affair for the Moniz crew. Saw Seth riding a red and yellow board.
Yeah.
His dad's classic iconic airbrush, and it was like looking in some strange time warp. So cool. I wouldn't be mad if Seth just went ahead and got all the boards yellow and red like that, as a little shout out to his dad, Tony, one of the ultimate icons of our sport.
Yeah, such a legendary family, just embody the spirit of aloha. Carlos Munoz tucking under the hood, burning off that speed so he can get deep. Cool to see him start to find those reps out here. He looks comfortable. I mean, we're talking about comfort levels and how the surfers can kind of separate themselves. He looks like, you know, as we only have 3 minutes remaining, but he seems to have warmed up in this heat.
You know, this is going to sound really nerdy, but one of my favorite parts of, you know, the start of the championship tour and the Hawaiian season is surfers post more board shots, more quiver shots on their Instagram and, you know, the Shapers Instagram. I looked at Timmy Patterson's Instagram account, and there was a photo of Italo's Hawaiian quiver, and it looked like there was 50 boards all in a row. I mean, going from a centimeter bigger as you go down the line. And Carlos Munoz had a beautiful 6-pack from Timmy Patterson, and it was pretty cool because I was literally just looking at this board, and then I look up and he's in the tube on that very same board. So again, a unique part of surfing where, you know, our boards are the art that we ride at this level is on display. I mean, you don't see baseball players showing photos of their quiver of bats that I know of. So just another reason why surfing's the best.
I know, well, it never gets old getting those new boards, getting the quiver pack for a new location for a new year on tour.
And that right there illustrating why Kanoe Igarashi is such a great competitor. Knowing he didn't need a huge score, smaller wave, rode it clean. That'll be a number on the board for him. And meanwhile, Seth Moniz letting the rail go again. Crowd goes wild, as they should. These people know what's up with amazing surfing as Seth Moniz just does it again. I mean, he hit 3 of those no-handed backside tube rides. The scores tell the story. Seth Moniz, now we can say, dominant in that last heat.
Very dominant, and just warming up too. It feels like, you know, this opening round making a statement, and he knows he's got more to give. How quick was that takeoff and just pulling the hand off the rail? That moment, just you can hear the shutters going off on the beach. The photographers keeping that moment. His inbox is going to fill up with all the photos of his amazing heat this morning. Even Kanoe, I mean, you can't help yourself when you're in the channel and you're seeing one of your really good friends get spat out of the tube.
But that's just full respect for an impossible feat. I'm wondering if that that no-hander approach started as a way to get a unique photo at Pipeline. We're gonna have to go back and do some research on that. 30 seconds to go either way. It just makes riding this wave that much harder when you do it with no hands. So we're waiting for a score from Seth. Kanoe Igarashi, he drops a 3. So we will have a couple more scores to drop in to get the final result with 13 seconds to go. It was Seth Moniz from beginning to end right there. He started with a 7.57, then dropped an 8.07. Now he locks it in with an 8.37. Seth Moniz gets the win. Kanoe Igarashi in second, but with the highest single wave score of the day, a 9-point ride. Carlos Munoz started with a disaster, but finished quite nice, a 5.67 and a 3.83. He'll be going on to round 2. Big heats in the books and more to come. Stick around, you're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back with more action.
The Billabong Pro Pipeline is brought to you by Billabong, the official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. By Shiseido, the official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Flying Embers, the official hard kombucha of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask. Every adventure begins with 2 simple words. Let's go.
Welcome back to Pipeline. This is the Billabong Pro Pipeline, and we are live from the north shore of Oahu. Call it the 7 Mile Miracle. And I would say this is the most famous wave on planet Earth. Everybody knows what Pipeline is.
One of the first times that you arrive here, there's always the busloads of tourists that come in and they stand on the beach and they're like, is this the Pipeline?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, on a normal summer day, you wouldn't even know, but a day like today, it is absolutely perfect Pipeline. Every single wave seems to be a poster moment. You screenshot, poster on your wall, you're done. And I'll tell you, the action has been next level here so far at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, every heat just seems to escalate that much more, and the scores are showing.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, this morning we were talking about how it felt like that scale had been a bit suppressed because the judges know there's plenty on offer. Today is a huge day of action, and we're going to see a lot. There's room for improvement, and there's room for the scores to go even more into the excellent range.
Yeah, I mean, that's why people like me aren't judges, because I would have already given out 8 10s, and we'd have nowhere to go from there. We'd have to go up to 20.
We get too emotional.
26:40 on the clock, and we start with Jackson Baker, hard-charging rookie on the 2022 Championship Tour. Where is he? You can never look away because miracles happen right there, just missing out on coming out of a grinding, gurgling cavern.
I hope Strider's in the lineup because I know this morning, you know, Makua, Strider, they were just touching on the fact that there's an opportunity for these guys to get deeper, to position themselves a little bit better in the lineup. I think Jackson, like, as a rookie on tour, this must be one of the best opening rides that we've seen from a rookie. I mean, he didn't make it, but look how close he was.
Yeah, you will get credit.
Insane.
You will get credit from the judges, correct?
Well, do you know what? It's going to be a low score, but it's going to be the best low-scoring ride of his entire life. He just rides that mechanical ball. Look at that foam ball just nipping at his heels, and that's where he gets swallowed up.
Incredible vision right there.
Look at him, just under the peak. There's the boil. There's just hucking it under the hood. He makes it through so many sections, too. Does so well to keep that speed up and negotiate through it. So deep, so close. It's a glorious moment.
You know what? Welcome to the Championship Tour, Jackson Baker. Great way to start. He'll get right back out in the line. 25:20 to go. Kaipo Guerrero is standing by now with Seth Moniz.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Hey, Seth, how does it feel to start off your tour year with that heat?
Kind of speechless right now. I couldn't contain myself watching all morning. I had the jitters all morning. I was really nervous, like really didn't know what to expect. And once I got out there, I was just out there to have fun, and the waves kind of just turned on in our heat. It was pretty amazing.
I had a fan question for you. A fan asking about that no hand pump in the barrel. Talk us through that.
I mean, I got to give it up for my board. It's just like this board out here, Tokoro, he shapes the best pipe boards and boards on the North Shore. I just feel so comfortable out here. Feels like I can kind of do anything I want. So yeah, I don't know. We've had like a crazy run of swallows the last few weeks, so had a lot of practice. So I was pretty ready for this.
A winning combination, great pipe surfer with a great pipe board equals an outstanding performance.
That's right. Seth Moniz provided us for 5 poster moments there. And this is live action as we get straight back into it. Miguel Pupo. See, that's why you can't write anyone off until the wave is lapping up onto the sand. Right there was a perfect example of that. Completely disappeared. Miguel Pupo, strong, stylish, goofy footer out of Brazil. Grew up in Sao Paulo, now lives in Santa Catarina. His 9th season on tour. He has gone through the ups and downs of the Championship Tour and the QS. Started way back in 2008. Right now, loving his second chance on the Championship Tour, and I gotta say congratulations to the Pupo family, growing family, another baby on the way.
Amazing.
So to go home with the Billabong Pro Pipeline trophy would be great, but that prize money, buy you some diapers. I'm gonna use that old cliche, why not?
As you see him locking into this wave.
That was cool.
It was cool. It was cool that he made that exit. I mean, it wasn't clean. I think the judges might dock him some points for that, but cool to watch him as he just negotiates that drop. Slows down, double arm drag. Miguel Pupo, obviously his brother Sammy, making a championship tour. Look at the shift from his deck pad, that back foot all the way forwards there, just keeping that weight, projecting him forward.
The front arm, you know, he has the classic kind of stall is to use your back arm, jam it into the wave to slow yourself down, but that can rip your arm right out of it, sock it out of wave like Pipeline. So for him to be able to kind of subtly use both hands to help him slow down, speed control, the Pipeline is of utmost importance. Keeps getting slapped at the end of these waves, but he's making them.
So tricky though. You see there a lot of reverb up the face of that mid mid-size wave. There's a lot of reverb coming from the gum section.
So 22:10 to go. 4:17, decent start for Miguel Pupo. I mean, those have been keepers in past heats. But when you got guys like Seth Moniz dropping 16.44 heat totals and Kanoe Igarashi dropping 9s, you can't be surfing for 4s.
And I mean, even look at Jackson Baker's wave at 2.33. I mean, that was just a huge moment for him. He made it so far. It's just like, you're either going to get that small score, the 1 to 2 range, or you're going to get well rewarded with the 9s.
Yeah, it's almost like
There's
he got
no in between.
1 point for every second he was in that intense barrel. And if he would have made it out of that, that would have been, score would probably be at least tripled. There you see Jackson Baker right there on screen, number 61. Been excited to watch him surf on the championship tour level. Really fun to see the rise of Jackson Baker. 2021, he got runner-up in Ericeira, 9th place on the queue in the Challenger Series in 2019. Should Merriweather, New South Wales. Channel Islands team rider, but his #1 supporter is Emily, and she's had his back since day 1. She actually captured the moment that Jack got the call to let him know he was on the championship tour. So yes, all of Jackson Baker's sponsors deserve credit for helping him get to where he is today, but I'm gonna go ahead and call Emily the #1 sponsor and supporter.
Sounds like you've been doing some Instagram sleuthing, Chris.
Thank you for
Good
calling
job.
it sleuthing and not creeping.
And,
I'm just trying to do my research.
Well, Jackson Baker too. I mean, he's been here at the Rip Curl House, which is just down the road at Off the Wall. Kakoa Bakalso helping a lot of team out there, and they've had such impeccable days to train out here. It looks like Jackson's really been a sponge, and he's implementing that into his game plan. It's really cool to watch these rookies and get that first look of them on the championship tour.
Yeah, this is our scouting report, and it's happening live in front of our eyes. Jackson Baker, kind of a drawn-out bottom turn. The wave didn't really throw out like he expected it to, but if you can just make the drop and get to the shoulder and get back out into the lineup, you've accomplished something right there. I mean, even positionally, think of every big Kelly Slater moment in a pipeline event, and there always will be talk of a wave he got paddling back out. Seems to happen every time, and you know, for Jackson Baker right there, he got lucky because there was no good sets behind him. So now he has kind of almost a better visual of the lineup as he's going out to it. You can almost see more.
Yeah, he's got that panoramic view.
But we are so hyped to see Nat Young back on the championship tour. He's coming up in Heat 12. And I mean, talk about earning it back. It slipped through his hands, and you know, he had to grind his way back all the way from the bottom to QS. And he did it with power. He did it with, you know, all the tricks he has at his disposal. And that was one of those names. It was no surprise, but I know there was a lot of people stoked around the world to have Nat Young back on tour.
Oh, definitely. It's emotional. I mean, just to see him there in the Red Bull athlete zone with his little daughter, with his wife by his side. Just a perspective change for him, a refresh, and a really good opportunity to see him back where he belongs on the championship tour.
All right, 18:30 to go. Lots of time left in this heat and lots of pipeline to surf. Tons of sets rolling through, very consistent. Miguel Pupo right there, just on the outskirts of a guillotine, trying to eat him alive. Escapes unscathed. His heels were being just almost bitten by a large aquatic animal. That was a scary moment.
That was, I mean...
He's not
definitely-
scared.
no,
I'm scared.
No, he was probably just replaying that wave in his mind because the opportunity for him to slide under the hood was there. He kind of delays it there, slip slides down, doesn't quite pull under it.
Oh my God.
But like you said, he's
He
just
got
like
so lucky.
so almost swallowed by the beast, chewed up and spat out, but he makes it out into the channel unscathed.
Didn't even look like his heart rate went up.
Nice.
He was like, oh, and, you know, Miguel Pupo, he's been around the block. Like I said, he's been up and down on the CT, on the QS, on the Challenger Series. You know, he's kind of suffered and also appreciated all the good and bad things that, you know, professional surfing has to offer. He kind of slid away into obscurity for a little bit, but right when he started his comeback, it was pretty obvious that we have a new and improved Miguel Pupo. He's surfing with just more power, more presence. I think he's going to put a pretty good run together here in 2022.
Yeah, I think there's been character building moments for him in his career, and that just strengthens you. It's not an easy run on championship tour. You get knocked around a lot. I mean, emotionally, it's a roller coaster. You're traveling back and forth. You're missing your family. So, yeah, Miguel, he's kind of been trial by fire, and he's coming out a lot stronger.
He's about to be a father of 3. You got to bring home some contest winnings, some added motivation there. 1640, we've got Federico Moraes with priority, and the silence is speaking volumes here. Have not yet seen Federico take off on a wave yet, and I said that on purpose because I wanted to see this. Well, he has to straighten out, not the wave he wanted. Federico has had good results here on the North Shore of Oahu. 2019, he won the Hawaiian Pro. 2019, he won Azores, he won Santa Cruz. He had one hell of a year in 2019. Came through this year ranked 10th. So after 4 seasons on tour, Federico now is a vet. Got a good, solid seed. And coming from Portugal, from Cascais. He's obviously no stranger to kind of open ocean, powerful waves, but of course he's been coming to Hawaii probably since he was 12 years old.
Definitely. I mean, I think a lot of these guys have the opportunities with their sponsors to stay just down the road in the Billabong house, spend time watching this wave. I mean, I find when you come to Hawaii, you pretty much surf whichever break you end up at. Like if you're down at Pupuke, you're going out there all the time. Rockies, same deal at V-Land. But I think if you have the real estate here right at Pipeline, you're going to be out there all hours of the day, just waterlogged, coming in the dark. And that just helps you so much when you're competing.
Yeah, the sponsor's main job over here on the North Shore is to get their riders the most experience, the best chance to do that. And of course, if you have a beach run house, that helps, because guys like Federico Moraes, who, even though he's a big, strong dude, you know, nicest guy ever, but pretty menacing, I would say, if you're out in the water with him, he's at the bottom of he's at the back of the line. And so for a guy like Federico and for other traveling surfers to be constantly watching the lineup, there are these moments, you know, shift changes, if you will, where the big dogs come in. You know, it's from 8 to 10, and it's Jamie O'Brien, Slater, John, the whole crew's out there. And then, oh, a couple, you know, Eli Olsen's coming in, Nathan Florence is coming in. Okay, now you have that window. It doesn't last long, but that's when a lot of traveling surfers get that time in the water, those little windows, the shift changes when the heavies come in for a snack. They're going to come right back out. You have a limited time, so that's what smart surfers like Federico try to capitalize on when they're here.
Definitely. There are those moments where, you know, the big dogs, they're done eating, they come in for a hot minute, and you quickly sneak out for your...
Get the scraps.
Yeah, just your 1 or 2 waves. No, by now, I'm sure Federico's getting his fair share, but it is such a tough crowd to break into.
No doubt. 13:45 to go. Surfers getting reset in the lineup. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. So far, it's been Miguel Pupo, but a lot of surfing yet to come. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back. You ready to read the names of some icons? We're talking pipe champions, and all the way back to Jeff Hackman. And then you start to see some names that, you know, from Hackman to Lopez, Crawford, Thompson, Rory Russell, the dog, Larry Blair, Mark Richards, Simon Anderson. Do I need to keep going? These are the greatest surfers to ever do it. And when you see names start to repeat themselves, like Slater, Tom Carroll, etc., like this guy, John Florence, who won in 2021, that is a very, very special list. I mean, that's a Hall of Fame for Pipeline right there, past pipe champions. And here's one of them, John Florence, coming up next.
Yeah, you think about the accolades in our sport and what would mean the most. I mean, obviously there's the world title, but then right behind that would be a win here at Pipeline in this event.
Yeah, that's tombstone material. In the far, far future, of course, but, you know, Pipeline champion. Period. Say no more. That's all you need to know. 11:20 to go. Standing by. Returning to form here on the championship tour. Has already won everything there is to win over here on the North Shore this season. Won the digital Triple Crown. Won at Haleiwa, or won at Pipeline here at the HIC Pro. He's a winner, Rosie. That's John Florence. So good they named him twice.
Well, I mean, he's just been, it's crazy just watching him take that quiet moment on the beach, but everyone, I mean, you feel that anticipation. We as surf fans have been waiting for a healthy John Florence to enter the arena.
Split peak here, Miguel Pupo up and out. Federico Moraes went right. That's a good sign right there. Quick pan back, he's pulling out and people are clapping. Something good just happened for Federico Moraes, and he needed it with 10 minutes to go. He's only got a 1.5 and a 0.5. We'll see what the judges say for that last wave.
It's a Federico. I haven't seen too many backdoor waves this morning. Clean wave, just an in and out, textbook surfing.
Nice.
Nice, but how does that fit in with the scale? I did 1.84, he's got that all day, but like you said, he's only got those 2 low scores, and Jackson Baker pretty much the same.
Well, I liked it a lot, but I didn't get chills like I got from some of the waves that I saw from Seth and Barron. And yep, all the fans are here. It's just so nice to see smiling faces, roosters. We want women and children and dogs and cats. Bring everybody. We're back, baby. The North Shore is alive and thriving here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. That was fun.
That is fun. I mean, just watching this crowd on the beach, some of those bigger sets coming through, washing right up, people scrambling, grabbing cell phones, their umbrellas.
Hide your kids.
Yeah, no, it's full of energy down on the beach.
You know, I love, sometimes this event could be bittersweet in the past. As the last event of the year, you're going, no, the season's over? So I like we're starting here because you get to see performances like that. Jackson Baker, rookie. You know, knowing that that wasn't going to be a perfect 10, but also that feeling right there is something you'll never forget. Late drop, stops the takeoff, but gets absolutely hammered. So as always, when you see a crash like that, you take pause. We'll watch for Miguel Pupo. I mean, that was so tough.
All out of the sky, fins disengaged almost, but that wave just freight trained down the reef. I mean, there wasn't much hope for him as he just feels that air under his board, just disengages completely from the face.
Oh gosh, I mean, that moment. Yes, I made it. Oh,
There's
no.
that heart in your throat as you just feel like, okay, I've done it. I haven't done it. I'm not home free.
Oh, you know, that the only thing I could imagine that would be like is, you know, if you're a football player, if you're a wide receiver, right? You catch the ball, I got it, and then you feel something, a presence, and then you just get laid out. That's what happened right there from Miguel Pupo. We'll see if the judges give that one. But this is a nice looking ride for Jackson Baker.
Yeah, he's really settling into this heat. Just cool to see. I mean, I think we always anticipate having that first look at the rookies. You mentioned how we've transitioned Pipeline to the beginning event of the season, and there's so much that goes into being a rookie on tour, and this first event is really going to test your mental fortitude, the physical training that you've done. This year just gets off to a cracker start. I mean, we've got the mid-year cut after Margaret River. You only get one throwaway. There's so much happening. You got to come out of the gates and just sprint your little heart out.
Yeah, there's you know, it's one thing when you kind of start in fun waves, everybody can shake the cobwebs off, you know, but when you start at Pipeline, you got to rely on all the preparation you've done all year long, and this starts from when you surf your first event. And how bad do you want it? Well, ask the surfers that have challenged themselves out here today. You know, that was no doubt a wake-up call for our rookies. You are one of the best surfers in the world if you've made the championship tour. You get here, and now you're at the bottom of the line. Again, you got to start over. So it's a matter of who reacts, you know, who, if you didn't have a great first heat, you go into that second round, which will be today.
Yeah.
For some of these surfers, you know, the drawing board better be utilized quick.
Well, it's been, you know, such an eventful morning, and, you know, so bittersweet. A lot of the surfers have had some of the best sessions of their lives. Conor O'Leary came out saying that was one of our best sessions, where Liam O'Brien, the rookie on tour in the free surf, hurts his ankle, has to pull out of his first event as a rookie. So, you know, you're just seeing how things can just seesaw.
Well, speaking of seesaw, you see these conditions still turning on. We've got Strider Wasilewski in the channel right now. He is right there in the front row between John and the Heat in the lineup. Strider, this is so cool. This is awesome.
It's laughable. It's that good. I was, you know, asking John when he thought he saw the waves this good. It's been years. I mean, absolutely perfect. We want to get into a little positioning talk. So when these lulls happen, the surfers obviously have time. And so with that time comes those coming in, tide moving, wind. You're moving around in the lineup, and you do find yourself out of position. We saw Miguel Pupo fly into that giant perfect wave landing, but then just get mowed over. A little out of position. You gotta really stick to your guns. You gotta find your spots on the beach to line up with. You gotta literally look at pieces of reef and make sure that you're not drifting too far off of those marks, so that you know that you're in the spot when those waves do arrive.
Well, speaking of that, Strider, turn around and look what's behind you.
It looks like we have a nice 8 to 10 foot. Oh, I gotta get out of here.
I was gonna get out of there. I didn't want to stitch him up and get him talking. I had to warn him,
no, you
because
gave him a heads up.
This is one of the biggest sets of the day coming at us right now.
Strider snuck under it, just so you know. I looked over my shoulder. He's good.
I was worried, but now I'm worried about these three guys. 4 minutes, 14 seconds. This huge aquatic anomaly coming at them. Make that 5 of them. Mountains of water coming right their way. They got it. That's the crazy part too, is your instincts as a surfer, no matter how good you are, is to get out of the way, get out there. Well, these guys have to be under it and in the way.
It's so crazy. I just looked at the time. Local time is 12 p.m. I think Surfline predicting, you know, that peak of the swell starting right about now. So, see,
spot on.
You can feel it. I mean, we're standing here on the scaffolding, but on the beach, as these waves break, you feel that little bit of vibration.
Yeah, there's really nowhere else like this in the world. Chopo is so far out from the beach that, you know, you can feel it a little bit, but there's nowhere like Pipeline.
Yeah.
You stand on the sand, you feel the wave break. It's incredible.
That salty spray just kind of misting over the beach. You can see it right now. It just has that haze as the bigger sets come through. Leaves that salty air vapor.
Yeah, and full credit to our Water Patrol, of course, the North Shore Lifeguard Association. Talk about in the line of fire.
They are incredible. I mean, I think it gives these guys a lot of confidence knowing that they're on the Red Bull skis, ready to pick them up.
Well, when you see the usually, you know, stoic, relaxed John Florence smiling like that, you know good things are about to happen. There's Jadson, Andre coming up. These guys have been tour buddies for so long now. I love to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship coming up into this heat. You know, for Jadson, he is just that energizer bunny, never give up. He's always right, you know, he's always right there in the conversation at the end of the year. What's Jadson gonna do? And guess what he always does? He always scraps his way back on tour. So we're super excited to see what Jadson Andre has for us, but that's coming up next. We still have 2 minutes in this heat as it stands now. Jackson Baker, his last score was enough. A 4.20 gets him in the lead. But guess what? Plenty of waves coming through. Federico Moraes now on his back end. Textbook positioning, but just ahead of the tube there. I mean, if you're a young surfer or an old surfer like myself, I love to just really hone in on and try to study the art of backside tube riding, because it's the hardest thing to do in surfing. And so when you can see the world's best do it over and over and over, and even right there, Federico wasn't necessarily in the barrel, but just his body positioning, you're like, take notes.
Yeah.
You'll be a better surfer if you really study what these guys are doing.
Definitely, and I think, you know, it's what Strider touched on. I think that big set has actually pushed people off of their positioning in the lineup, so let's see if they can kind of get themselves into the apex and behind that boil.
Under a minute to go here. This has been a kind of a strange heat. We saw some big attempts, but nothing breaking through that 5-point mark. But Andy Irons said it, a win is a win. You don't count totals when you advance heats.
We've had moments of brilliance, right? I mean, Jackson's opening ride, even though it was the 2.33, he was looking good.
Best 2.3 of his life.
Miguel Pupo, he went for it, he sent it. Federico, we've seen a couple, you know, what he's capable of.
Well, Heat 8 nearly in the books. Jackson Baker, the rookie. Well, so far the most successful rookie we've seen yet. Getting the Heat win here. Miguel Pupo in second, Federico Moraes in third. So coming up next, get ready. John Florence, Jadson Andre, and João Chianca, an electrifying rookie out of Brazil, going up against one of the most dominant pipeline surfers to ever do it, John Florence. This is going to be good. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Coming up next, special guest, the Flying Tomato, Shaun White, joining the broadcast.
Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Pipeline. The action's been heavy. We're starting off here with Joao Chianca live action, and coming out of a pipeline cavern, Chumbino with the celebration. I'm Kai Paguro, joined by the wonderful Rosie Hodge. What a start, Rose.
What a start, and he likes it. I love that. I love the energy that we're feeling from the athletes at the moment, Capo. It's like they're stoked to be doing their job. We're happy to be here watching the action.
Well, the youngster out of Saquarema, Brazil, Joao Chianca Chumbino, just 21 years old, rookie year here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. This happened during the break with a veteran. Jadson Andre found the barrel himself, Rosie.
Yeah, also loving his job. A lot of speed through that little section.
John Florence is in this heat.
Oh, love it. No grab. Doesn't quite find the exit, though, but a good glimpse of what we're in for.
And another look at this brilliant backhand barrel ride, Rosie.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. I mean, the fact that he didn't grab his rail until he was under that lip, Cops. Seeing a lot of pump through there. Grabs it there, well negotiated. Very technical.
And if you were to look at the championship tour, this is some of the new spices and flavors that we're going to see for 2022. Exciting young rookies like Joao Chianca.
It's been so fun. That Challenger Series, the way that it ended at Haleiwa, it was so emotional. Just seeing, you know, the rookies get checked off the list. Like, hey, you've qualified. Here's your ticket. Your first event's going to be pipe.
Yeah, and Joao Chianca, he did finish that Challenger Series in the number 12 position. Of course, we had some double qualifiers, so he was well above the cut line to join this year's crew on the 2022 Championship Tour. We're still waiting for that number for Joao Chianca's opening ride, and it feels to me as if it's going to be an excellent number. It is an 8.43 for the opener. Here he is on his backup. Pumps one more time, grabbing on, gripping into the rail, and looks like he traveled for quite a bit before finally getting guillotined by that pipeline lip.
Yeah, another guy that seems to have that level of comfort out here at pipe. Jaddy.
Jaddy baby, in, out, no problem. So interesting start with the pair of Brazilians applying early pressure to probably the favorite in this entire event, John Florence.
Yeah, and I mean, that would probably be a game plan, something that's been premeditated by both of these guys, because they know they got to get that early start, apply that pressure, because John, I mean, it's so good to see him healthy, right, Carps? Like back competing, the winter that he's had so far has been amazing. But yeah, we always just so in tune with what John is up to.
Yeah, 10th season on the championship tour. Last two competitions at Pipe, John has been the champion. Let's see if he can make it three. Here we go, JJF. And no exit, which surprised me, Rose.
Uncharacteristic, Capo, for John not to make it out of the barrel, right?
That was a surprise to me. Here we go, Jadson Andre on a horrible wipeout. Now we're gonna have to be on high alert to see if that head pops up right there. That was a horrible wipeout.
Yeah, Jaddy's so sandy.
See if the water clears. There he is, okay. And he looks like he's okay. Hey, we got a special guest for you. Three-time Olympic gold medalist and probably one of the best all-around board sports athlete in the entire world. Welcome, Shaun White.
Hi, everyone.
There he is. Great to see you, Shaun.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, today's the eve of you leaving for your 5th Olympics in Beijing. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited. I got all outfitted. I'm heading over. So exciting. Like you said, my 5th Olympics. I mean, we're talking 20 years of me competing, and just to be at this point in my career at this age, I'm so thrilled to be going to Olympics again.
I want to hear, Shaun, what has changed for you since 2006, your first Olympics, and now?
Yeah. A lot. I mean, less hair, I would say. No, I don't know. I think for me, it's been about, longevity in my career. It's not been about like one moment. Obviously, the Olympics are those big moments in my career, but I would say that, you know, my thing I hang my hat on is being able to stay in a sport that's ever changing. You know, there's always tricks changing, new faces, new things, and to stay on top with the new guys and for this long has been really amazing. But I would say nowadays I need more rest days. I have to take like my time off before I can come back to it. I don't bounce back as fast as I used to, but I'm still in it. I'm still having a good time and feeling strong and confident.
Well, in surfing, we have our GOAT, Kelly Slater. In snowboarding, you're the GOAT, Shaun White. But I understand you and Kelly are good friends, and you've even been able to spend some time at the surf ranch.
Yeah, you know, that was such a funny story because, you know, people ask me sometimes, like, oh, you know, like, you know, you're well known or you're famous or whatever you like to call it. And, you know, what's a moment where you felt famous or something's happened? And I always refer to this moment because there are perks once in a while. And this was such a perk when I got a phone call from Kelly saying, hey, like, we got Eddie Vedder and Tony Hawk, and we're going to take a plane up and go hit the surf ranch. Like, do you want to come? Like, yeah, I'll be there. You know?
That's incredible.
So it was incredible. I love surfing. I don't know if people know, I'm actually named Shaun after Shaun Thompson, the South African surfer. So it's you know, big part of my family's, you know, my dad loves surfing, big part of my family and our upbringing. But yeah, surfing the ranch was incredible, like so much fun. My legs are just burning by the end of the day. Everything you hope and expect of that place, and I can't wait to go back.
Unreal. We got some live action right now, Shaun, and it looks like it's Joao Chianca.
Oof.
That's some of our new blood out of Brazil right now, already making a mark for himself. First heat on the championship tour. So Shaun, multi-sport, multi-bowlage sport guy from Carlsbad, surfing, great skateboarder, obviously the GOAT in snowboarding, but you got another project right now. And tell us a little bit about White Space.
Yeah, White Space is basically a activewear lifestyle and snowboarding brand that I started with my brother, actually, who did a lot with you guys on the WSL. My brother Jesse, 7 years older than me, we've always had like this connection through design and with the family, obviously, but like we built and developed products over the years for different brands, and we thought, wow, like what an amazing time to do something together. So we launched this brand called White Space. Obviously, the name is a play on my last name, but when you look it up, it means opportunity. It means a blank canvas, like a gap in the market. And so excited to present this in a sport like snowboarding and, you know, surfing as well. Like, you can invent a new trick and be the best in the world. There's no rules and guidelines. It's all up to your interpretation. So I love that meaning behind it. But, you know, this is my last Olympics. This is my last run. I've announced I'm retiring. So as one door closes in my competitive career, this new one's opening with this company, and I'm just so excited to put all of my, you know, expertise and focus into one thing. And my brother's he's got 2 baby boys, and looking at that and looking at, you know, my own life, and if I had kids at some point that could ride these products, or even there's a boy or girl out there that could you know, be part of this brand. I remember looking back when I was 7 years old, I got my first snowboard from Jake Burton, and like what that did to me, fast forward to where I'm at today, and maybe I could be that for the next generation and build a team and support. And so, yeah, it's really exciting. I'm so excited about it. And we'll be launching all the products next season. So it's been such a cool ride.
Yeah, thanks, Shaun. And you know what? I just want to tell you that I've enjoyed your entire journey, all back from the day when you were a little kid and we had to go to June Mountain to ride half pipes.
Oh, yeah.
All the way,
oh, yeah.
and watching that growth all the way to today. So I've enjoyed watching you through over all these years. Good luck in Beijing, and thanks for having us over.
All right, thank you. Bye, everyone.
Shaun White. That was great. That was a great phone call, a great conversation with Shaun White, the GOAT of snowboard halfpipe.
Yeah, there's some moments that you just want to soak in people's words, and I think Shaun White, he's got so much to offer, and just the fact that he's left such a huge legacy, obviously on competitive snowboarding, what he's done to advance the sport, and now, like you said, taking white space, focusing his energy, and looking to give back in a way and inspire that next generation.
Well, it was nice getting caught up with Shaun, and we hope that he brings home another gold medal for the U.S. Right now, John Florence, the maestro of pipeline, showing his mastery on that ride. Just a couple of small scores so far for Florence. Now he is in the comeback mode. Jadson Andre had to survive a horrible wipeout, and again, he's just going to get eaten up there. Jadson currently in second place, but John, if he gets a 6.61 or better, Rosie, he's going to take that second from Jadson. Heat leader here is Joao Chianca. Can he find an exit? And got caught up there. So incredible exchange, especially by John Florence.
Yeah, amazing just to see his answer back.
Take a look at a couple of these replays.
John digging in deep, sets that rail line. You see those different iterations of how he uses his body and his positioning to control his speed on this wave. Digs that backhand, drags it, grabs the rail there. Stood up tall for a moment, but just so well read and just so technically sound, right?
That is why he's the guy out here, is just the ability to do that, the read and the positioning, the technique, knowing how to slow down and speed up all at the same time. And Jadson, you know, this is just had to straighten out. That's just going to eat up time for Jaddy baby.
Yeah, Jaddy just hasn't had a look at it. I mean, that was the wave after John, so he was hoping for something special. Joao just getting under the hood, doesn't find the exit, but he is going for it. I mean, such a fun look at the rookies on tour now, to see them at pumping pipe and get that test.
Well, the score is in for John Florence, a 7-point ride. Flat 7 puts John in second. Jadson now in a third place position. Joao Chianca continuing to hold to the lead as we near the halfway mark of this heat. 15 minutes and 20 seconds counting down. Such an exciting day so far. We got a half a day to go. Here we go with Jadson Andre looking for that 3.57, just maybe to climb back into second place. Obviously surfing under priority and just trying to find what points he can.
And I think also just settling himself. Like you said, he took that beating. He had that wave where he was out of position, and now it's just kind of like, okay, get one complete ride under the belt and let's see if I can kind of release some of the nerves.
The last score, 2.5 for Jadson Andre. That was not enough, still searching for 3.57. And we've talked about it for a lot today, is it's really hard to get those big scores. The judges have really suppressed, you know, the scale. You have to do something incredible if you want to get in that excellent range.
Well, they're being super critical. I mean, looking at the conditions that we have today, the surfers have to create that point of difference, find those waves where it's risk versus reward. The ones that have really left the impression on us, the wow moments where the surfers have, you know, been absolutely swallowed by the wave, disappeared from view, just slip sliding down the face of it, and been able to maintain their composure and maintain their speed. The way that they wipe it off and the way that they accelerate through the barrel, everything is taken into consideration before giving the surfers a number.
Oh, lines of set coming through here, hitting the reef at Ehukai. John on the turn. Here he goes, slides down the face, little sliding on the bottom, parks himself perfectly and gets the exit, finds that door out after a big spick behind him.
So fun to watch someone who's so in tune with the break. Let's see Joao.
Shumino deep in a cavern, lots of spin, and he barely sneaks out. Joao Chianca challenging John Florence back to back. Those waves were incredible. I can't wait for the scores.
I know. I just want to see how the judges kind of put that into the scale. We might even get a little paddle battle. Nah, John's way in front, but just so cool to see them go back to back like that. I mean, obviously Zhao hearing the noise for John's wave as he exits the tube, but finds that one out the back, just laces through this wave so well, knifes out of it, really uses that projection from that top half of the wave to get the speed to avoid that lip line in the Eka gum section. Man, just so beautiful watching this wave.
Just the ability to manage his tube time and maximizing it, staying in there just until the last moment to escape for the completion.
But knowing how hard to pull up on that wave too, to avoid that lip and outrace it before it lands on his head too, is just so impeccable. You watch him and then he just kind of thrusts up.
Just masterfully done. And this timing right here, sneak out just in time.
Just in time. And Zhao did the same thing. I mean, the knifey out of the barrel was just so impressive. Zhao right here engages that rail, pushes that body into the face of the wave, slows down, speeds up, and also just is so well read to make it out before that wave closes out. That's just split-second decisions that you're making on the fly.
Well, we're waiting for those scores, and we'll give you those scores when we come back with more of the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
We'll get these scores out as soon as they come in. Looks like really providing a great opportunity. Last score of red. Last of red is 8-5-3. Red, you go to third. White, they're now in second. Needed a 7.11 to regain first. More importantly, you're trying to replace the delivery of a PH7. 1% time for your second score.
Looking at our pipe champions here, Kelly Slater, there's no denying his dominance with 7 pipeline championships. John Florence, when you take a look at his 8-point-plus rides, 32 coming into this event, we just got another one, so let's make it 33 for John Florence. And back to live action here with Joao Chianca. And Joao again completing another pipeline barrel. He's just having a buffet of barrels out here, as is this guy, John Florence, drifting and skating and escaping the barrel yet again. Jadson Andre, way deep on that one. Andre's been taking some beatings, paying the price out here in this heat. He's going for it.
He's always going to send it, right? I mean, Jaddy's that guy on tour that just never holds back. That opportunity presents itself and he's going to let those hands leave the rail almost to a fault, Cops. Like, there's times where you're like, just like slow it down just slightly.
Yeah, I'm scared for him. And here we go, Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Jet Bull ski, giving Jaddy a hand.
Yeah, just making sure.
And we'll see what's going on there. Maybe some reporting from the beach on this one, and this does not look like an equipment change to me. I don't want to speculate too far. We'll get more of the story, but this is Hawaiian Water Patrol bringing Jadson Andre into the beach.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, he's off the ski.
Now it's a broken board, and it looks like he's okay. He's to his feet on his own, rattled for sure, but he's a warrior, like you said, Rosie.
Yeah, the guy just never gives up, and he's going to go for it. But yeah, good to see him walk out of the water with his own energy.
Out in the lineup, these two have been putting on a show, Joao Chianca and John Florence. We're waiting for their last wave score to set the situation here in heat number 9 of the opening round, opening day of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. 8 minutes on the clock, and here goes John once again. Let's enjoy this. And extra section, he's out. Again.
So good.
Mastery.
Right? Yeah, and it's so black and white, I think, when you've been watching all day, but then you see someone like John's caliber paddle out here, you can tell he's just those couple levels above it all.
Yeah. Strider, what do you got for me?
Well, I'm just trying to get out of the way of these waves, but I'm baffled. I watched John just go through the motions out here of these highs, watching these, before the heat, and then he gets out in the lineup and gets behind a couple too deep, and now he's adjusted, and now he's making everything. It's just like, you can see the fire in his eyes. He saw Chianca get a couple of sick ones, and I think it fired him up. He doesn't want to lose to that kid, and he is just laser beams right now, flying out back out to the peak, paddle battling, just everything he can do to make sure he's dominating this heat.
Strider, there was just a beautiful wave breaking behind your back. It is absolutely lovely out there. We'll get back to you, Strider. Looks like we got a paddle. No, but talk to us about the conditions, Strider.
Oh, I've got to go under one.
Oh, go under, yeah. Hold your breath. We'll get back with Strider once we get him back above water.
Freaked out, it's so good.
And we heard it there from Slater. I'm freaked out. It's so good.
It's insane. I mean, this guy coming in for his 30th season on the championship tour cups. Still frothing like a Grom, though.
He is a Grom. There's something magical about Kelly Slater.
Peter Pan.
It's the Peter Pan syndrome's real. Here we go. Oh my. And then you pay.
There's not much water that you pin dropping into there. It gets real shallow. Sketchy.
So Chianca right now currently in second place with an 8.43 and a 6.87. A powerful position in that he has Jadson Andre comboed in third place. So Chianca looking good for his berth into the round of 32. John Florence currently leading this heat. We're waiting for one more score for John to update you on the situation at 5 minutes and 45 seconds. And there is a Jadson Andre souvenir. Replay.
Here we go. John gets that little puck up of speed before he just does some travel time under the curtain. Looks like he's having the time of his life. I mean, it just shows it's exuding out of his body language. Just time stands still, I think, for John. I think for a lot of people, they just looking for that exit. They just want to get the ride over and done with, where John has that ability to slow things down, just take every aspect of it in and really just adjust to what the wave is doing.
And that adjustment there, evident in the slow motion, to get that bonus section on this elongated pipeline wave, that's not just technique, that's also wave selection and knowing this wave intimately that John does.
I know, it's insane. I think, when you watch John's eye line and the way that when he decides that he wants to go, when he identifies the wave that he wants, it's like, it's on, right? You watch him paddle into it and he is all in.
And it is on. An 8.6, combine that with an 8.53, 17.13, excellent heat for John Florence. And Rosie, that is what we expected.
Yeah, we did. Well deserved, well deserved. I mean, we might even see him up the ante in the last 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
And now he just looks like he's talking. These guys are having a good heat because they're getting great waves, big scores, and now you can see in the last 4 minutes, Joao and John just having a little talk out there.
Yeah, and you know what, the ingredients, I think, to have John have a great heat, I mean, I've seen it before, and we even heard it from Kelly before he hits the lineup, is watching before getting fired up. Then in the water, having someone like Joao really, up the ante for him, gets him excited. And now these two guys just trading off stories of their rides. Pretty fun.
They're having a fun day, both of them. And a great start to the season for both John, who I would call a veteran now, and the rookie, Joao Chianca.
So cool. I mean, obviously the waiting period for this event has shifted from December now to, January, February. You're seeing a different set of conditions. And this window is really already delivering for us.
Yeah, and we've had an exceptional year this last month, where we've had just a ton of swell coming out of both the west-northwest as well as west. Joao, why not? Now he's just doing this for love and fun, and another spray and exit for Joao Chianca.
You see John looking over his shoulder, just watching the end of that ride.
So I can't say enough about this youngster. We saw him coming a long time ago. Younger brother Joao, Lucas Shumbo Chianca, who is a exceptional big wave surfer, just a great surfer all on his own. He's always had that younger brother coming up, and then finally started to take the spotlight, Joao Chianca. And they come from a wave-rich region in Brazil, Saquarema, but they are just incredible. And that just shows, you know, this is the new blood here that's going to further reinforce that Brazilian storm.
Yeah, the talent runs deep in that family, and obviously the talent in Brazil is just bubbling over. And obviously, you know, we've just seen it year after year as they take over competitive surfing.
Yeah, there's some talent out of Cocoa Beach, Florida, too. Right there, that guy.
It's insane. I mean, I think it's just so cool as a sports fan, as a Kelly fan, just to watch him seem invigorated and motivated before he gets ready for his heat.
Well, you know, he made some comments at the end of the year last year where he was saying, hey, I'm coming back in 2022. I'm coming back stronger than ever. Strider.
Yeah, it's insane. It is. It's probably the best I've ever seen it. Yes, and you know what's funny? Is that these guys are sitting in the lineup and they don't even have to talk to each other. They just look at each other and they can't not smile at each other because the waves are so perfect. There's no like intensity. They're just like, Kelly Powell, but I said, I can't even talk, bro. I can't believe how good the waves are. And then I watched him and Jack have an interaction. They didn't say a word. They just smiled at each other and shook their heads because it's so perfect. It's amazing. It's the best thing I've ever seen.
I hear it in your voice, Strider, your excitement too. When you go to that next octave, that means the Waz is frothing.
I am frothing. It is, and I mean, the water is moving in such beautiful ways out here that, you know, you just pray and hope for a day like today. We've been so blessed with the way that the water is moving out here. It's just coming across the reef immaculately onto this. I mean, you dream of days like this as a pipe surfer, and my whole life, I love it. So I just wanted to say, thank you, Mother Nature, for an epic day.
All right, Waz, we're coming down to the final 30 seconds of this heat, and it looks like both John Florence and Joao Chianca are destined for a berth in the round of 32. But Rosie, just as importantly, they really raised the bar of expectation here.
They have. I mean, they've set the standard for today's action. This next heat, let's see it. We got Kelly Slater, Jack Robbo, are two of the surfers in it. So got a lot to look forward to still, Caps.
It's been a magical day as the countdown happens right now, and Jadson's going to decide to go back door, a long stretching wave, and will the door stay open for Jadson Andre? No. That was an extremely entertaining heat. That was incredible surfing. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to have the GOAT, Kelly Slater. He's going to be in the water along with Jack Robinson and the newcomer, Luca Messina. Stick around.
Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Oh my god. Gilmore up again. Setting up on the inside, an amazing read. And a huge end section turn.
Driving through an impossible section, Kelly makes it.
No holds barred for Courtney Conlon.
As he asks for the 10 and gets it.
Drives out and celebrates. Blakey flicks into the reverse, and she loves the feel of it.
Owen Wright, your Tahiti Pro choke with champions.
What a moment! Corrupt Lim, and he easily stops it.
Your 2021 World Champion.
Well, we're going to once again have those Hydro Flask Let's Go moments, but we just had a moment. Let's go, John Florence, because that was an incredible display of surfing. 17.13 for John. And Joao Chianca, the rookie, also really stepping up in some beautiful, epic pipeline. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, joined by Ross Williams, and we have another great heat, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go on and not too thin of a limb. I think it's a really safe, thick limb, and say this is some of the probably the best day I've ever seen here at Pipe for a contest. I mean, it is just as good as it can be. If you've seen a better day, we're just talking about preference at this point, because it's just perfect out there. The wind, the swell direction, the size, it's just money.
Yeah, and you know what? Your fellow Momentum Generation buddy, Shane Dorian, said the exact same thing. He said 10 out of 10. So you guys are on the same page.
That's awesome. Well, he knows he's been in a barrel or two out here, but yeah, it was pretty rad. And I was standing in a yard a couple of houses down with Kelly before this heat, and he was bursting out of his skin. He was so amped. So this is going to be another good heat.
Well, I mean, you're a surf coach, Ross, and he's the greatest of all time, but I'm sure still you can overamp, couldn't you?
Exactly. You know, obviously I coached John, right? So I'm not trying to help out Kelly too much, but even Kelly's my buddy, right? He's like a brother. So I'm like, hey, don't forget to breathe. You know, don't overamp. It's really easy to do for these guys. You know, for John and Kelly and a lot of these guys out here, that's the one thing you could really do. You could shoot yourself in the foot by overamping.
Especially given the fact that I mean, I've been calling surfing for a long time. Sometimes you have those epic heats, and what follows them, you have to be prepared for maybe a slow heat.
A little hangover.
And you come into that heat, and you're thinking like, oh, you're so fired up, but then the very next heat doesn't provide the same opportunity.
Right. That's great. Good. That's exactly what it's about, Kaipo. And you know, every heat has its own life form, and that's all you need to worry about, that 30 minutes. Don't hang on to the future or the past.
Stay in the moment is the theme right now. 25 minutes on the countdown. Slater's in the water. He's got 7 championships here out at Pipeline, 55 championship tour wins. Amazingly, this is his 29th championship tour season. Breaking new records all the time. He's going to turn 50 in February. All I can say is wow.
Yeah, he's an old man, but he's in like a 35-year-old body. You know, he's kept himself in good shape. Here we go, Kipes.
Robo, Jack Robinson driving through and comes out easily. And if Slater needed any motivation, there you go, Jack Robinson. An incredible pipe surfer in his own. He's taken a win here at the Pipe Pro, as well as right behind him, Luca Messinas, the Peruvian, with a good wave of his own.
Okay. Wanted to see what he could do.
So the stage is set.
Oh, yeah, looking for Kelly there. And so, you know, not exactly the start that Kelly wanted. Both his competitors getting a couple good waves under the belt real quick. That's going to calm the nerves, Kipes.
Yeah, that's going to feel good for Jack Robinson, and it's going to take the butterflies away for the rookie, the 25-year-old Luca Messinas out of Peru, our first Peruvian male surfer on the championship tour. Here's some replays.
Well, one thing that's a good dynamic in this heat, because Robbo and Kelly have a good relationship. You know, these guys are buddies. They're going to be inspired by each other. So Kelly's going to be frothing, and this is just textbook. What Jack did on this drop right here was an extreme amount of talent being displayed. How late he was, how much control he had with his rail, that was next level surfing. That was one of the better drops and better like kind of pull-ins we've seen today from Rabo. So amazing start there for him. And as you said, the Peruvian looking good. I was wondering like kind of the X factor in his heat. We know what Kelly can do. We know what Jack can do, but the Peruvian's looking pretty solid. I think it's gonna be a massive score, but it's a start.
La Machina, Luca Macinas, one of 2 Peruvians in this year's Billabong Pro Pipeline. Of course, Miguel Tudela also representing Peru. So we're waiting for those numbers to drop. It feels like an excellent score for Jack Robinson and his start, and it's what we expect from Rabo here at Pipeline, who's always charging, and there you go, in the excellent range. Yeah, that is 9.17 for the start.
So, Kaipo, correct me if I'm wrong, was that the highest score of the event so far?
I believe so, yeah.
I think Kanoa got a flat 9 a few heats ago, so yeah. And I'm really happy to say, you know, to see that the judges spotted that, because that was technical. That was a gnarly late drop. He made it look easy. He did that big old maneuver, pulling in and up and high. He was deep. Everything was perfect.
Let's hear what it looked like from the water. Strider.
Yeah, you know what, Kaipo, from the water, it was one of those things where everything looked perfect, like Ross was talking about. And then he made an adjustment inside the barrel. As he saw the lip line landing next to him, he sucked himself up into the corner high on the wall so that he could stay away from the whitewater, the whitewater monster, they call it, trying to get him. And it was beautiful. And as the wave sucked in and took a breath, it looked like it was going to go all the way back, and he came up all the way to the smallest part of the tube where he could just, nothing was touching him, but he technically put himself in such a perfect position to make that wave. I've seen a lot of backhand surfers today, and that whitewater foam ball just catching them and taking them down over and over again. He knew it was coming. He put himself high on the wall and then slipped right through.
Thank you, Strider. Love the in-the-water analysis from Strider Wazalewski, and that's going to be a key part of our commentary team as we roll through this event, the first of the season.
So where Strider is sitting in a channel, every single barrel, he's looking straight down the throat. And he's getting that beautiful view. He's seeing all that technical work that goes behind the curtain. The judges want to see the front-on angle because they want to see the depth. They want to see how far back you get, so they need to see that. But it really is important also to see inside the barrel, because then there's some maneuvering going on. And Strider was spot on with noticing how he was so high and dry, stayed above that whitewash ball, and he needed to do that. So very technical. And again, Jack makes it look easy. That's something you do on a 3-foot wave, not a 10-foot wave of pipe. You know, you talk about commitment. This guy is just so locked in.
Child prodigy, Jack Robinson. We always knew about his tube riding ability and his bravado in dangerous surf.
Yeah.
But what we've seen lately from Jack Robinson is his maturing as a competitor and learning how to play the game better.
Right.
And hats off to him, because with his maiden CT victory over there in the Corona Open Mexico, you would have been proud as a coach, because he was able to calm himself. He put himself in a mental bubble. Nobody could touch him, and he was focused on the moment every single heat.
Yeah, that was an interesting one to watch for Jack, because you know, he grew up in Western Australia. He grew up, you know, right down the river from the Box, which is one of the craziest waves in the world. So he's very comfortable and sort of groomed himself to be an expert slab surfer. He knows how to negotiate these crazy barrels and drops and stuff, but not necessarily. He's sort of been catching up with some of the surfers his age in performance and airs and carves and stuff like that. And to Jack's credit, he's done his work. He's gotten better as a surfer.
And the proof's in the pudding right now with the 9.17 for Jack Robinson. Kelly Slater holding on to priority. Sets coming through here. Slater's looking interested in backdoor. And here he goes. Slater stretching out. Big cavern through backdoor second section. No problem for Kelly Slater. Oh, beautiful carve. And finishes off there. So put Kelly Slater's card in the game, and we're going to look for that score from Slater. Your initial thoughts, Ross?
Well, Kelly's really smart. You know, this is just a high-level thing. He's obviously talented. You know, he's the GOAT, but he's also, it's made him such a dominant competitor is he's very smart. He's always locked into strategy. He's always locked into his opponents. And you know damn well that Kelly's paying attention to Luca. He knows he's a Grom on tour, and he wants to expose him. So right now, a 5.83 for Luca's first wave. Kelly's keeping tabs, and he knows that right at backdoor is going to put him right ahead of him. So Kelly's smart. You know, he's not going to just sit there and wait for the perfect wave at pipe. He wanted to get going.
Talk to us about Kelly's journey back out into the takeoff zone right now from backdoor.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a journey, exactly. You know, where he is on this kind of size of a day, it's too tough to paddle back out through off the wall. You'll just get absolutely licked. So he's going to paddle around the soundbar towards Ehukai. I don't know. What do you think, Kipes? It's going to take him a few minutes, maybe 4 at tops.
Jack Robinson, wave number 3 again, and the backup. How did he do that? Jack Robinson started with a 9.17, and I think he just upped the ante there with his wave number 2. Strider, what's your thoughts?
That was incredible. I'm giving him another notch on the point level, but coming out sideways through the lip and regaining composure to actually stand back up. He just gave me the shark eye on the side and just looked at me like, yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh, that was amazing to see that. And you know what? The beach just went wild. And I just wanted to comment, you feel it when they light up, and you can feel the energy, and we're our full bore here at Pipeline.
We're checking out the replay right now, Strider, and that water view was beautiful. It was a full magician, a full Houdini. Where'd he come from, Ross? How'd he escape?
Well, you know who made that maneuver right there? I know it doesn't look like a maneuver, but it is. Popular is Bruce Irons and Andy Irons. Those guys were so good at letting go of the rail and getting one big backside pump in, and that's exactly what Robbo does right here. Look at that right there, big pump. Got him just that extra 4 to 5 feet ahead to get him away from that foam ball and break through. There, you know, that looked really dramatic, but he did the hard work before that with that big pump.
And here's Kelly's backdoor opener.
Drainer. I mean, that's just a drainer. Look how shallow the reef is right there. It's just a couple feet deep underneath him. So it's going to be a great start for Kelly. Like, excellent score, Kaipo. So the GOAT, he's on the trail.
Yeah, this is an 8-point ride for the opener for Kelly Slater.
A lot of that was due to, you know, how square that wave was. It was a shallow, throaty barrel at backdoor. The judges like that. That's critical.
Score in for Jack Robinson, a 9.5, two-wave total of 18.67. That is the highest point total of the day. Jack Robinson raised the bar, and it was incredible that he's able to raise the bar given already what we saw the performances earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that was nuts. Robbo is the kind of guy that's going to 100% take advantage of the conditions. Not everyone's going to do that. Some people sort of get in the way of a set wave and get barreled and get the barrel of their life today, but Robbo is going to capitalize.
Well, let's take a look at some of the numbers for Kelly Slater as we dig into the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. 55 career event wins. Heat wins 827, and his heat winning percentage over 72% in all 3 categories, the highest on tour.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to eclipse event wins. 55, that's forever. You probably say the same thing about 827. It's just next level. It's all due to his longevity on tour. It's not normal for any sport.
But what is incredible is that 72% heat win percentage.
Right.
And actually, throughout all these years, you would say that's even more difficult because he has more heat surfed,
right.
So it would be harder to maintain that high percentage of heat wins.
Absolutely, especially from age 40 to 50. You'd think, okay, now he's probably just hanging on for dear life, but he's still been sneaking in some event wins and a lot of heat wins. He's consistent for how old he is.
Yeah, the Kelly Slater story continues to be written, and today's just another page. Oh, so much excitement. Let's take a break right now because I got to calm down. We're all going to calm down, but we'll come back for the conclusion of this incredible heat. Taking a look at our pipeline champions over the years, Kelly Slater's got his name on this list 7 times, starting in 1992, all the way until his last win in 2013. But there's been some epic stories here. The dominance of Derek Ho, Tom Carroll going back-to-back. The wild card, Johnny Boy Gomes in 1997, who made that final coming from the trials along with Michael Ho. This event is deep in history, and we are going to be celebrating that history throughout this running of it.
So good, I love it. You know, and just the nostalgia too, of thinking back to the 70s, guys like Roy Russell, you know, Jeff Hackman, the first winner of this event. It's really fun to look at the evolution of how you surf pipeline, the equipment, just the characters. You know,
there's so many characters.
Cool surfers. It's almost like mountain climbers. You know, back in the day, it was like really evolutionary to surf a shortboard out here at Pipe.
Sure was. Here we go. We're catching up with some of the action while we're on break. This is Luca Macinas.
Yeah, and poor Luca, you know, he's just got a tough heat here with Kelly, the GOAT, who's just still so in his prime at Pipeline, and then Robbo, who's putting on a display. So not getting too deep in that barrel. Judges throw him a quick 2-point ride. He's got his work cut out for him, Kaipo.
Yeah, Macinas, this is his baptism into the championship tour, and he's really feeling it. I mean, there's no gimmies, obviously, even from the opening round. People always like to talk about equipment. I got a little information on what Kelly Slater's riding out there. He's got a board, the Houdini, that's been shaped and designed by the North Shore Zone, by Hawaii Zone, Wade Tokoro, a great pipe surfer in himself. So excellent board underneath his feet. And Kelly also has Enduro Fins, his new fin company coming out. So this fin company is really unique in that the fins float.
Right.
So after years, and you could ask Mark Cunningham, that who's the narrator for the Pioneers of Pipeline, how many fins he finds on the bottom here at Pipeline. Well, these fins that float actually are pretty revolutionary. So always not just evolving surfing, Kelly Slater, but also evolving equipment.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the most out of anyone in history. Kelly is a really good student, so it's natural that he started his own company with Endorphins. And speaking of fins, Kaipo, he's riding a quad out there, so he's got 4 fins. I would say out of anyone in a history of competitive surfer, he's the most liberated when it comes to surfboards, when it comes to fin setups. He's not shy. He's not afraid to try and kind of break ground and what works best. And out here at Pipe and Backdoor, he's looking for speed. That's why he chose those 4 fins. It's a little faster than a thruster setup. And also, that's a 6.6 Tokoro. I had a chat with him before the heat, and so that's a longer board. A lot of the guys ride shorter boards. John rode a 6.4, but Kelly, a little bit more old school, going for a touch more length.
Well, it looks like it's working for him. I do some predictions coming into this event and every event, along with Rosie Hodge, and you can find it at worldsurfleague.com. And I'm just going to show you some of my predictions coming out of this event on the top 5 that I feel are going to be coming out of this event. John Florence, well, we've seen that already. Italo Ferreira, I agree. Griffin Colapinto, I got a lot of faith in him. But I put Kelly on my list just for all those reasons that we talked about.
So, Kaipo, this is for your final 5 at the end of the year?
No, after this event.
Okay,
and then every event, I'm going to do who I think is going to be final 5 at the conclusion of that event. In the articles, I'm also going to talk about some of my dark horses to look out for. And as defending world champion fantasy surf, I'm going to give you guys some fantasy surf tips.
And for the audience out there, as we see Caio and some of the boys, the Brazilian contingent watching on, Kaipo might sound like he's kind of joking. You actually did win the ratings, didn't you, for the Fantasy League?
Yes, I did. I read the regular season ratings, #1 out of whatever 100,000 people that played it. I encourage you all to sign up. Go to worldsurfleague.com and get involved. Participate in fantasy surf. And remember, take a look at all those tiers and carefully select your power surfer, because your power surfer doubles your points. You can join us in the Clash of the Commentators League. After such a great year last year, I don't know. I think I may have the sophomore jinx this year, and I may even have to take a breather, but I'm still going to be playing.
Well, In my best Dave Prodown voice, heavy weighs the crown.
Heavy is the crown.
Take a break, Kaipo.
There we go. There's the clash of the commentators. WSL Fantasy. It's really, really entertaining. Play it for your friends. You know, play with your friends for bragging rights, or you can play with your friends for set waves. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
I offered last year, you know, 6 cans of Spam, whoever won. Unfortunately, nobody beat me, so I kept those 6 cans.
No way. Should have gave it to second. Come on. Spam.
I keep, well.
Vitamin S in Hawaii.
7 minutes on the clock. Kelly Slater currently in second place, just with a single wave score. So Slater sniffing around the lineup. He's going to want to back up that 8-point ride. Oh, Strider.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Hey, I just wanted, I just wanted to know if you could help me out a little bit with the fantasy deal.
Can I help you?
Yeah, can you help me? I forgot to put my team in.
Okay.
Can I still put one in?
Of course. So you can continue to evolve your team. No problem. You can continue to switch around your team all the way until the end of the elimination round. At the end of the elimination round, your team is locked in. So Strider, when you get back to shore, you still have a chance to put your team in. And for everyone playing fantasy, remember, be nimble. Watch what's happening right now, and you can move around your team. But once we finish this afternoon with the elimination round, your men are going to be locked in.
Thank you, Kaipo.
Sure.
Strider has time. That's pretty interesting. So of course you should watch the first round, see how your surfer's looking, see who's being pushed into the elimination round. Why take that risk, right? And wait till the end of the day.
As we're back to 5 minute 45 seconds here again, Slater needing a backup score. Luca Messinas is still not out of reach at the moment, just a 2.18 as it stands right now. We'll move him into second. He's going to need more than that once Slater gets his backup score. But say Kelly only gets like a 3-point ride, Luca's only going to need a 5.18 to overtake Slater. So Slater is in no way safe at this point. Who is safe in this heat is Jack Robinson.
Yeah, at this point, Jack is cruising. He's just going to enjoy the last 5 minutes. Kelly's stressing a little bit right now. He needs that backup score. We've been talking up a big game, and, Kelly deserves it, but you never know. This is prime time for Luca to sneak in there and kind of steal the show.
Well, here are the opportunities. Unfortunately for La Machina, Luca Messinas, he is third in the priority lineup. Robinson with first priority, doesn't need it at the moment. Slater typically would be sharking around the lineup looking for some opportunity, but looks like he's content just to stay right in his spot, Ross.
At some point, he's going to have to make the decision to lower the wave quality. Like, okay, I don't need a 6 or an 8 or a 7. So you might see Kelly look for a smaller score as we see Robbo. Wave of the day right there. 2 of them, in fact, 9.17. Beautiful late drop right there, Kaipo. So technical. And here's the tribute to AI. Big old pump right there. So deep. Breaks through for a 9.5. So easily the highest 2-wave score of the event so far.
Slater found one at backdoor, Ross.
Little goat track right here for Kelly. That was a sick wave there. Super square, nice and shallow. Little hack there for good measure, Kipes.
And that is our recap of the heat so far. Back to live action from above. And the surfer's going to have to alter their strategy just a bit in this final 3 minutes 45 seconds.
Yeah, and that's what I was alluding to with Kelly, before that highlight reel, is that, at some point he's going to have to be okay with looking for a 2.5 or something like that. Just anything to up the ante to make the challenge for Luca a little more difficult, because a 2.18 right now is really easy for him. But if Kelly even gets a 2, that doubles, and all of a sudden he needs a 4, which Kaipo, that's pretty tricky today.
Slater on the move.
Ooh.
Lining himself up. Robinson's not interested in it. Slater's gonna go. He goes pipe. Grabbing the rail, no problem for the 11-time world champ. That's his backup score. Now tons of pressure on the rookie.
Calculated too from Kelly. He made sure he wasn't too deep. Very smart.
Meanwhile, Robinson again taming the beast at pipeline. Beautiful drop, great technique, and the crowd loves it.
He's just enjoying it. He's absolutely having fun with it. And it's not easy to do. He's toying with pipeline right now, and these waves are super scary. Like for some of the surfers in this draw, they're sketched out there, and Jack is just toying with it. And now Luca is going to need a solid score because Kelly is going to be a mid-ranger. Again, very smart. He didn't get too deep. He knows that he needed to make this barrel. He wants to put the pressure on the kid. So it should be, just a mid-range score, but that's going to, really leave a tough score for Luca in the last 3 minutes. So veteran move there from Kelly.
And Robbo.
Oh, again, just those subtle little movements, stalling mid-face. Again, that's something that you could probably easily do on a 3-foot wave on a sandbar, but not on a 10-foot wave at pipe. And he's just next level. He's making it look so easy, but that is high-level surfing at pipe.
We'll be waiting for both of those scores to set the situation. Slater sees another wave. He's on the move. Kelly goes back door and comes through that section. No problem. Beautifully ridden, Kelly Slater.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting there. He was take a good look at Luca, making sure that he could split the peak. He knew Luca was committed to going left, and he quickly backdoored that section on the right.
That was a really keen observation because he could have got interference right there. Right. So he had to take even more time before committing to that wave before he took his last paddle. Let's take a look at his takeoff.
I mean, Luca could have actually went right real quick on him and gave him an interference, but it's too gnarly out here. You can't really mess around like that. He committed to going left. And to Luca's credit, that was a solid pipeline barrel. But Kelly behind the A-frame right here, bottom turning straight into it, super deep Kaipo. So a quick barrel, but really deep.
Oh man. The Robinson-Slater show continues. Jack Robinson's last score, not one of his top two, an 8.87. He'll remain with 18.67 as his two-wave total. We're waiting for the last score of Kelly Slater.
I mean, there was a few surfers so far this morning that made it through their heat with that 8.87 as their total with two waves, and now it's his throwaway. So Jack's just going ham.
Countdown coming up, and it is going to be in the books right now for Jack Robinson as well as Kelly Slater, moving on into the round of 32, but brilliant surfing by Jack Robinson. Certainly going to be a favorite here, Jack Robinson, and always a favorite, Kelly Slater. We're going to take a break, but we're going to be back with Kaloy Andino, Ethan Ewing, and Imai Kalani Devald in the water.
And just when you thought it was safe to turn away from the television, think again. Another epic matchup hits the lineup here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We just witnessed one of the best heats in recent Pipeline memory. Kelly Slater, Jack Robinson, Luca La Machina Macinas making his debut here on the championship tour. Huge heat totals all around, everybody in the double digits. Beach is going wild. This is why we come to Pipeline. So excited to bring you this next heat. It's another cracker. Chloe Andino, Ethan Ewing, Imai Kalani DeVault. I am Chris Cote, Ross Williams, joined by Laura Aniver. Laura, you've been in and around the beach all day long. What is the vibe on the sand like today?
Well, guys, I can definitely confirm you do not need coffee today at the beach. I have been buzzing around all over the place. It's been absolutely incredible. The waves just keep marching through. The wind is just amazing offshore all day, those trade winds, and it's most of the surfers are coming in, and the natural reaction is, I've just had the session of my life. So it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, in the past, you've seen some sad surfers coming in from losing. I don't think win, lose, or draw, anybody's sad about surfing out there today. Ross, that last heat, Kelly Slater, Jack Robinson, and don't forget Luca Macinas making his rookie debut. I mean, that right there, that's a final. And we're seeing that kind of surfing on day one.
Yeah, it's incredible. And again, you're seeing people like Jack sort of separate themselves from the rest of the field and Johnny and Kelly had a great heat where they're really capitalizing on these conditions, because let's face it, the waves are perfect, but it's in the eye of the beholder. It's still gnarly out there. You got to commit yourself to these big, heavy drops. You don't want to hit the reef out here, so being committed at Pipeline is easier said than done.
We'll talk about committed. Straight from the buzzer, Ethan Ewing.
Nice one. Really deep there.
That is the way to start.
I mean, as usual, the technique. Does anybody do it technically as sound as Ethan Ewing?
You know what's cool? He's a fun story because much like Felipe, he's always kind of picked apart because he surfs so darn good in small waves that everyone wants to see what he can do at places like Pipe and Chopes. And I want to say, that wasn't like the craziest wave ever, but it was a little bit of an answer there. And he is working with Shane Dorian as well, so that's good, trying to pick up some insight for Pipe for Ethan.
If anyone's going to help you go, it's Shane now.
Yes.
The 26:30 on the clock. Like I said, stellar matchup here. Ethan Ewing, Kalohe Andino, and Imai Kalani DeVault. This is going to be a good one. Before we get to the remainder of this heat, let's go back and talk about a dominant surfer in that past heat. Taking out the GOAT, Jack Robinson is on fire. He's standing by now with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, I'm trying not to overfroth, but Jack, the last time we had championship tour competition in Mexico, you won that event. Now starting the year at Pipeline in these kinds of conditions, where's the energy level?
Yeah, it's pretty steady right now. Just trying to take it step by step, and each heat, or just like watching the conditions. It's so good today. You can get so excited, and yeah, I was just trying to calm down because I know how good the waves are. So yeah, it was good fun.
And just watching yourself and Kelly making your way out to the lineup too, just having that bit of a moment. What was it like sharing the lineup with Kelly?
Yeah, we looked at each other and just laughed at each other. We were like, oh, okay, all right. And then, yeah, it was just down to business, just worried about myself. And it's gnarly, so you kind of got to be careful too. And yeah, it's just amazing out there. So yeah, step by step.
Step by step, but let's, rookie season behind you, now looking into the second year on the championship tour. How are you feeling about it?
I feel good. I feel, so much you learn in 1 year, and yeah, it's so many things that happen, and now I'm kind of just enjoying it moment by moment. It's not too far ahead, or worried about too much ahead, because I won't enjoy it otherwise. So yeah, it's just straight one thing at a time. I'm really happy. So yeah.
Keep up the great performances, Jack. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. And I know all three of us have been celebrating Jack Robinson since he was a wee little grommet with a bowl cut in West Oz.
10 out of 10.
Yeah, Laura, has he lived up to the expectations that he was kind of saddled with at a young age?
Above and beyond. I mean, I've been on a few trips with Jack over in West Oz, and he literally would just surf for about 8 hours non-stop. He'd take a little bar out in his wetsuit, and he wouldn't come in. I'd come in and be like, I need to nap, and he's just out there all day, and he just has put in the time. He's been one of those groms that just has frothed and surfed all day, and he's been here the whole winter. He hasn't gone home at all to Oz. He's been at the Volcom House surfing his brains out. So I do love though how he can stay calm. He knows that he could go out and catch any wave, but he likes to pull it back and stay calm. Like, just then you're like, where's the energy? But he's, you know, he's already focused to the next heat and trying to keep his chill.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kaipo and Ross were basically tearing the scaffolding down out of excitement, and so was I. But yeah, Ross, I mean, right there, that is the perfect example of a steady competitor. Look, I mean, he just basically won the world title just by being in that heat. But where do you go from there?
Well, it's interesting, you know, Rosie mentioned how he just came off his rookie season. He doesn't feel like a rookie. He's been around for a minute, but that was his rookie season last year. And as you said, Laura, he's here every winter, all winter. He's not one of those guys that just leave right after pipe and go home. He usually hangs out in Hawaii for the entire winter season. So this feels like a home away from home, and that must help him. You know, not only competitively, he has the edge with how the reef works and how the swells work and all that stuff, but comfort level.
Totally, and I think, you know, like, he doesn't surf all day, every day. He just picks his moments, and he goes out when, you know, he must just go out just looking at Ethan, making a little paddle under priority here.
Ethan Ewing now grabbing the rail again. Textbook backside tube riding there. Not super deep, but comes out with plenty of spit. So Ethan Ewing backing up that 7.93. Big wave out the back. Lohan Dino in second priority. Imai Kalani DeVault in that top priority spot. Our surfers getting themselves back into the lineup. And one thing that we've been celebrating throughout this window so far, and will continue to do so, is a Billabong campaign called Sea Trees. Now, Ross, I know as the North Shore resident and all the people that live over here and visit, you know, you notice the erosion, and you notice that, you know, this island is being eaten away just by the storms and swells and all of that. So Billabong is giving back with seatrees.org. You can check that out right now and support this project, basically taking native plants and making them work for us to save the coastline. And, you know, there's natural and unnatural forces, of course, at play, but very cool. sea-trees.org. You know, a small donation or just kind of being involved in a small way can make a big change. So I love to see Billabong stepping up with Sea Trees.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. They did good work there too, just down the way at Sunset Beach. Over the last few years, I'm sure you guys have noticed, they planted in Hawaii, it's a local bush, it's called an alpaca. And that works really well in the sand, and the roots plant in there, and it kind of keeps the erosion from, you know, speeding up like the way it has been the last few years. So yeah, they're doing some good work.
Love to see it. I actually got to head over to Maui a couple of days ago and go see the work that they're doing over there. And oh, here's Imai now taking off. Just a bit of a closeout there, and I know everyone from Maui will be tuning in for this heat. So hello to everyone over there in Maui.
That's cool that you got over there and got involved. I love to hear about that stuff. So 20 minutes, 58 seconds ago, surfers again making their way into the zone. Speaking of being in the zone, 16.57 total for this young man right here. We call him the GOAT. That's Kelly Slater standing by with Rosie Hodge.
He's evergreen. Well, Kelly, that last heat, that wave at backdoor, everything about it, these conditions are so perfect. How much are you still enjoying your job?
Oh, loving it. You know, we're still in the heat out there, so you got to kind of work around the situation, you know, and in the end, I couldn't really kind of go for it and get greedy on my barrels. I kind of had to make them. Jack had such a good start, and, you know, I didn't know what Luke was going to do. I haven't seen him surf here, so I just kind of had to lock down some scores, but it was fun to see Jack on his last left. Drop was so sick, and, I mean, Pipe's the queen today. We're just out there kind of amongst it, but what a day.
Yeah, it's been so insane to watch. And just thinking about your 30th year on tour, what's motivating you at this moment? I mean, it seems like watching people like Jack, seeing the kinds of conditions that you guys get to surf. What is it?
The 31st year.
Oh, 31st year?
No, I'm saying that's what motivating me.
Okay,
so, it's not hard on a day like today. You know, there's been times at Pipe, days we've had to surf out here where it's not even pipeline and it's not that awesome and amazing like you imagine it as a kid. So a day like this makes you think that like everything you've done in your life is worth it to be here for this moment. And it's just a special day. I think today's one of, if not the best day I've ever seen during the Pipe Masters for waves. And it's just incredible. Every single heat has had just set after set after set. Our heat was actually a little bit slow for what I've seen today. I only caught 3 waves. Jack probably caught 4 or 5 waves maybe. I don't know what to say though. It's mind-blowing. The conditions have been incredible this year to start 2022, and we got a little bit of a forecast with some trades in it, and then it backed off, and it just turned perfect. What a month.
Well, we're just so stoked to be standing on the sand watching this moment. Thank you for your time.
I remember when that guy was the best 30-year-old surfer on the planet, currently the best 40-something surfer on the planet, and on February 11th, he's going to be the best 50-year-old surfer on the planet.
He's
Do
just
the math.
I mean, think about the highlights. Remember when he won his first Pipe Masters, he was 18 years old. He had the big Maruri helmet.
Yep.
And he got that super gnarly, thick pipe wave. It was one of the gnarliest waves, and he was just a little teenager. So Kelly's got a lot of pipe titles under his belt, and he wants another one.
The most incredible stat, of course, all the wins. I mean, he's filled with incredible stats. 30 years on tour. I thought that was a mistake. I was looking
no, I
at
did
my
7 years, and I was like, oh my gosh, I need a nap.
30 years. I mean, that's more than Imai and Kolohe's pushing 30, but
right.
He was winning titles before these guys were even born.
Yeah. I mean, and what was amazing to me out there was, you know, we haven't seen many people go backdoor today, and he went 2 of the gnarliest waves, and what you kind of don't see is how nuts that paddle back out is, and he tried to get through out at backdoor, and I was like, oh my gosh, you're crazy, like it's so dangerous, and I've watched him the last few weeks just whip out through there, and he had to do the whole paddle around and was so far down the beach at one point. I was like, oh my gosh, this is taking so long, but you know, those waves are worth it. He loves backdoor.
Even when you're the king, you have to still pay your dues.
Yeah.
And he still does every day. Incredible to watch. Well, 17:20 to go here in Heat 11. Some incredibly talented tube wizards in the lineup right now. Kolohe and Dino right there got this wave with priority. I love a good carve after, even just a quick barrel like that. There's just something so special with using all that speed. And speed control is something that we don't discuss that often, but I mean, that is something that comes into play on every wave you ride out here, right?
Yeah, and that was really pretty. He got super low to his board. It was a styly carve. The barrel, let's look at this. Pretty nice stall there. Everything is just right, but not as deep as Kolohe would have liked to have been, so that's going to keep the score pretty modest. And there's that little slice that you like, Chris. So yeah, just a decent wave, but there's a lot of time on the clock, and Kolohe knows that's going to be, you know, right around that 4.5 mark, something like that.
Kolohe makes his way back into the lineup, but gives us a chance to catch up with Strider Wasilewski, who is just in prime time box seats. Just got to see Kelly and Jack go at it. Now he's watching Heat 11. This guy's got the life.
Yeah, the mind's exploded out here for sure. I like that little emoji is just me right now, the head blown off the top. But I was just talking to Kolohe. He just said that wave blasted him. This first big wave he went on all the way through on the inside, just wrapped around him and just rattled him. So he said he had to regroup, kind of get his bearings back together. And well, by the looks of it, he's done a good job. So he's cleaned up his act. He's got himself a nice little bowl, and he's going to go back out there and get back into it. But he was definitely rattled by that big one that took him out. I mean, you think about it, there's just so much punch out here per pound. It's just unbelievable. So this is, you know, the heavyweight of all waves out here, and it's just impacting on the reef so heavily and so hard. So each and every wave can be deadly out here. And you know, we heard Jack talk about it. It's so beautiful and so picturesque, but really, it's the most dangerous wave that you can ride. Look at this thing. Ethan Ewing, he's gonna slide into this thing, grab the rail. Beautiful positioning, deep, comes sliding right out through it, spits him out. Beautiful work. Ethan Ewing on a roll out here, guys.
This is one of the coolest, the best wave pools I've ever seen. Who invented this? This is awesome. Well, Strider right there giving us just a great illustration of, you know, the channel that he's sitting in right now. I mean, he's only 30 feet, 40 feet away from our surfers, but Ross and Laura, I know you guys have both tussled with Pipeline on a day like today. Kolohe and Dino, for example, wiped out, got smashed, got out pretty quick. When you catch a wave and you fall, how long does it take you to get back into the takeoff zone?
I mean, you can get unlucky. I'm sure, Laura, you can attest to this. It's happened to everybody out here. If you happen to catch a wave and there's a stack of lines behind you, and especially if it hits gums over by the sandbar, you're smoked. You can get pushed all the way down near Rockies, and it'll take you 15 minutes to get back.
Walk of shame back up the beach.
Or the walk of shame, yeah. Or you can just get the most easy paddle back out from even backdoor. If it's flat as a lake behind your wave, you're chilling. But it's luck of the draw, I guess.
Yeah, it is luck of the draw. It's all really just all timing. But another note, Stridle's just saying how dangerous it is out there, and like I think Imai's got about 5 stitches in his arm at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure even though this is the beginning of the season, all these surfers have been training over here for long enough, and even on a small day, you know, at any of the breaks around here, this is unlike anywhere else in the world. You can get smoked on a 2-foot day. You guys did it at Pipe. I did it over at, you know, Pupakea. Terrified on a 2-footer, but I'm telling you, the power and the respect that these surfers have for this place. This is, you know, we've all been such big fans of Pipeline. You see this and you're going, okay, it's so perfect. Maybe I could, probably not. If Jack Robinson says it's scary, I guarantee you it's scary.
It is scary.
Well, we've got 13-15 here to go. Ethan Ewing in the lead. That's 7-9-3. That's weighing heavy in his scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, and that was right out of the gate. So he's been feeling good from minute 1. But I would say, arguably, Imai is the favorite in his heat. To me, he's the local boy. He surfed at Pipe way more than Kolohe and Ethan. So you would think he'd be feeling pretty good, but not now. You know, now he's had like this weird beginning of the heat where, you know, things aren't unfolding for him easily. So the good news is he's got almost 13 minutes left. But you know, watch out for Imai. You know he's going to clock in a good score.
Yeah, there is that kind of tactical difference you see from quote-unquote pipe specialists and veteran CT surfers. You know, all these guys are going to be really good at pipe, and the specialists will have the edge in terms of positioning. But then when it comes in terms of, you know, points needed, time allotment, those types of things, that's a learning curve, which I'm sure Imai will learn quickly. He's got 12 minutes, 13 seconds to prove us right there. So he needs a couple scores to get through. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back with more action. Stay tuned. that's what happens when the San Clemente cyclone hits Indonesia. Reckless Isolation, an incredible film. Actually, the brainchild of Kolohe Andino. I think he paid for a lot of it as well. So Kolohe, kind of a little nod back to a September Sessions type of vibe right there. Just superstars on a boat in perfect waves. An incredible film. Actually won Best Video from the recent Stab viewer and peer poll. The video of the year there, Reckless Isolation. As surf fans out there watching, safe to say you've all seen it. If you haven't, please do. You will be excited to go get barrel.
They did a cool tour as well with the whole crew, and I think Kolohe was giving back all the merch, all the money they made from that to a bunch of charities, which is really cool.
Yeah, that was like a really cool project. Did the video and then took it around. I mean, this is a rarity in this day and age to go to small surf towns around the world. Jacksonville, New Smyrna Beach, Virginia Beach, San Clemente, Santa Cruz, all these places that were just so hungry for, surf video night. There's nothing like it. I'm getting chills thinking about it because it's so special.
Yeah, the last 2 years has been hard for everyone. There's been that lack of, just community, and those events are so important. So it looked like they were all really successful. So congrats to those guys.
No doubt.
And Kolohe here as well. He's obviously back on tour. He's a new dad. His, wife Maddie and daughter Noelle. Yeah, it must be really cool coming into this event as a new dad. And I know
that's right.
I think they got on the plane when Bub was just about 4 weeks old, so she's going to have some frequent flyers soon.
Yeah, Noelle Rose Andino. I believe she's almost a month or around a month old. So new baby, Kolohe, new sponsor, O'Neill picking him up as one of their top team riders there. So a lot of good stuff happening for Kolohe Andino right now. He needs something really good to happen. He needs an 8.99 to get in the lead. Ethan Ewing with a 7.93 and a 4.83. Solid scoreline there. If you can get yourself in the double digits halfway through the heat, you're looking good towards advancement, unless you're in the last two heats where people are dropping 18 points.
Yeah, we're back to normalcy here.
Yeah, but Imai Kalani DeVault, Ross, you said it, this kid is dangerous. He actually got runner-up in the 2019 Pipe Invitational. That right there, if you can get runner-up in that field, that's basically like winning the Pipe Masters. Those are all pipeline specialists. Put Imai on that list.
Yeah, and every pipe event, there's a couple every year. Imai's he strings together a couple highlight reels. He's really good out here. As you mentioned, Laura, he is from Maui, but he spends a lot of time on the North Shore, and he's gotten some crazy rides out here and scores and good memories. So, but right now, 6 minutes, it's crunch time. It's the standard heat strategy is gone.
It's obviously not how he probably pictured this heat going, his first heat on tour. So looks like there's some lines coming through now. They're stacking up on the horizon, and that's always get the heart pumping. So I mean, I think with Imai's in priority, so he's got the pick right now and can make some moves.
Rocket number 22 on his back. He's riding KT surfboards, shaped out of Maui. His teammate Kai Lenny. I mean, put those two together, and you have a pretty good test squad for your boards. And KT has been making some incredible advancements in technology. Right now, the boards that Imai is riding, they just look like nice, clean, beautiful pipeline guns, rounded pins. Again, most people, Ross, in that 6'3" to 6'6" range today?
Yeah, I think so. I think a standard shortboard for Kolohe, for example, would probably be about 5'11", and right now he's probably riding about a 6'4". So it's just maybe a double step up, we'll say. But nothing too big. Long gone are the days where, surfers would ride these huge boards. They would just get in the way. So they kind of hide the foam where they need to. These boards are really fine-tuned for pipe.
And looks like Kolohe was riding a Tokoro out there today, so he must, come over and get his guns made over here. And I think Snip said he was on a 6'6", and looked like Ethan's just on his DHDs. Around a 6'6" as well. He had a 6'8" down there. But yeah. No board losses in this heat. We've seen a lot of broken boards today, so at least they'll be heading home in full board pieces.
Yeah, shapers out there. They're either, most likely they're on the beach. John Pizell, the crew, they're going back and forth talking to the riders, maybe making a little tally in their head. Oh man, I got to go into work late and shape 6 boards tonight.
I want to give props too to Wade Takoro, who's a local shaper. He's from Oahu, and Wade is an underground great surfer too. He charges huge Waimea. He charges pipe. He's notorious for surfing pipe at the crack of dawn, and he's so humble and quiet. You would never know it, but Wade knows what he's doing. He's not just a good shaper. He can surf.
Yeah, we had a Wade Takoro spread back in the day at Transworld, and it took us a while to identify, who is this?
Right.
And then someone's like, you dummy, it's Wade Takoro.
Look here, these second refunds feathering out the back now. We haven't seen one of those in a while, so hopefully they come and actually hit right on the ledge.
So I love hearing the description of the sound and feel. Ross, what does it sound like and feel like when you paddle over the back of a wave and see something like that way on the outside?
It's actually pretty loud. I mean, you can even hear it up on the hill. It's like it's just a rumble that's unmistakable, a lot of bass, and it just kind of rumbles through. But you called it, Laura. Unfortunately, that thing kind of spent all its energy on the second reef, so it was a burger by the time it hit where the surfers are.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to wash away a bit of the spectators on the beach. They might be wanting to grab their bags. Yeah, we can see them all standing up.
There will be lots of flip-flops down at Pupa Kea here in a minute.
Lots of thongs lost.
You know,
down the
there's
beach.
those dudes with the wands, you know, the beach wands, where they're looking
metal
for the
detectors.
They're looking for the Rolex. So there's going to be a few dropped purses and wallets down there on the beach.
You know, this is where people have to take those 10-pound wet towels home with them. 3 minutes to go here. Fun and games on the beach in the lineup. Even though this is not an elimination round, you know it's intense. Kolohe Andino, a fiery competitor, and Ethan Ewing, he is just head down, doesn't talk a lot, lets the surfing do the talking. Imai, kind of the same way. I mean, all three of these guys have a very similar demeanor in the water. I'd say Kolohe is probably the fieriest. You know, he is a veteran. This is his 9th season on tour. And he's been a runner-up in 5 championship tour events, looking for that first win. You can imagine what it would mean for him to do it here at Pipeline. He's been surfing here since he was 10 years old. You know, he's been putting in his time, paying his dues in a lot of ways. So for Kolohe, you know, if you're going to get a win, do it at Pipe.
Yeah, I mean, that would freak him out. You know, I mean, because you think of Kolohe Andino, you think of lowers and beach breaks. He's so good in the air. He's dominant, you know, but at Pipe, he's slowly but surely throughout his career has evolved into a pretty good pipe surfer and, you know, slab surfer, like even Chopes and places like that. Kolohe can hold his own. So, you know, he's going to quietly let all the talk and hubbub go to the Johns and the Kellys and stuff like that. But you never know. Kolohe could sneak through.
I would not be surprised one bit to see him in the final 5. Coming up at Lower Trestles in, seems like a long time from now, but just blink your eyes and we're going to be at Lowers watching the
It's going to fly by. This heat's really had such a different tempo to the last few. Like, we've just had a slow heat, which was unfortunate. It would have been amazing to see everyone get some more waves. I mean,
we were due for it, weren't we?
Yeah.
I think the first heat of the day and then maybe the 4th heat of the day had this. Like you said, the last 3 heats were pumping.
Yeah.
So with 1 minute to go, Ethan Ewing quietly staying in the lead there, 7.93. That was his opening ride, so did all the work at the very beginning of this heat. Backed it up quick, you know, just showing competitive knowledge. 4.83. And for Kolohe and Imai, you kind of got to be shaking their heads. You know how amped, psyched, excited you'd have to be sitting in the channel. You see Jack and Kelly wave for wave going, oh, our turn's next. And then you paddle out there and you go, what? What happened?
Where's their waves? I mean, it's still win-win. I mean, even if Imai doesn't get one now, he'll get another chance this afternoon. And I think this win's going to stay the same. And, I mean, everyone getting out there in round 2 later will be stoked.
You saw Imai had a good look at that, but did not pull the trigger. Only got 20 seconds to go. He could just do a one and done here and get the score he needs. Kolohe is a little bit vulnerable here. One more chance, Chris.
Yeah, Imai needs a 3.65, and I've seen him get multiple 3.6s out here, and here we go. That was Ethan Ewing, had to go straight to give way to Imai Kalani DeVault, who also just got hung up a little bit. Airdrop, made it, but the rookie curse still goes. Only one rookie has won a heat so far today, so Imai following that trend. But good news for Imai Kalani DeVault fans, he will have another chance in the second round. Ethan Ewing gets the win.
Yeah, just out of position there. You saw Imai had a good look at the first wave in the set. He should have dropped anchor a little further out. So that'll haunt him, but he's going to have another chance here pretty soon.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break. Very excited to see Laura Annever gear up and get into the channel coming up soon. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back with more action.
in. Morgan siblings, Luca Messina, Ivan Karen, check in.
Don't let me come any closer. I'm already in pieces. I've been breathing in.
North Shore of Oahu is not always terrifying. In fact, more often than not, it is paradise. That last clip right there, that's for normal people like me. That's my day at the beach. That's when you don't want the pros to paddle out. An incredible quick visual right there of your quote-unquote average day over here on the North Shore of Oahu. Absolutely beautiful. Then you come to a day like this, equally as beautiful, but quite more menacing. And up and down the beach right now, I mean, the waves are 6 to 8 feet everywhere you look. Some places a little more user-friendly than others.
Right.
But if there's any doubt, don't go out.
I mean, today you'd have to probably go to Waikiki. The whole North Shore is pretty big. It's pumping out here, so. But I'm with you. I love the small sandbar days, and those are the days you just go out there with your short board and try and free up your fins and have fun.
Yeah. Real sense of accomplishment when you can, you know, catch a couple waves out here and look over and be like, oh yeah, I was surfing pipe today. It's great. 26:45, back to business. David Silva driving, trying to squeeze him. It does an anaconda bite for Silva, unable to exit.
And some of those smaller waves, they squeeze through that sandbar section. It gets really high and tight. So not enough room there for David Silva to come out.
Yeah, I don't know why I said anaconda bite. That was an anaconda squeeze.
Yeah.
That's on me. 26:20. So just a quick look there for David Silva. We'll get back into the lineup, but before we get there, let's go to a steely competitor. Got through on the strength of one big score. Ethan Ewing standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, and so much fun to watch. Well, Ethan, just catching up with you. You've been here in Hawaii on the North Shore since before Christmas. What was behind that decision?
Yeah, just not spending too much time out here at Pipe was kind of the main decision. I just thought the sooner I get over here and get more time in, I think I'll become more comfortable out here. So I think it's slowly paying off. I'm still learning a lot, but yeah, slowly paying off.
Well, starting to pay off, getting those heat wins. But is there any one of the locals that you're kind of tapping into their local knowledge to really find your place out in the lineup?
Yeah, I try and ask a lot of questions with everybody over here. There's so much knowledge to be gained, but I've got Shane Doran in my corner, which has been so huge for my confidence, and yeah, hopefully I can keep going for a while.
And now that you've had a couple of years on the championship tour, how are you feeling coming into the season?
I'm feeling good, yeah. It's interesting starting the year over here in Hawaii, but I think it's a good change, and yeah, I hope we get a lot of good waves for the season coming up.
Well, looking forward to seeing you in the rest of the event. Thanks for the time, Ethan.
Thanks, Rosie, and I'm sure, like a lot of Ethan Ewing fans out there, very surprised that his rookie year was an absolute disaster. But guess what? Ethan Ewing is back, and there's a different type of feel to him, more confident, more mature, and he just seems ready to do a lot of damage. And don't want to sound like a broken record here, but top 5 potential. What do you think, Ross? Will Ethan Ewing be in the final 5 at the end of the year?
You know, it's a tough one. It's a real tough one. I'm a huge fan of Ethan. He's one of my favorite surfers in the world, straight up. I mean, I just can't get enough of watching Ethan but in certain waves, like J-Bay, point breaks. I mean, we're talking about he's a heavy favorite. If you go to these bells even, you know, Ethan has one of the best carves in the world and such a good style, a lot of power. His technique is second to none. But Chopes, G-Land, Hawaii, you know, these are the waves where, you know, he can get outshined a little bit. So like you said, like Ethan said, he's putting in a time, and that's what he needs to do. If he wants to be in a top 5, he's going to have to become one of the favorites at pipe as well.
You got to be well-rounded, well-versed in all types of wave. Love the schedule they just dropped for us for 2022. New spots, Surf City, El Salvador, and you know, all the marquee places that we love to go back to. And I'm with Ethan. I like the switch up. You know, you have pundits all over the world with different decisions and opinions on it, but I mean, we're here. It's all happening. It's firing. It's perfect. No one's arguing about the start at Pipeline for 2022 today.
So in El Salvador, Chris, maybe you're more familiar than I am, but I think it's at Punta Roca?
Yeah, so it's at a place called Surf City, El Salvador. Basically, the whole city, and this is a mandate from the president of El Salvador. They made this the surfing capital of that country. And it's, you know, they've built a kind of infrastructure. There's 2 great waves right there, Punta Rocas, and then a point break right up to the left. And, you know, it's like a punchy lowers. A lower trestle on steroids, I've heard it described as. And I was there a couple years back for the ISA World Surfing Games, and the performance level at that wave is going to be incredible.
Yeah.
And it's, like I said, I mean, rights, lefts, it's kind of, I would say, a mix of lowers and karamas in Bali on its day. And, you know, there's a local guy, Brian Perez, that lives and surfs down there that if you watch any video of him, you'll realize quickly that there are world-class waves, opportunities down there. And it's also referred to as Bitcoin Beach because you can use Bitcoin for anything you want down there. Hold up. Wow. There we go. That's exactly what we needed to wake this crowd up from a quick nap. Boom, we're right back into it. The Cobra, Nat Young, strikes, and right behind him, David Silva. Late drop, straight into the pit. Comes out after the spit, lays down in an inopportune spot. We'll keep our eyes on David Silva. So that's the question. Will the judges deem that a make? That's Kolohe now, 3-wave set. Kind of in the frothy portion of that wave. Whatever the scores come through, I'd love to see back-to-back waves ridden to pipe.
Wow. I mean, David Silva did all the hard work, you know, and then just got a little clipped there in the head as he was coming out of that barrel and fell back. So I'm not sure the judges will deem it complete. But man, that was one of the better barrels we've seen in a while there from Natty Young. Amazing deep pit, came out so far, so long after the spit. Really good tube there for Nat.
I want to back it up and say La Bocana, El Salvador.
Okay.
That's the spot. But yeah, Punta Rocas is right there. There is, I mean, waves all up and down, but Surf City, El Salvador, where we'll be heading, has 2 world-class waves right there.
I was thinking of Ethan Ewing. We were just talking about him, and I thought about that right point break.
Yep.
I've been there before. I've actually competed in like the Masters division of the ISA games like 5-7 years ago, and that wave is so up his alley. It's like Burley. You know, it's such a good wave, so he'll be a favorite there. But yeah, wow, crazy barrel there from Nat Young. Definitely woke us up there from that little nap. And Leonardo Fioravanti is going to be on his heels here. It's a quick start there from Nat Young.
Yeah, this heat is, you know, it had that kind of languid, slower start, but then just like that, as we expect from Pipeline, things fire up quickly. So we could, for all intents and purposes, see the final 20 minutes, knock on wood, fire up for these surfers, give them opportunity that we want to see. I got to hand it to David Silva. That drop was heavy. And the judges right now have a lot to think about. You know, so again, thinking of David Silva's wave, he came out of the barrel, but did he show enough control? Maybe 5 years ago that would have been deemed to make, but 2022, you got to really prove it to the judges that you're in control from beginning to end.
Well, if we pull it back in a replay, then let's pick it apart, Chris, because let's see how long he takes to get out. Here we go, Nat Young so deep. I mean, that is behind it as you can get an A-frame back there. He was well behind the peak.
That was insane.
That's what you call backdooring a section right there.
Oh
He is in the back door. Watch his board right here, really close to the foam ball and just scoots past it. I mean, that's going to feel like winning the lottery. Nat Young's going to be so excited about that.
I was going to say, if that's a 6 or a 10, either way, that's the wave of a lifetime.
Okay, let's look at the exit here. Clipped. Nah, yeah, I think it's a non-make. That's my first instinct, right? He did all the hard work. And watch his forehead. He's going to stand nice and tall at the end. That is a huge barrel. Look at that thing. That is a poster on the wall, super deep. And we're looking at a massive score there. As he came out, he slid a little low and got clipped right in the head. So very unfortunate there, because it would have been an excellent score for David. And instead, he's going to get about a 1.5.
This was Kolohe's wave. Look at that little part of the lip turned into a big part of the lip.
Yeah, Leonardo did a good technique, but just a touch too much on the A-frame. He wasn't behind it enough, so wasn't deep in that barrel to get the judges' attention.
Well, 18 minutes to go. Surfers getting the reset. We've got Rosie Hodge in the Flying Embers Lounge. What's up, Rosie?
Yeah, that's right, guys. I found the secret lounge, Flying Embers Lounge. This is the place to be. I mean, you got so much on deck here. You got the food, you got the drink. I think they're going to have a little happy hour a little later, but most importantly, the view of Pipeline from here. It's like a poor man's helicopter. You're getting that aerial vision of the perfect waves that we've seen all day. So yeah, if you're lucky enough to be a Flying Embers VIP and you get to hang out at this lounge, consider yourself very fortunate.
Well, hopefully Rosie can steal us a couple wristbands to get up into the zone there. 17:30 to go. Thanks, Rosie. Back to the action. David Silva now. That's a controlled exit for David Silva as we see scores coming through. Let's hear it for Santa Cruz's own Nat Young, dropping the highest single wave score, one of the highest single wave scores of the day, a 9.4. You called it, Ross. Taken off from behind, backdooring front door Pipeline in just such dramatic fashion. That, I mean, that wave right there, he's a goofy footer. You're looking at it, the form of the wave, his style, you know, that brings up classic Jerry Lopez images. I mean, Derek Ho, like, that was iconic right there.
Insane. That was an amazing set. Actually, David's was maybe even a better wave. It was a little longer. Unfortunately for him, he got clipped. But for Nat Young, he was so deep. And that's what the judges like. I feel like that's what they're hanging their hat on today in terms of the judging criteria is depth. They want you back in that cave as far as possible, right next to the foam ball. You know, because the length of that barrel for Nat, Chris, it wasn't that long. He was in the barrel for 2 seconds, maybe 3 at most. But it was so sketchy how far back behind it he was when he took off.
Wild stuff right there. I can't imagine what he's feeling. I mean, he's out of his body. He's out of this heat. He's floating somewhere in the ether just thinking, what just happened? A dream runner for Nat Young. But he's been competing long enough. He knows, okay, gather yourself. You can reflect on that later. Now you got to back it up. That's the funny thing, right? You get the wave of your life, and you're thinking, oh, wait, I need a 4 at least to stay in this heat. Because Leonardo Fioravanti is that good. He'll make you pay if you give him an inch. And right there, comes out well-timed with the spit. Leonardo Fioravanti, we haven't had a lot of time to talk about him because he's been pretty quiet in this heat. Born in Rome, taught to surf by his brother Marco. And he's actually had a rough history here at Pipeline. Broke 2 vertebrae in a practice session before an event. So I just got to give him so much credit for getting back on the horse. I mean, that was a horrific wipeout. I hate to even talk about it as he's in the water, but you know, that moment, that was really part of what made him what he is now. I mean, the guy is a title threat.
Yeah, I mean, he's been around for a long time as well. He's been sort of groomed by his stepfather, Stephen Belly, for all these years. He's been around the tour even when he was a little kid before he made the tour. But he's suffered some major injuries. You mentioned the back. I think he had a shoulder injury as well, ankle. So he's one of those surfers that's just been a little unfortunate with all these injuries.
We can rebuild him. He's put in all the work. He's back. Looks to be at 100%. And when Leo is at 100%, watch out. The man will perform. 14:24 to go. still reeling on that 9.4 from Nat Young, but there will be more to come. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the culmination of Heat 12 after these brief messages. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back.
The Billabong Pro Pipeline is brought to you by Billabong, the official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. By Expedia, the official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. By Oakley, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by 805, hashtag Properly Chill, proud partners of Connor Coffin.
Straight back into it. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. As it stands now in Heat 12, Nat Young is in the lead. Leonardo Fioravanti in second, David Silva third. Chris Cote here with Ross Williams. No rest for the wicked. David Silva back at it. Dragging that back arm. Quick tube, dry exit. Nicely done. Won't be a 10, but it will be a beautiful memory for David Silva.
Yeah, him and Leonardo are scrapping for second place right now as Nat is in a position to lock it up for first place, but he still needs the backup, Chris. You mentioned it. The party's not over. Sorry, the party doesn't begin if you get a 9.4. You still got to back it up. So a little more work there for Nat Young and just a smooth little pocket ride. I would have loved to have seen him do a layback gouge right there, but he got a little excited and kicked out for David Silva.
Big old chop hop.
Something. Yeah, don't leave any meat on the bone.
Do you get more points? You know, Pipeline, it's a tube riding event. Everybody knows that. But if you do a big air at the end, or you do a big a big snap, a big carve, how many points do you think are possible for a maneuver at the end?
Prime case for that was Felipe Toledo in his heat. He got a little barrel, probably would have been a 3, and the judges gave him a 4.5. So in my mind, he at least added a point and a half. Did a nice 360 air. So yeah, they definitely taken it into account. In fact, they even labeled it in the criteria when they give notes to the surfers in the morning. They texted it out. It was in there. If you throw down a big critical maneuver, they'll look at it. So they're looking at barrels, but you can add to it. Put a little icing on the cake.
Yeah, a little, you know, little bonus juice at the end of it if you do something cool. Pullouts are cool. You know, a casual little mini plane pullout. Drop the shoulders a little bit. You know, show what you got. But I do love a good finish. We saw Italo, pipe event past, doing 15-foot airs at the end of his waves, trying to stomp them.
And shout out to legendary Tom Carroll. He was the OG guy that would add maneuvers at the end of the barrel.
Well, not many people in the history of surf, no one in the history of surfing have, that you can go up to anyone, any surf fan and say, the snap. They'll say, Tom Carroll, the snap.
On like a 7'6" surfboard that was about 18 inches wide with those big old Tommy Carroll thick legs that he had, he just throw that thing around like it was nothing.
Yeah, one of the probably one of the few things you could Google, the snap, Tom Carroll, boom, pop right up. 9:55 to go. Nat Young doing his job, backing up his score. We'll see what the judges throw out for that last wave. A quick tube ride, but a completed wave nonetheless. Leonardo Fioravanti increasing his scoreline, a 5.17. David Silva now getting things together, organizing a little bit, a 2.67 and 3.5. No real scores of note in this heat just yet, as Nat Young shocked us with that 9.4 ride, one of the highest in best waves of the day, a highlight reel wave for sure. But check it out, Ross, there is
That's classic.
a baker's dozen of aquatic anomalies moving in at high rates of speed. Watch out.
Yeah, that's classic looking right there. And I want to draw your attention to the man that has priority. Leonardo, he's a home away from home here on the North Shore. He's building a house on the North Shore. He's been putting in lots of time here. So he's a sneaky favorite for sure. He knows that Nat is onto another one here. You see,
hanging on by his toes. Nat Young, can he get the exit? Gets eaten. What happened?
I think that wave had just a kink in it and he got swallowed up. That pushed him right into the roof. So it was a technical barrel. Even though it was wide open, that thing had just a little kink in it.
It almost looked like the whole lineup, the peak, like shuffled over a little bit right there.
Yeah, this swell has got a ton of west angle in it, and it's kind of fluffing down towards the sandbar. And when those waves bend like that, the barrels inside have a bend as well, and it gets a little tricky in there. You can see it right there. There's that hump. He gets over it. Everything is perfect. He's locked in, but right here it's going to get really high, and that thing had a little kink in it. That lip collapsed just for a hot second, but we're talking about a 10-foot wave at pipe. You get touched by the lip, you're going to get evaporated.
Touched by a demon. So I've heard the term breathing, or that wave breathed. What does that mean? Because it looked like that's what happened on that last wave for Nat. It kind of clamped and opened back up.
Some of these waves, again, when they bend out like that out to sea, the almond-shaped barrel is kind of not your friend. You know, there's not as much room in there. You need to get high and dry. It gets pretty technical. As you mentioned, sometimes it breathes. Literally, it breathes. It gets so much air trapped in the barrel, and it has a moment where it collapses and kind of breathes in and breathes out. We all are getting familiar with this, especially if you're new to surfing, how much spit comes out of the barrel at pipe. But it actually goes the wrong way at the beginning. And sometimes if you're really deep, you'll get sucked backwards. So there's a lot happening there inside the barrel.
What causes that spit? Is it like you're squeezing the tube of toothpaste from the very end and there's nowhere else for it to go but out?
Essentially, yeah. It's just all that air gets trapped in that cylinder and it has to exit somewhere, and it just gets shoveled right out. So it's a phenomenon here that surfers are used to, but it must look odd. If you've never seen the ocean before and you rocked up at pipe right now, I mean, that must just look like a freak show.
Or if you're sitting next to a surfer on a plane and he's going, John got spit out of this big bomb at pipe. You're going, what is this person talking about? I love that surfing has its own terminology, always has, always will, and pipeline has its own language. I mean, there are ways to describe and talk about this wave that, you know, really are unique to this spot.
I wonder if there's a scientific name for it, spit. I wonder if scientists have even bothered to look at that, like that actually happens when a wave spits out all that water and air.
If you could tap into that energy, you could power Honolulu for a week. 6:12 to go. Nat Young does back it up. It's a smaller score, a 2-6. As you see right there, he was looking for something else. And so right there, you know, that is not an enviable position because he did get smoked by that wave. But the good news is he got out in front of the oncoming lip, which really is worst case scenario. I mean, that's where we've seen some of the worst injuries. So kind of race out in the flats, and then you got to hope for the best, because you can still get absolutely pounded if you beat the lip to the flats.
Absolutely. And he had a good look at it. You could see he was thinking about it. He almost pulled up into it and decided against it because there's just a small little window where he could have pulled into that barrel. He would have had to have raced underneath the hood there just before that lip crashed down. But I think Nat, at this point, feeling pretty comfortable with his position, didn't want to push it too much.
Yeah, so with 5 minutes to go here, he'll get right back out there, hopefully getting through this set. This is not what you want to see when you're trying to get back in the lineup. White water to the horizon with waves pushing you down towards, you know, when you get past the channel here, it starts to get into gums, and then it's Aukai, which on a normal day when it's 2 feet, the ultimate playground. On a day like today, good luck getting out.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
A river going straight to Rockies. So interesting, Leonardo has had priority for a long time, and he's been selective. The last 2 sets have been really west. You know, the angle's been sweeping across the reef. So he's just chosen to sit tight. But David Silva doesn't need much.
Yeah, 4.5 here. David Silva coming off of his best result ever. He got 2nd place in Mexico the event that Jack Robinson won. So David Silva, you know, that was his kind of Cinderella story at the last event of the year for 2021. Just came through. The backhand was doing damage down in Mexico. He also won the Bolito event in 2019. That's a marquee QS Challenger Series event. So he's had some big results. You know, he's kind of perennially on the bubble in the last couple years. So for him to get up into the top 10, top 15 at the start of the year, I mean, that could be the whole difference that we see for a guy that has struggled up and down on tour.
Right.
But with a second place finish as his last memory of a championship tour event, that's got to feel pretty good.
Definitely. And he's one of those scrappy surfers that, you know, that's just a testament to how tough the tour is. You know, you get a lot of bright, shiny names on tour. David might not pop into your head right away, but he is really solid. And he's got that crazy backhand snap that you talked about, Chris, that he'll throw spray for days. So he can string together solid results.
Well, he's got to string together something right here because he's got a 3.5 and a 2.67. Not going to be enough to advance into that third round. So he is right now looking down the barrel of a elimination second round heat, which, you know, the pros and cons. Pros, you get to surf pipeline again, maybe on one of the best days of the year with two other people in the water. Or you get to feel that confidence knowing that you took out the best of the best and you will live to surf another day. We'll see what happens here. You know, at pipeline, 2 minutes and 44 seconds to go. It's kind of like in a football game. That's actually a lot of time for these surfers. It's David Silva answering us. I liked that too. That was cool.
Pretty good, but needs a 4.28. And with the scale the way it's set today, Chris, probably not going to get it. But, you know, a little bit of a bullet dodge there for Leonardo. He's been very selective here in this last 10 minutes. So kind of a shaky little end to the heat here for Leonardo if he can squeeze through. Be nice for him to get one more wave before this heat's over, Chris.
That's right. Well, all these surfers right now will be able to do a scouting report after this. Coming up next, elimination round begins. Morgan Siblick, Luca Macinas, and Ivan Florence in the first elimination.
Wow.
Come on, we're going to be losing superstars on day one. That's how it is.
Yeah.
This is the championship tour.
That was fast.
Yeah, right into it. Why not? 1:45 to go here in Heat 12. Final heat of this opening non-elimination round as it stands still. Nat Young did it at the jump. I think just a few minutes into this heat, got that 9.4, hasn't looked back. Late drop there, gains composure. Came quick too, but had to work for it.
Yeah.
Even this, I love watching even just the, you know, I say it in quotes, small barrels.
Yeah.
Because if that happened at your local beach break,
oh yeah,
that would have been the tube of the year.
Can you imagine if that, you know, went down and somewhere on the East Coast, you know, it'd just be the swell of the decade. But for Nat Young, that's just a little backup score, trying to get rid of a 2.6. I like his positioning though. You know, he's a veteran, he's been around for a long time. And he surfed that pipe a bunch. He's sneaky good out here. So his positioning before he stands up, Chris, is spot on. He knows how to get behind it.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing here from Nat too, because like a David Silva or, you know, some of the other surfers that Ethan Ewing that we've mentioned, we know everything there is to know about Nat Young's backhand snap. It's one of the best there is in the world. Tube riding, you know he can do it, but the 9.4 right there just proves that, you know, he's got it in his, you know, in his arsenal of weapons.
I mean, I've seen him over the years get really, really good barrels at pipe, and that's, a lot of people can't say that. Nat can, you know, he's gotten drained out here.
19 seconds to go. Fioravanti, you said it, Ross, he's had that P next to his name for 12 minutes now.
Pull the trigger here, Chris.
And he's gonna use it. It's gonna be a late drop, grabs the rail. Digs in, trying to stall with everything he's got. High and tight, takes a roller coaster ride down the foam ball. That was a dramatic way to finish this heat. Trying to hold off David Silva for that second place and advancing spot. What do you think?
Yeah, he's good. He's good, right? And the main thing is he needed to dodge a bullet from David, and he did that. It's not going to be a huge score, but he's clean living. He's going to avoid that elimination round.
Yeah, that last wave that David got was a 3.5, so this wave right here, just a defensive second place victory lap.
Yeah, really tried hard to drag his body as long as he could to get back in the barrel. It was just a little bit successful, but you know, he squeezed through the heat. That's going to be a squeezer. He knows that, you know, that wasn't the best way to get through a heat, but he got it done.
All right, that's going to be it for Heat 12. Nat Young moving on. Leonardo Fioravanti, David Silva will go to the Elimination Round 2. Speaking of that, it's coming in hot. We have huge, huge names starting off the Elimination Round. Morgan Siblick, Luca Massinas, La Machina, and Ivan Florence, surf skate threat coming up next. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be right back.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision, making my things. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, He never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
The Billabong Pro Pipeline. It has been an epic day, and it's getting real. Not that it hasn't been real, but it is getting real in the competition sense because we are going to be entering our elimination round. But first, we're going to celebrate a brilliant heat by Santa Cruz Zone. Nat Young coming out with a win and a 9.4 in that heat. Elimination round, heat number 1 out in the water. Top 2 will move into the round of 32. And third place will be packing their bags. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is the wonderful Rosie Hodge. And this is a man that loves pipeline, Shane Dorian. Thank you for joining us, Shane.
Thanks for having me.
What do you think about today? Give us a rating.
Oh, man, it's a 10 out of 10. I think on anyone's scale, if you're like a really good surfer or better, world's best surfer, I think it's like a 10 out of 10 pipeline. It's very classic in every way, the perfect size, swell direction, swell period. Just everything's kind of coming together. All the sands off the reef from the previous large swell, the boys are flaring.
And who's been impressing you the most today?
You know, a lot of the, usual suspects. I think John had an incredible heat. Jack Robinson was able to, showcase his skills, which is, when you see him out there on a normal day when it's really big like this, he's incredibly just super impressive all the time. His comfort level is through the roof. Local boy, Baron Mamiya. Yeah, and then it's been really amazing to see a lot of like the young up-and-coming rookies. It's really fun to see them out here at really heavy pipeline.
When we look at your role, I don't know exactly what your former role is with Italo Ferreira, but you did, well, so we got some live action here, so we're going to cut to that. We'll get back to that conversation. That's just a straight hander there for Morgan Siblick. He's in this heat along with Luca Macinas and Ivan Florence. And you know what? Let's get to Strider Rozalewski and hear from Nat Young.
Thank you, Kaipo. Nat, welcome back, and you're right onto the glass.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a good first heat back. That wave was obviously, I mean, just to surf out there with 2 other guys out is the most special thing ever because we've been battling with everyone, but that was so fun. The conditions are amazing. The swell is perfect, so to make it through the heat obviously is a cherry on the top.
9.4, one of the highest heat score waves of the event. Talk us through it.
I mean, I was watching some of the guys earlier that obviously are really good, like John and Jack Rabo, just kind of trying to get an idea of which waves they were going for, and just put myself where I kind of would sit in a free surf and took off and took a couple pumps and ended up coming through. So that settled the nerves for sure, making it out of that one and kind of settled into the heat a bit there.
Welcome back. Way to present yourself. Can't wait to see you in the rest of the event.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. And it is good to have Nat Young back on the championship tour full time. And it's going to be an exciting year on the championship tour. Road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals starts right here. Some sets hitting the reef at Pipeline. No scores to be spoken of on the board. Watching the positioning in the surfers. And it looks like it's going to be Ivan Florence. He's under the curtain and he is out. Beautifully done. Ivan Florence just knifes into the pipeline and comes right back out and does it with style. What did you think, Rosie?
I loved it. I mean, I think this morning we looked at the draw, and Ivan obviously has that wild card, John's brother. He's got so much potential out here, but just to see him to kind of open up like that and get that easy ride through that barrel. Watch him just pull it out of the hood. You can see that wind's picked up slightly there, gets spat out. But good way to start a heat. I mean, just a solid ride. Probably like a 6-point range.
We'll see. What do you think, Shane?
Yeah, I'm not going to throw a score out there. Maybe I'm not the best judge, but man, I just I think the word positioning comes to mind, when you're talking about pipeline, and it's really what separates the guys who consistently perform at that super high level is that positioning. Knowing where to be on the reef and then knowing how to position yourself and make those little adjustments as the wave's approaching.
8-point ride for Ivan Florence. Back to live action here. And Luca Macinas. La Messina.
So fun to see like these rookies that you hear about. Wow.
How about Morgan Siblick traveling through this pipe wave, but no exit on offer for Morgs.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, Kaipo. I saw, I watched a lot of that Challenger series last year, and Luca Macinas was obviously super impressive, and it was fun to see him. But in a lot of the heats that I was watching him, it was grindy. These guys were battling it out, and smaller waves and a lot of like onshore conditions, and super kind of like high performance little short boards. You really don't know how someone's going to respond to being under pressure at 10-foot pipeline. And to see Luca this morning step up and really look comfortable, great technique, great positioning. His board looked right. He looked really confident. So a lot of fun to see those rookies.
And how have, times have really changed, because there was a day when our rookies, you could tell they were rookies. Let's look this replay once again from Luca Macinas. But now, these guys are coming in swinging from their first surf set pipe in competition.
Some of them, there's still those that don't, and it'll always be like that. This is Hawaii. It's the North Shore. It's pipeline. It's one of the hardest waves in the world to surf. I mean, look at Ivan Florence. He's in this heat. He's surfed this wave literally hundreds, if not thousands of times when it's probably just like this. So just the comfort level that comes with consistently being out here as a local surfer, I mean, there's nothing that can replace that. And for the rookies, who the ones are that end up shining, they either are from somewhere that has really heavy waves at their home break or just around their house, or they've been coming to Hawaii since they were a Grom and putting in their time at Pipeline.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed with Callum Robson,
yeah,
who I thought although he didn't make a bunch of waves, he just charged. He did not hold back whatsoever.
He looked great. he was just, his positioning was slightly too deep on a few of his waves. He had 3 waves that probably would have been 8s or 9s or maybe even a 10. But he was charging and his technique looked amazing.
You know, again, Shane, Ivan Florence, his big brother John was talking about him and how John's impressed on the way that Ivan's approach out at pipe, how he paddles under the lip and angles into the wave. Talk to us a little bit about Ivan's approach from what you've seen.
Yeah, you know, there's different types of pipe surfers, and their approaches and their equipment kind of like reflects that. And Ivan's really interesting because he rides a pretty short board and his approach is very technical. It's very steep and deep. It's really under the lip. Like if I'm out of pipeline and I'm looking at a same wave that Ivan is, I'm trying to like kind of roll into it, a little bit bigger board. Ivan is like, almost look like he's bodyboarding. His board's tiny, his head is down, he's just his board's almost submerged, his nose is completely facing vertical on the takeoff, and it's just, it makes for really exciting surfing, and he does it consistently. You know, it's really neat.
Yeah, 8-point ride for Ivan Florence. Rosie.
I'm going to apologize for lowballing.
I was going to say, how's that judging?
I know. Lots of pride, guys. Come on, give me a break.
It's okay. I got a question for you, though, Rosie.
Yeah.
Morgan Siblick, you know, coming into this event, you know, number 5 in the world in the seeding, he's going to have to step up now in his sophomore year on the tour. Your thoughts on Morgan and what he's got to do this year?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think Morgan's one of those characters that just blew all of our minds, I think, including himself, making that top 5. But now, you know, as you get those reps, as you get that level of comfort, I think it's what you said, Shane. It's like seeing someone who has that self-belief, that confidence, and the technique to go along with it. I mean, it can just pay such dividends for the guy. But yeah, there's a lot of expectations now that he's made that final 5. And, you know, now that he's not really the underdog anymore, we're all watching him. How is he going to perform with that kind of pressure?
Yeah, a lot of expectations. I got Strider down on the beach, and he's going to talk to us about the ever-changing beach here at Ehukai.
Well, yeah, you know, we did a date change, obviously, for this event, and we're here in the end of January, going into February, and there's a huge difference. You can see the reef and everything down here poking through. All the sand has been pushed down the beach away from this area, which enhances the wave quality. It creates so much of a better platform. There's less backwash. You've got a beautiful, clear reef out there so that the true wave can show what it has to offer. And so this change in the date and this time of year has traditionally been the best time for pipeline. So it made a huge effort to get it here to this time, and now we're reaping the rewards of absolutely perfect pipeline. And, you know, statistically, this is the best time of year, and it's showing right now in this event.
You're right, Strider. The future's looking so bright, you got to wear shades. Strider Wazalewski always on the scene there, guys. Down to 17 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown. That excellent score of an 8-point ride. Very valuable, and Ivan Florence, the wild card, out in the lead.
It was funny, I was talking to Ivan this morning right before his first heat, and he looked a little nervous but excited, and I asked him how he was, and he said, oh, man, I'm so nervous, but it's so good, it's incredible. And I said, man, it's exactly how you would order it if you had your choice. Wow, that was insane. Luca Macinas.
There you go with a rookie. Luca Macinas, and handling that drop, Rosie, in great fashion.
Yeah, just knifing into that, and just such great technique.
Macinas on the paddle back out, making Peru proud as the first male from his country ever to qualify for the championship tour. So that is a big title, Shane, for a country that is actually very steep in surfing history.
Yeah, no pressure there.
No, I think
got the whole country on your back.
I think everyone's proud of him. One more look at it, Shane. Talk to us.
Yeah, man. I mean, look at his technique. He definitely, this is not his first rodeo. I think it's safe to say that he has been barreled a lot in his life, which is so cool to see. Like I said, we watched him on the Challenge Series last year, grinding it out on a shortboard, doing airs, you know, in heats. He was not doing this, and there's a huge question mark on a lot of these rookies. What is their comfort level like when it gets serious? And you know, for Luca Macinas, it's really exciting to see these rookies step up.
True it is. And Rosie, the way that the tour is structured this year, you know, the first 2 stops in Hawaii, we're going to have a cut after stop number 5. You get 1 throwaway, but your performance on the North Shore in 2022 is going to weigh heavily on if you're going to qualify and make that cut.
yeah, the guardrails have completely dropped, right? You've got that little tightrope that you're walking at the moment. There's 5 events. You got to make them count. You get 1 throwaway, which it sounds like even is generous from the WSL's perspective moving forward into the next couple of years. So, I mean, it's really cutthroat at the moment. It's your dream. You make it onto this tour, and then all of a sudden, you know, the music starts and you got to dance.
Yeah, Shane, I mean, this could really change things, as last year we had that 4-pack of events in Australia, so there was a lot of weight on your performance at places like Narrabeen and Newcastle and Rottnest and Margaret's, but mostly the beach breaks, right? That made a lot of difference in last year's tour. This year, whole different story.
Yeah, that's right. It's such a huge contrast in the venues, and I think we're going to see a different crop of surfers emerge at the forefront in that top 5. It's going to be exciting to see, you know, here at Pipeline, and the forecast looks incredible for Pipe. So you're going to see those guys you're kind of probably expecting to rise to the top, you know, make it through the rounds, and then you know, this time of year having sunset, the waves are probably going to be really good. Epic sunset, hopefully, and then there's Portugal. And so, yeah, I think we're going to see like a different, you know, hopefully it's exciting and seeing some new names kind of surprise us in the same way like that Morgan Siblick did last year, which was so cool. And I think no one's underestimating Morgan this year. But I think it's really exciting each year to see some of these guys kind of emerge at the top.
I look at the stops and I think it actually favors your good friend, Kelly Slater, where experience is going to really count in a lot of these waves, and waves of consequence as well, too.
Yeah, he was extremely, just super impressive, I thought, out here today. His composure under pressure with just a couple minutes left, having 1 big score, having Jack Robbo in his heat just absolutely on fire, flaring. A lot of things were happening, and for someone like Kelly, who's, you know, been out here so much, but, you know, he had a lot of pressure on him at the end of that heat, and to see him rise up and just under so much pressure at the end, just have that great composure, get that 10-foot right, knife into it, and just read it absolutely perfectly. It was just insane. He's super impressive, and although he has never, you know, felt super comfortable out at Sunset as far as competitively, I think we could see him, he's insane out there when he does choose to surf Sunset.
As we're waiting for the next exchange from the surfers, guys, we're going to take a break. We're going to step out for a minute, but we'll be right back with more right here from Pipeline. It's the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Beautiful day on the north shore of Oahu, Ehukai, the site of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Stop number 1 on the championship tour. I'm Kaipo Guro, joined by Rosie Hodge and Shane Dorian to talk you through this action. This is heat number 1 of the elimination round. 3rd place in this round is eliminated from competition. Top 2 move on into the round of 32. 11 minutes and 30 seconds left out here, and we got some lines coming, Rosie.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, there's been just non-stop. And Shane, you were talking about the forecast for this event. Today, obviously, A+. What are we looking at as we move forward?
Yeah, it's really exciting, actually, Rosie. I had a look at it just earlier today, and you know, I think we see really favorable conditions. I see tomorrow as being really similar to this, maybe a hair smaller, and just probably a little bit more user-friendly. And I think you'll see a lot of, like, hopefully really aggressive surfing tomorrow, a lot of rights, as we see Ivan Florence right there knifing in, not getting too deep, but just kind of playing around there. But yeah, I think the girls are going to have an amazing shot at some really epic surf. which would be fun. We could even see them surfing tomorrow, which would be pretty cool. I would love to see them in challenging conditions where they're kind of, you know, at the edge of their comfort zone. I think that would be really fun for me as a surf fan.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you helping a lot of the guys. I know there's a handful of guys that you've been helping. Are there any of the women that are tapping into your expertise?
No, although I would love to help any of the women. It's really fun. I've been surfing out here quite a lot in the last month, and I've been surfing out there with Courtney Conalog and Caroline Marks, and saw Steph out there, saw a lot of the girls, and they've been out there charging. It's interesting. On a day like this, there would be literally 100 people out there. Total chaos, just people crashing into each other all over the place, and like really intense like egos, and just really like kind of a heavy situation. So as a woman or anybody to paddle out there, it's super intimidating. I've been surfing out here for 30 years, and it's super intimidating for me.
From what you've seen from the women, you have any favorites, or you have any women that you've been impressed with?
Yeah, I'll come back to that after this.
After Ivan Florence just knifes into this one, gets under the hook, no problem, casual as could be. I'm saying this is like Lopez-ish type of style with Ivan Florence, right?
Yeah, just like spaghetti, like a cat, just all over the board, just able to kind of bend and shape his body which way it needs to go. The flexibility and obviously the core strength that he has is so impressive.
Yeah, his comfort level in heavy waves, his positioning, knowing where to be. You know, if you watch 100 waves of Ivan out here at Pipeline, they all look kind of similar. His approach is like so textbook all the time.
Luca Macinas in the barrel and out, the Peruvian.
Oh. You know, there's a lot of really high quality hollow left-handers, not to put Peru on blast.
Go ahead.
But man, that country, it does have some insane left barrels, so you can tell his comfort level is here at Pipeline. It's pretty impressive.
Well, the Peruvian team out at the Dahui Backdoor Shootout, they had a magic run during that event too. So there's a lot of talented surfers, obviously, and Lucas obviously putting his hand up to be one of them.
It's got to be fun to be, I mean, I know it's fun to be this, but it has to be really exciting to be like a young rookie on the tour, everybody kind of wondering how you're going to perform. And like for Luca Macinas, obviously, he felt quite confident coming into today. And I bet he's got to be sitting there with a big smile, just going, yep, that's right. This is exactly what I've been waiting for.
That guy's smiling right there. Ivan Florence, we're still waiting for the number for that ride, as well as this one from Luca Macinas. Once we get those numbers dropped in, we can update you with the situation out on the water. Water view.
That was insane positioning. It's, it sort of has to be said, you guys. Like, it's funny to keep talking about Luca, but it's just interesting to me as like a fan of surfing, fan of the sport, and someone who really pays attention to, like, Luca Macinas' first year in the pipe event, right? First year, rookie, fresh, kind of a Grom still, and he looks more comfortable than some of the guys who have been on the CT for 10 years.
Yeah.
Surfing the pipe for 10 years in the event, right?
Yeah.
That's a fact.
That is a fact.
Which is super interesting, right, about this event. Like, just because you've been in the pipe event for 10 years doesn't mean all of a sudden you're an amazing pipe surfer. You have to put in the work.
And I think that's the difference in the dynamic now when you start at Pipeline. In the past, when we ended at Pipeline, you would have certain surfers that would be in the middle of the pack that already were guaranteed a requalification, so they didn't necessarily have to throw themselves at Pipeline at the final event of the year. This is at the beginning of a year where you really have to front load your effort, and so you need to, every single one of these surfers have to throw themselves at Pipeline, Rosie.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And just flipping, starting in Australia, like a beach break or whatever, you're kind of going into that mindset of the grind that you've been doing the whole way up to qualifying. But here as a rookie, you're just standing there and everything's kind of stripped. It's yourself and your performance and what you have to focus on. You really have to narrow in on what that looks like.
You're exactly right.
6 minutes on the countdown. The score's in for last to Ivan Florence, a 4.6. Last for Luca Macinas, a 2.83. Luca in second, however, with a 4-point ride and a 4.5. Morgan Siblick with first priority and needs a 7.1 to move into second and to advance into the round of 32. Talk about a tail, Rosie. I mean, you're going from number 5 coming into this event to a potential 33rd in your first start in 2022. That would be a shock for Morgan Siblick.
Well, Morgan, he did actually have one of his throwaways was the pipe event last year, right? So, I mean, looking at it, he's no slouch. He can pick himself up as he goes to the next few events. But yeah, you'd definitely be feeling that sting of disappointment to be knocked out so early.
Well, and if you are sitting here on the beach today and you look at the conditions and you see just never-ending left-hander spitting and classic pipeline and pretty darn consistent, you wouldn't think that a top, like a top 5 surfer would have like a couple of 1s or a 0.5 in their scoreline with just a few minutes left. And it is tricky. Like, that speaks to how tough it is out there. It looks quite simple, right? Just good wave selection, be there when they come in and identify great waves and go. But sometimes it can be a lot more complicated than that.
What advice would you give Morgan right now with the coach hat on, Shane?
Well, it's time to get activated. I mean, right away. I mean, this is it. It's like do or die. There's no more like, really narrows his focus now. There's no more confusion, right? The next good wave that he is in position for he's going. And he obviously has to be deep. It has to be critical. He has to get barreled and he has to make it out.
Yeah.
So there's no like, well, I can kind of like sandbag my way to a second place at this point. It's like do or die. So exciting times.
Yeah, Rosie, a 7-point ride, given just what we've seen today and the judges' scale, is not an easy task.
No, it's not an easy task, but one thing, he's got that priority in his favor and a couple of lines on the rise, and as you see that boil, let's see this positioning.
Here we go. It's going to be Macinas again, and again, just making it look easy. Dancing with Pipeline, the Peruvian surfer's having a great heat.
He's having a great time. First day of the 2022 season, it's I think Luca Macinas is throwing himself a little Peruvian party out there right now.
But finding that formula too, and we've been talking, you spoke the positioning and the palm trees and the satellite, the things that you got to line up with on the shoreline and obviously out there in the water. But it looks like he's got such a good read on this reef.
He sure does, and hopefully we can get a little bit of slow motion on this wave right here. But I love his adjustment right here. You can see him pump into that, and then he puts on the brakes right here. You see him like dragging his butt right there in his side, slowing down, maximizing his time in the barrel, and you can see a little celebration as he comes out. I mean, what a heat, what a day. These guys are stoked.
And it's so premeditated too. Like before he's taking off, he's already kind of casting his mind down the line and how he's going to wait and unwait.
Well, he improved his scoreline by a 5-point ride for Luca Macinas, along with a 4.5, and he just upped the ante for Morgan Siblick, now needing an 8.1 if he wants to continue to survive in this year's Billabong Pro.
Yeah, that's harsh. He's got to get moving, like Shane said, and he's going to be kicking himself because he's had that priority now for how long, and how long do you have to wait and sit with it?
Luca again. Now he's just having a party with Pipe. It's a pipeline party for Luca Macinas, officially. Just another in and out trick, no problem.
This is going to be a hard heat replay for Morgan to watch. I think Luca's just been very activated and very, like aggressively looking for waves. And, I think Morgan's got a little bit of that like priority paralysis, kind of sitting there thinking you need to wait for the best wave of the day. Great read on that wave right there. Just rode high at the end. He just looks like he's been surfing out here his whole life. Pretty cool.
I love the water angle, Rosie.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, this vision has just shown us so much of how intricate every little section and every little movement of the feet too.
Excellent job for day one by our broadcast team, all of our cameramen and switchers and directors, just bringing the show to you. I just want to say excellent job by the crew, activating and starting off 2022 in a big way. So thank you, and thank you for watching. We still got lots more action coming today. Remember, we have 3 more heats of this elimination round and the 8:05 post show to follow. Nervous times for Morgan Siblick. Nearing the minute mark, more lines coming through. Siblick sitting with priority. Last score for Macinas has not changed the situation. Siblick still looking for an 8.1. We're under a minute. Morgan looking towards the beach. Well, Shane, looks like we got some lines.
Sure do, Kaipo. 30 seconds left, countdown. It's Morgan's gonna be biting his nails right here, hoping for a last hurrah. Little buzzer beater.
At 20 seconds, he's going to have to take the next wave.
Looks like something's coming in.
This is going to be it for Morgan Siblick. Doubtful if that second wave. Ivan Florence right underneath the priority, pulls in and doesn't come out, but just charging. Ivan Florence, he's going to charge into the round of 32 along with the Peruvian Luca Macinas. Great show by both the North Shore local and the new Peruvian rookie on tour. Unfortunately, we are going to lose Morgan Siblick. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to have more of Shane Dorian, Rosie Hodge, and a special guest.
If it's true that greatness attracts greatness, then maybe that's how Jerry found the pipeline. It was the forefront of the shortboard revolution, the season of the Soul Surfer, and the crowning of Jerry Lopez as Mr. Pipeline. He was by no means the inventor of style, but he was undoubtedly its master. There is an ease in their relationship, drawing new lines while transcending time behind the curtain. And with a lap or two around the sun and a few shots heard round the world, he single-handedly invented big barrel tube riding. And this time, the world came knocking.
Pioneers of Pipeline, you can check that whole series out at worldsurfleague.com. Jordy Smith dropping into a pipe barrel and nicely done. A little bit of a cockroach position on the way out, however, for Jordy Smith. That's going to be his opening ride. Kaipo Guerrero joined by Rosie Hodge as well as Shane Dorian. And it looks like Imai Kalani DeVault on the wave behind Jordy's, and Imai not able to find a completion on that wave. Here we go, Miguel Tudela representing Peru. Deep in the barrel, spit comes out, and so does Tudela.
So casual.
So casual.
And Miguel Tudela, excited as he is, a 27-year-old out of Peru, joins Luca Macinas is the 2 Peruvian surfers in the draw this year at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. And we'll be waiting for that score, but let's take another look at it. Shane.
Yeah, I mean, classic lines right here from Miguel Tudela. That wave's always going to be an epic wave of Pipeline. Look at that positioning. Steep and deep, late drop, super technical, perfect line, little pump over the foam ball. I mean, he rode that wave absolutely perfectly. Insane surfing there.
Just so locked in, and I think you can try and manifest your opening ride in this elimination round, and how he had to keep his cool throughout this wave. I mean, that's just one of those ones that kind of just stick with you when you go to bed. You still got that feeling like you're rocking on a boat.
Oh yeah, and the perfect start to your heat.
Yeah.
I was just at the Billabong house about an hour ago talking to Miguel, and we were watching the the live webcast of the event, and he was frothing. He didn't have the heat he wanted to in his first round, and he was so excited to get back out there, and he was just like, it's epic, best day of the year. I'm so excited to get back out there. It was so cool to see the froth.
I'm frothing right now because one of my favorite uncles is on the line. Ring, ring. Uncle Jerry, you there?
I am.
Ah, dead a guy. The 72, 73 Pipe Masters are one of my favorite surfers in the entire world. Jerry Lopez, thank you for calling in.
Thanks, Kaipo.
What do you think about the action today?
Plenty action, huh?
Mean action.
Nice waves.
So what do you think, Jerry, about the evolution of surfing out here at Pipeline? Oh, we're going to watch Jordy Smith right here. And a completion right there. That would have been hard to do on a single fin on the backhand. What do you think, Jerry? Oh.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow. Wow.
Just...
Miguel Tudela, and I bet he's...
Well, it's sure come a long way.
Oh, man. So tell us a little bit about the early years out here, because we're enjoying modern Pipeline today, but it was you and a lot of your friends actually pioneered this place as far as performance barrel riding.
Well, you know, Kaipo, in the old days, nobody was interested in Pipeline.
So nobody being interested in Pipeline, Uncle, so you basically had it to yourself. Just you and a few guys, but it was because it was so dangerous?
Yeah, you know, it had a reputation, but also the equipment, the surfboards weren't really suited to riding a wave like the Pipeline, and yeah.
Well, we're going to look at some of the modern equipment right now, Uncle. Let's check out this one, Miguel Tudela.
That's got to be, I mean, one of the best waves of the day, Kaipo. That was classic, and that could have been, you know, I mean, Jerry did that exact same thing, his version in the 70s when I was growing up as a kid, but that is classic Pipeline, perfect positioning, perfect form. I mean, Miguel Tudela rode that wave to perfection. He really did.
And you spoke about just how frothing he was to get out there, but to actually kind of hone that in and find those correct waves. And it seems like he manifested this, even from that first wave to now to finding that one. He's definitely identified something that he's been looking for all day.
Oh yeah, and it has to be hard, right? If you know you can perform in these conditions and all of a sudden it's the best day of the year at Pipeline and you have a jersey on, that's an immense amount of pressure. And for Miguel, you know, having not a very good heat in his first round, not the best heat, and not doing what he really wanted to do, that froth, that excitement is hard to manage going back out in his second heat. And I know how excited he was to get back out there and to get that wave come right to him. I know how stoked he is.
All right, Strider. Oh, I thought we were checking in with Strider. I'm going to check in back to the Pipe Master, Jerry Lopez. Jerry, you still there with us?
I'm still here, Kaipo.
Hey, did you you made some? It is one of the most cherished trophies in all of professional surfing. Can you talk a little bit about the boards that you shaped this year as a trophy, and for the first time, a woman is also going to get one of those pipeliners shaped by yourself?
That's nice, huh? Yeah, Phil Roberts really, I think, outdid himself. And
yeah, we're taking a look at it right now. They're absolutely beautiful. The down rail on the pipeliners, just a traditional single fin shape. You still got the magic touch when it comes to the shaping room. And Phil Roberts still is the wonderful artist that he's always been. These are absolute treasures. Felt good just to hold them, Uncle. I felt the mana as I was holding them. Back to live action. Miguel Tudela continues to assault Pipeline.
He's just on, right? There's just something special about when you're an athlete and you're waiting for that chance, but for everything to line up like this, it just seems like he's just having that magic run at the moment, magic 30 minutes, or only 10 minutes gone by.
Yeah. Previous wave was a 7-point ride. Start with a 7.83. That 7-point ride that we really impressed upon, Shane. I felt that was a little low. I'm just going to be honest.
I feel like it's a little low too, Kaipo. But, you know, I mean, having said that, the scale is set pretty low right now. But that wave was insane. He surfed the wave absolutely perfectly. And it was a set wave, and it was critical drop. I mean, kind of ticked almost every box.
Yeah, I don't know if I was, and also maybe I got caught up in the aesthetic of it. The lighting was beautiful, the offshore breeze on that wave. I mean, it was picture perfect, just like Phil Roberts' picture perfect art on top of the Jerry Lopez pipeliners that we're going to be giving away to this year's champions for both men and women.
Yeah, what a trophy that is for the women and the men in this event. Those boards are so beautiful in person. It's pretty funny, you guys. I was FaceTiming with Kelly yesterday, and he was like on his bed in the morning. We were talking about something, whatever, and he like tilts it like this, the FaceTime thing, and in the background are two of those Jerry Lopez pipeliners with the Phil Roberts artwork on there, because he's won so many Pipe Master Series. And he goes, "Oh, sorry about that. Those are just sort of in the background." But man, to Kelly, those trophies are worth. They're just absolutely priceless.
Yeah,
they really are.
Well, I'm sure that Kelly's going to be battling hard to get another one of those gems. And I want to thank Jerry Lopez. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for making the beautiful trophies again, Uncle. And we look forward to talking to you later.
Shoots. Aloha.
Right on, Jerry. Good to see your face.
Yeah, Jerry.
Ah, what a ledge. Jerry Lopez. Ah, I feel good to be around his energy all the time, you know?
You know, Jerry still puts in like 50 days a year in the snow, snowboarding.
Yeah.
He's a
bachelor.
weapon.
He's a bachelor local.
I've ridden with him up there, and he's a hammer. He goes so fast down the mountain. It's like a little kid. So awesome.
I mean, it might have been just only 10 years ago we paddled across the Molokai Channel together, and it's in top shape.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Setting the bar high.
Yeah. Learn yoga, I guess, is the lesson.
Yes.
17 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown. Now we're going to hear from Strider Wazalewski with Ivan Florence, who put on a brilliant performance.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, well, Ivan, what can I say? First round seemed like he shook off the nerves, and then he went back out there, got an amazing first wave.
Yeah, it's such an amazing day. It's so perfect out there. The waves are perfect. And it's the best day ever. Yeah, Pipeline's really going off today.
For you, you know, being a local boy, it's hard not to watch the ocean, but how do you kind of conserve yourself and keep your energy for your heat?
Just try to stay relaxed and focus on the next heat, and yeah, just have fun.
You're probably a good low seed. Are you looking for another rematch with your brother, John?
Oh, for sure. I'd love to be in another heat with my brother. He's so inspiring out here, so it's really cool.
Well, congratulations, and I hope to see you back here on the glass.
Thanks, Shredder.
All right, we're going to see more of Ivan Florence. Meanwhile, Imai Kalani Devault finally got a wave of consequence on the board, and we're going to wait for that score to see how that affects the standings in this heat. We're about halfway through here, 15 minutes, 55 seconds.
Yeah, we talk about positioning and rhythm a whole lot, right? When you talk about heat surfing and pipeline, and you see people that are out of rhythm and people that are in rhythm. And in this heat, you know, Miguel Tudela has clicked into gear and really like found his rhythm. And for Imai, I feel like in his first heat, he really looked a little bit out of position. He was a little bit deep. He went on a couple closeouts, and then it seemed like a little bit of a frustrating heat. And for someone who, you know, I'm really expecting big things out of Imai out here. I've been surfing out here a lot and watching him. He looks really comfortable out here at backdoor. Great technique in the barrel on his backhand.
Here's Jordy Smith, little pump there, pulling up on the rail. Gets spit on the exit. He's gonna ditch that 1.7 that he currently has in his score line and extend his lead over Imai Kalani Devault for that second position. He's a bit out of reach to take the lead. He needs a 10-point ride to take the lead, but his goal right now is just to keep Imai at bay and advance into the next round, the round of 32, Rosie.
Yeah, this is such a hard heat, just looking at how everyone is approaching it. But Imai this morning, there was a bit of carnage out in the free surf. We had Liam O'Brien hurting himself. Also noticed that Imai took a little trip to the medic. His elbow was pretty banged up and got seen to. Jordy finding a bit of vision there, coming out with the spit. So he's kind of building house in terms of what he's doing in this heat. He's kind of building his momentum. He also had a really tricky heat this morning, just narrowly lost out with Zeke Lau, beating him into this elimination round. So I think Jordy, he's made big statements coming into this event, saying that he's looking for that world title and looking to win out at Pop.
I agree. Great observation, Rosie. Jordy Smith, you know, out with that knee injury, had to rehab, and I think a lot of that probably gave him even more fuel to the fire for the big man out of South Africa. He does have a home here on the North Shore, so he's been able to put a lot of time here, even in the off season in the past years, and I think that's going to pay off for Jordy Smith. And Shane, as we look at stop number 2 for Jordy, he's been a winner out at Sunset before.
Yeah, he's going to be really tough to beat. He's going to be super tough to beat out at Sunset. He's definitely a favorite out there. He's just incredibly on his rail game. He's just incredible on his rail game. He's super patient, powerful, super precise. He surfs out there a ton. His boards are in tune, and I feel like just his confidence, I think he knows how good he is out there, and that is super dangerous. Yeah, I think this could be a really great first leg for him. He could just get a really amazing start.
Here we go, Miguel Tudela looking casual in the chaos again, spits on his back, no problem for Miguel, and he kicks out. More waves hitting the reef right behind him. Let's take a look at Jordy Smith, big drop, pulls up in, lets go of the rail, and comes through. Wow.
I'll give that a little golf clap.
Yeah, that was good. That's what he was looking for, right? I mean, this morning he really, you could tell that he was searching for something, and that right there was probably what he'd been looking for in that opening round. He's wearing that confidence, though. I mean, there's that body language that you can just read so well.
That was a hectic drop, followed by a big pull in there, and we got Laura Enever in the water. What's going on, Laura?
Wow, I just had the most incredible view of that one of Jordy. That was absolutely insane. That feel good? Felt amazing. Yeah, wow. I know why Strider stays out here all day. I'm stealing his job. But yeah, that was incredible. That was one of the biggest sets that I've seen out here since I've been out here, and that drop was just so critical. And he just let go of his rail and just stood there and then started pumping, and yeah, incredible.
We're getting the visions right now, Laura, on the replay, and thanks for the reporting out in the channel. What a moment, and the hits continue here, day number 1 at the Billabong Pro. Take a look at this, Shane.
Just the technical ability that takes to do that, that will be an epic ride in 30 years. There's
Yeah.
nothing will ever change with that. That is incredible, amazing technical surfing.
Can I ask you something though? The G-force that you're feeling when you're going down a wave that steep and what it takes to kind of readjust your line to get under the hood. What does that feel like?
I mean, it's insane, right? Because like the wave is moving in from the open ocean at such a rapid speed, and under your own paddle power with your two hands, you need to try and match that speed just for a moment. And a wave like that, it's so heavy, so critical, sucking up all that power, and you have to like, basically he free fell from the top all the way to the bottom, landed on his inside edge, which is his heel edge, and got up into the barrel. Just, that was so technical, so heavy. Basically he was falling the whole start of that wave.
Here we go, the numbers coming through, a 9.8 from Judge 1, Judge 2, Judge 3. Remember, we're going to throw out the high and low, average out the remaining 3, a 9.5, a 9.6, a 9.73 for Jordy Smith, and I believe that's the highest score of the day.
Well rewarded. I mean, this morning we were saying, you know, the judges suppressing the scale, knowing what they're looking at, and that's it. I mean, that's the kind of surfing that they've been wanting to see, the technicality of it and the way that he was able to handle it and manhandle that wave. Well rewarded.
Well, the action continues today, and it's been a busy day, but it's been non-stop. We're going to be back right after this break of more of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Epic surf and epic performances. Opening day of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, Jordy Smith with perhaps the best wave he's ever surfed out at Pipeline. I mean, look at this.
Wow. That was super impressive. There was so many cool moments to that wave that were all so different. Just his choices that he made, just the intensity of the drop, the adjustment off the bottom, the choice to let go of the rail and stand tall and be completely comfortable just at the very start of the barrel. And then it just runs super fast and he's crazy deep. Kind of had like, it almost ticked every single box. It was crazy.
And that's the addictive feeling, right? Because Jordy's paddling out after that one. He's like, okay, I want another one. I want to get deeper. I want to feel that again.
That is right there is why you make the championship tour.
Yeah. Well, talking about Jordy on the championship tour, let's take a look at the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. 6 career event wins, 272 heat wins, and his heat winning percentage of 57.38. High heat winning percentage and a great career so far. Could this be Jordy's year to win a world title?
Yeah, I think last year was pretty heartbreaking for him, having to pull out of the Olympics, having that knee injury, and having such a great start to the season, looking good to make the top 5, and then having to pull out of all of that.
Imai Kalani DeVault in the barrel and comes out now. Late charge by the Maui boy, Imai. He needs a combination of 14.83 to get into second place and bump Tudela out of that. Here's the crowd at the beach, having a good time. Miguel Tudela knifes through there, a couple of pumps in the barrel, and is able to come out. Tudela's run at pipe continues. Wow. Why not throw a snap right at the end?
That was spicy. not a lot of dynamic turns happening after the barrel out here, you guys. That was pretty cool. Cool to see there's the comfort level and the stoke, and like, he obviously at Pipeline, you don't need to do that, but it's so cool, and it's really like, just feels fresh when you see someone come out of a big barrel and do like a really cool turn. Just like puts a stamp on it.
I agree, and I think that's going to elevate the score just a little bit. We'll see what the judges type in for both Miguel Tudela and Imai DeVault. Imai with a chance of breaking out of that combination that he's currently in, Rosie, but it's really going to depend upon the number that this man gets, Miguel Tudela.
Yeah, that's right, and he's had so much of the ocean rhythm in his favor at the moment, and can Imai turn that around come the back 5 minutes of this heat? It's such a tough task when you've been sitting there, you're starting to feel the nerves bubble up inside of you. How do you kind of quieten the mind and really take the opportunities that you're going to need to get out of this elimination round in your rookie season, your first event?
Yeah, you know, we talked about rhythm in these heats and how important it is, and about halfway through this heat, we saw Imai use his priority on I believe on a complete straight closeout, and the very next wave that broke, I think it might have been Jordy's. He would have had that wave. And there's those moments out there with those split-second decisions where you're like, I think this is the one, and you go and you make that little mistake, and a lot of times it just shifts the energy kind of like out of from your side to the other person's side. So, and it takes like every now and then you see certain surfers able to kind of overcome that and switch the energy back. A good example this morning was Griffin Colapinto. Things sort of weren't going his way at all at the start, and he was able to kind of like persevere and shift that energy and kind of rise over that, and then he just kind of like muscled his way through and won the heat at the end.
Great observation, Shane, and you're spot on in that a 7-point ride just checked in for Imai Kalani DeVault. He did break the combination. Now Imai, Rosie, needs a 7.84 to get into that second and advancing spot.
Yeah, you can feel a little bit of that pressure release when you hear that number too, I think, for Imai, even though there's that tiny bit of time, but it's just that feeling like, okay, I've still got a chance. Break that combo and lock into something special.
Well, what a great ride. Just perfect read of that. That barrel was getting smaller and smaller. He maximized the time. He couldn't have been in there any longer, and just, you can see the line he chooses right there. He's at the bottom, gets a little pump right here. He makes that adjustment, goes a little bit higher. I mean, as soon as he came out of the barrel, it was gone. And he's extremely comfortable out here, puts in tons of time. There's 4 minutes left, a little bit less than 4 minutes left, and he's well within striking distance now.
Yeah, and the hard thing, I think, for all of these rookies, but Imai, looking at the schedule and thinking about the mid-year cut, this is his chance. This would be his pet event of the season. Here, Pipeline, potentially Sunset, but it's got to happen. And what happens if he doesn't make it through this and starts with that 33rd and then has to kind of refocus his energy?
Yeah, it's an important heat for this young man out of Paia on the island of Maui. Second priority right now, sitting next to Miguel Tudela. So he does have a little bit more opportunity, given that he's above the ladder, if you would, of priority with Tudela. And now he just needs, basically, Shane, a two-wave set to come through right now, so he has a chance.
That's right, and you can get sneaky out here too. Like, there's a couple sneaky rights. There are ways to get big scores out here with just 2 or 3 minutes left. Happens all the time. You see a guy get a buzzer beater all the time out here. You see Miguel Tudela right there, just totally clicking in and in rhythm in this heat.
Talking you through the heat recap, and Rosie, Jordy Smith brought some action.
He did. I mean, he's just clicked into form here. He's really recalibrated himself from his first round this morning. But this, one of the waves of the day, well, it was the wave of the day with that score, that 9.73.
Oh, man. Another look at it, Shane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just classic surfing right there for Jordy Smith, looking right at home. Amazing to see the knee looking that good. I mean, that confidence, like you guys were talking about, could this be Jordy's year? I mean, there's a lot of examples out there that people get extremely dangerous coming back from a really bad injury. Just that fire, all that physical therapy, all the work you have to do, and you just get pissed off.
Yeah.
And you work super, super hard, and you just expect big things.
Important wave for Imai Kalani DeVault. Pulls in, behind the current, disappears. And unfortunately, unable to complete that barrel. Wow. That was an ultra important wave for Imai. That could have changed the entire heat.
Yeah, you feel that little bit of a crack in your heart. You get that little feeling of disappointment for Imai. I mean, he's so close when it chandeliers like that. Could that potentially have been the score?
That could have been the score. I mean, he was perfectly in the spot. I think he was trying to maximize. I think he knew that that wave may have been only the score if he maximized the tube time. And he just didn't come out. But like, that was a major bullet dodge for Jordy, right?
Tudela,
wow,
just doing great things at Pipeline and having a great heat coming back in this elimination round.
Miguel's got like 8 really good waves in this heat. Just, he's on fire.
Taking advantage of his time out here at Pipeline without the 100 people that would normally be out there today.
Yeah, so hard to see Imai in that heat, man. That was a really tough heat. He served really well. It's just really exciting to see. We're off to a great year already. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, what a great day, opening day, and great performances, great stories. Taking a look here at Jake Marshall, who's going to be in the next heat, heat number 3 of the elimination round.
Thanks so much for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Shane. Of course, Rosie, always good time with you.
I'm stoked to be sitting here with you guys. This is insane.
We're going to take a break right now. We're going to bring in Chris Cote and Ross Williams. They'll take you through the rest of the day. Stick around to the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. What a way to start the 2022 season. Prime time here on the North Shore of Oahu, and just like that, answering back from an early round loss, Jake Marshall starts us off. This is Elimination Round Heat 3. Chris Cote with Ross Williams. Enough about us. Let's talk about these guys in the water, absolutely sending it over the ledge. Back-to-back waves. Jake Marshall starts us off. Federico Moraes follows through. Jordan Lawler got an early up and down real quick, just 0.57. But just when you think, hey, it's almost happy hour, think again. There's still work to do here at Pipeline, Ross.
Dude, it's firing. It's firing. It's just every day, or every wave is like a magical moment. And you know, it's really cool about, you know, this lineup right now with Federico and Jake and Jordan Lawler. You know, Pipe is a tough spot to get some good waves, like especially at this caliber. And right now, they're probably a lot of these surfers are getting the best wave they've ever got at Pipe and Backdoor in their life in a heat. Because this crowd, when you're free surfing, is so tough. So they're learning on the fly, so to speak, right now. And what a way to do it, Chris.
Love to hear that. Let's talk about the technical abilities here of Federico Moraes. That's a big guy in a wild barrel.
Holy moly. Easily the best barrel I've ever seen him get, for sure. I mean, he was perfectly slotted behind. He was a little out of control, which was very cool. It was fun to watch. He was grabbing his rail. when we were looking into the barrel, you saw his board start sliding over the foam ball, and he regained control right there. Got a little extension, Chris, through the sandbar section. I mean, beautiful, beautiful barrel ride there for Federico. That's a natural high right there. He is stoked.
I really like when these elimination rounds quickly follow the non-elimination rounds, because we get to see a quick scatting report. Love what we saw from Jake Marshall. That first wave came through a 5.5. Don't forget that he got absolutely smoked in his first ever championship tour heat as a rookie. And just by the looks of it, bounced back quick his first wave, the return to backdoor. So good things already happening for young Jake Marshall and for Federico Moraes. I mean, that was a tough heat that he had, but the ability to bounce back quickly, and of course it helps when you're paddling out into some of the most perfect pipeline we've seen of the entire year. Federico went down to Jackson Baker and Miguel Pupo. He only had a 5.33 total in his opening round, so lots of room to grow for Federico.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of Federico, I think of J-Bay, you know, where he's gotten solid results before. He's from Portugal, near a beautiful point break there in Coches. So he's got a really gnarly carve on him, but man, he is learning how to surf pipe right now.
And right behind him, got the last second call into the comp. An injury replacement, Jordan Lawler there, up and down, or up and out, I should say. A nice ride. Not super deep, but still, what a rush. Nonetheless, 25:20 to go. Surfer in white, Jordan Lawler. Good drop there.
Yeah, nice and late there, grabbing the wall with both hands. That's become sort of popular here in the last 4 or 5 years, and it's a good tactic. It's a good way to slow down. You need to get behind the curtain if you're going to impress the judges. And he did a good job there, Chris. He could have, got shuffled out into the channel, but he stalled there just a touch.
Well, with 24:50 to go, that gives us the chance to take some time to talk to this guy that got the tube of a lifetime, Jordy Smith with Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you very much, Chris. Jordy, welcome back, man. That was an insane way to come through.
Thanks, Strider. Yeah, I mean, some of the waves out there are absolutely incredible. It's what you draw at school. When you're a kid, you draw pipeline. I believe you draw today.
I don't know. I just got chicken skin thinking about it. Was that the best wave you've ever had out here?
Yeah, I think it's definitely up there. Between that one, I had one in 2020, the off season, but definitely the hardest part is getting them, and it looked like they've been out there all day, but to actually have that in a heat, very, very special moment.
And all that with a fractured toe.
Yeah, I fractured it 5 days ago, my very first day here. I just couldn't believe my luck, but 2022 has been pretty rough for me. So I'm just glad that it's kind of turning around now and getting going.
Well, one good wave at Pipeline will turn it around. The highest scoring wave of the event so far. Congratulations. Welcome back. Can't wait to see more out of you, bud.
Thanks, Strider.
I just love to hear that, and Jordy Smith can look back on that wave at the end of the season and go, that was the wave, that was the jump start. And a wave like that can really change the trajectory of your whole year. So Jordy Smith, he said there, rough start to the year, but right there, an excellent way to restart everything.
I mean, I'm going to show some of my age right here. We used to always talk about cover shots. That was like a 90s thing for surfers. Now, I don't know what it is. It's just Instagram shots or whatever it is. But we're seeing many surfers collect that today. And Jordy's was kind of the one that's leading the show right now, not only by the score, but when he let go of his rail and stood tall, it was like illuminated by the sun behind the barrel. It was a massive wave. I mean, he will be looking at that, talking to his grandchildren.
I mean, that the new cover shot is a repost.
Okay.
So he's definitely going to get some reposts
something goes viral
of that wave. It should be viral if it's not already. Jordy Smith back in action. Sadly, we do lose Imai Kalani-Duvall, an incredible surfer. He will be back, and you know he's a performer at the next stop over at Sunset Beach. So Imai Kalani will be back. 22:36 to go. Very excited to reintroduce Laura Enever, who is in the lineup. Laura, give us your initial feeling out here in this beautiful Pipeline afternoon.
Well, I've calmed down a bit since Jordy's wave. That was straight out into the lineup and having the best view of that one. But it is just so dreamy. Like it's so dreamy and so scary, but just incredible. I mean, you could be facing down the beach and just want to put a snorkel on and look at all the tropical fishies below, but you turn that way and there's a heaving 10-foot slab and everyone's sending it over the ledge. So it's amazing. And you know, these trade winds, they've been swirling, but it's just turned into the most magical afternoon. So I feel very blessed to be out here and lucky.
Yeah, what a glorious way to start the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Laura, so you saw it from the beach all day, and as you sit there in the front row, is there any banter happening in the lineup? These are 3 surfers that this is really their last chance of the day to make it through. Somebody's going home. Is there a different feeling now than there was in that opening non-elimination round?
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, earlier in the day, it seemed like everyone was just so pumped to get this to themselves. And before the last couple of heats out here, I mean, it's just been fierce. Geordie has been so fierce, and going over a little way. But yeah, Geordie was just looking like he was not cracking a smile. He was here to do business. He was practicing his pig dogs like in the lineup, and you know, everyone's kind of, yeah, a little bit of smiling, but just, you know, they want to make it through this heat. This is an important event, and they just want to get tubed off their head.
Well, we know it's going to happen. There's 20 minutes and 56 seconds left in this heat. As you look behind us on the beach, are you hearing the crowd noise out there? Do these surfers hear that when they pull out of these waves?
Yes, the surfers hear it for sure. The crowd is erupting. I loved in the last heat, Miguel was like hooting himself. He was just so stoked, like just screaming after every wave. And I think, yeah, it's pretty special to see. It's like I said earlier, this is, you know, these are some of the sessions of these surfers' lives, and so many of these rookies, it's amazing to see them out here, and they've probably, you know, never had this chance to surf pipe with no one out. So yeah, hoping, you know, Jake and Geordie get into a couple out here, and yeah, that last wave of Freddie's, he was so deep on it. So yeah, I think there's some more sets possibly storming through the lineup now. But yeah, I might have to paddle a bit wide, guys.
Yeah, watch out.
Soon.
It's weird to tell someone to stay safe when they're out at Pipeline. That's kind of a contradictory of terms. But 20 minutes to go here. Federico Moraes with an 8.5. Ross, why was that score up in that near excellent range?
I mean, I think the one thing that judges are really hanging their hat on today is the depth in that barrel. They want to see you really far back in the barrel, and Freddie was. You know, at one point he sort of side slipped, so the judges liked it.
19:30 to go. I mean, it is. It's been one of these days. Hard not to dip into hyperbole, but when Kelly Slater and John and Geordie all echo the sentiment that this is one of the best days ever, don't take it from me, take it from them. It's waves like this that just keep coming in. I mean, it's like a factory of just perfect bombs coming into pipe today.
Wow, that was deep right there for Jordan Lawler. And I don't know, I found myself saying the same thing, you know, right away this morning after the first hour or two of competition. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've never seen it better in an event here at Pipe, period. And that's a big claim because we've seen decades of amazing surf here during all these events, but it just doesn't get a whole lot better. It's picture perfect. You got the right swell direction, you got the right size, and you got perfect sugar-coated wind. This is light southeast winds. This is not normal, Chris. Normal trade winds is kind of a little bit more side shore and just a little bit of chunder. This is really clean conditions. So I mean, all the elements are together.
Can I say it? Is it the new normal?
Well, we'll just have to hold our breath on that one.
Ross, just to put it into perspective, how many Pipe Masters events did you compete in back in the day?
I don't know. I mean, I started competing in pipe when I was a teenager.
So HIC, all the, yeah.
Yeah, and even just the pipe, the main pipe pro, I started competing when I was 16, 17 years old, and then until I retired around 30, age 30. So many years and so many good memories, both good and bad, and made a couple of finals out here. And the cool thing about pipe, Chris, is a lot of different conditions get thrown at you. I've been in a final at Aokai, and I've been in a final at Perfect Pipe, you know, traditional pipeline. So I like that. I like that the conditions test you here in Hawaii. You got to bring a shortboard and you got to bring a big old gun and just be ready for anything.
You know, and this is one of those days where, you know, when you've slogged through it, the tough conditions we've seen in past pipe events, you know, you get to an event like this, and yes, that shaka right there says it all. You know, the North Shore Lifeguard Association, I mean, these are some of the baddest people on the planet. They put their life on the line, and you know, we're so happy to have them. Of course, the Hawaiian Water Patrol on duty. Thankfully, it's been nice and clean today. I've seen a lot of broken boards, but knocking on wood here, for as unsafe as this wave is today, it's been nice and clean. Love to see it. And the scores, I mean, they tell the story right there. all double digits in that last heat. Right now with 16:55 to go, everybody has a score on the board, and this could be another big one. Late drop, super late. That was Jordan Lawler. Just, I mean, going for it. That's a cliche, but he was going for it on that wave.
Chris, he deserves a couple of stripes on the sleeve for that broken board. Just for him to commit to that gnarly drop and pull in. I'm pretty sure he knew he was too deep and wasn't going to make it, and he just said, whatever, I'm going. Look at this view right here. Look at the reef being exposed. We've got a minus tide this afternoon. That was the view down from off the wall, and that is so late. Look, just clinging to his toenails there. It's Jordan Lawler, young Aussie right there. Again, beautiful commitment. I'm pretty sure he knew he was going to get swallowed up there, but he just said, I'm going for it.
Well, I mean, the good news is there he made the drop, so maybe, you know, you get that feeling and you're thinking to yourself, well, you know, I got smashed on the tube, but I did make that drop. What the heck? That came out of nowhere. Jake Marshall just launching out of a backdoor tube.
Psyching right there, look at him kicking water, he is energized, and it's also not super easy to paddle back out from backdoor, so a little extra pep in his step right there for Jake Marshall.
So you know, kind of you're thinking, why is he running that way when the channel's over behind him? What is happening here, Ross?
Well, at Pipe, especially when there's a west swell, the sweep, the current pushes heavy from west to east. So you need a little head start. You jump in the water way at the top, and by the time you get through the little channel there at the sandbar, you'll move about 100 to 200 yards. So he's just going back up sort of the way behind. He's near off the wall right there. But by the time he gets to the channel where the jet skis are and where Laura's sitting, it's a good 200 yards from where he is now.
Yeah, and a reminder, do not try this at home. If you're not an elite level surfer, do not paddle out where Jordy Lawler is trying to paddle out. So you're telling me he's even on the other side of backdoor, going straight out to sea, but the current is pulling, so wraps around to the other side of Pipeline?
Yeah, I mean, think of like a sadistic lazy river. I mean, that's basically what he's jumping into right now. But you have to, because if you paddle out like right in front of Pipe, by the time you make it to the channel, you're going to be down by the sandbar, down by Aukai, and your journey is going to be much longer. So they have to negotiate that rip.
14-13. I'm writing that down, sadistic lazy river. I'll be pitching that to my local water park. 14 to go, back at it. Jake Marshall grabs the rail, lets it go. I mean, that right there, that's a combo you don't hear about that much, except for here at Pipeline. The rail grab to let go to come out of the tube. Federico Moraes, after his first wave, has to straighten out. So that's a good example right there. He's 6'1", 6'2". After that wave broke, the whitewater was 3 times over his head.
Yeah, and equally as wide, too. It's just like a giant living room water form chasing you. So it is just monster caves out here. These barrels are so square, and that's what makes this wave dangerous. This wave throws to the beach. And you got to be proud, Chris. The Grom from your local town is kind of lighting it up right now a little bit.
You know, pretty cool to see Jake Marshall, second surfer out of Encinitas, California, to make the championship tour after Mr. Rob Machado. And he is a proud member of the Encinitas Board Riders. They have an event today, a fundraising contest at the reef where he surfs every day. So it's just really cool. The whole town's rallied behind him. I know this happens all over the world. Australia, Brazil, you know, a kid from your hometown makes it. Everybody gets excited. I mean, there was banners up on the freeway, pizza parties for him everywhere he went. And yeah, he has not bought a meal or a beer for himself in a long time, because he is a true hometown hero. And right now, making us proud. Like, if you had a doubt of Jake Marshall's ability after watching that first heat, well, that shows you that he is a tenacious young surfer. Got absolutely smashed twice. He does have the worst wipeout of the day under his belt, and now he's battling back and showing us that he means business. He's got a 6.17 and a 5.5 with room to grow. Another surfer who just suffered a horrible smashing is Jad Sid Andre, who will be coming up next. So 12 minutes to go. this is where these surfers battle back and show us what they got. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Stay tuned.
By the mid-70s, a whole new cast of international characters landed on the North Shore. Inspired by the generation of Jerry, Rory Russell, Jackie Dunn, and Jeff Crawford, a brigade of Australians and South Africans made their way into the lineup with a one-track mindset: be the best guys at pipe and backdoor by any means necessary. With a new and aggressive and powerful style, Sean Thompson and Rabbit Bartholomew led the charge. The power fist replaced the soul arch, and the dawn of the professional era began. But it wasn't until Spider Murphy shaped Sean, the infamous rockered up pink banana, that a whole new set of possibilities opened up at pipe. And when the 1975 Pipe Masters came around, Sean beat out Jerry Lopez to win the contest, proving that you no longer had to be a stylish, goofy footer to be the best at pipeline. But if you thought some extra rocker changed things, wait till you see what comes next.
As if this event wasn't awesome enough, we have the Pioneers of Pipeline. It's a new Billabong series created specifically for the Billabong Pro Pipeline, hosted by Mark Cunningham, and coming up soon, episodes hosted by Coco Ho. So you're gonna see some really, really cool moments from this iconic wave, and I think you're gonna learn something. I mean, I'm a surf nerd to the core, and I'm learning something with each episode I see.
Yeah, I like that episode that we just kind of had a glimpse of, and you know, it was neat. There was that transition from sort of the soul surfing and just surfing pipeline for the love of it, maybe filming it and making some really nice surf movies, to the sport of surfing that evolved, and winning was what was cool. And you know, Sean Thompson and Rabbit Bartholomew and some of those guys really sort of made that trend happen. And at Pipeline, it's not the first thing you think of, because this wave in itself is like, it's a mountain, you know, it's its own creature. So the two morphed together, and this is what we have at present day.
It's interesting because I'm so used to the visual in my head of, you know, Bruce and Andy and Kelly, John, Jamie O'Brien, guys that do that no-hand backside tube ride, but then you look at Sean Thompson doing it in the 70s.
Right.
Here we go, Federico Moraes. Eaton.
So close right there, just at the end.
It's so wild how that wave dissipates so much into the channel. So from there to the channel, what's the difference in the bottom?
Well, there's a bit of a contour change, but mainly, Chris, it's the swell direction. It's so west that a lot of the energy is spilling near back door, and by the time it gets towards the sandbar, it's finished, you know, which is lovely. That's why these barrels are staying open, and we're seeing so many successful, crazy rides. When the swell is really straight, then you see surfers get trapped, and you see that doggy door type of stuff, and maybe more backdoor waves, but I mean, this is picture perfect pipe.
How far over to the left beyond the face of the wave at Pipeline does the sand start?
I mean, right now, we've had, I think, 6 or 7 consecutive west swells. So this is kind of unheard of. In my entire life, I've never seen this. There is zero sand out there on the reef at Pipe. I mean, it's a genuine sandbar. When the waves finish off on a sandbar, that is Ehukai. Yeah, there's no more sand left on a reef. Sometimes when you get these north swells, you get a lot of sand brushed over, and then it makes it really challenging at pipe, but the reef is completely exposed, which is a good thing.
We got David Silva coming up next. He's got a big heat in front of him. Jadson Andre and Carlos Munoz. 3 hungry surfers here to prove something. This is the first quad board I've seen out here. I'm sure some other surfers have ridden them, but quad, tri-fin, basics, what's the difference?
Yeah, Kelly rode one in his heat as well. And I believe David rides for Kelly's surfboard company. They're Slater Design, so that's maybe chip off the old block there, taking some notes from Uncle. But yeah, quads are a little faster. They have less drag without that trailer fin. And if you're trying to get in the barrel and beeline towards the channel, which is a good call, especially if you're deep, speed is what you want. You want a quad.
Well, we got 6 to go. Kelly says ride quad. I'm riding quad. Federico Moraes right now has 5 waves ridden, 1 big score. The rest of them have just been throwaway numbers, but that tells me he's grinding. But let's hear it from the source. Laura Aniver, what are you seeing out of Federico Moraes right now?
Oh, sorry guys, hair in the face. But yeah, it seems like Freddie, he's had that 8 to start with, and he's just trying to back it up. Geordie, you know, right now, he doesn't have much, but he only needs a 7.4 to jump up and get into that second position. So basically, if Freddie knows if he can get a 3, he might, you know, put Geordie into that combo situation. So he keeps just trying to go these small ones, and then, I don't know, I think, yeah, he just can't really make it out of one at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if he keeps, you know, going towards that strategy, or maybe sits and tries to, yeah, wait and get a better one.
Hey, Laura, you mentioned the wind a little while ago. Looking up towards Haleiwa at the ocean, do you see anything coming? Yesterday afternoon, it did turn on shore, but in your eyesight, can you see anything?
No, it looks, I mean, there's a bit of, Jake Marshall taking off a nice one, super deep. Just didn't make it out of that. So, yeah, it seems pretty okay. There's a bit of texture on the water up towards Haleiwa, but it's super glassy here right now. It seems like that wind keeps picking up and sort of swirling a little bit.
So the conditions have held tight for us today. Thank you, Laura. 4:40 to go. Jake Marshall right there packing another one. So he's grinding it out right now. The 5.5 and a 6.17, 2 solid scores to give him a slight edge over Federico Moraes right now, but Federico only needs a 3.17. We'll see what this wave has for him. Goes backdoor, it's a grower. Just a quick tube ride there. Looked almost as he stood up, maybe he just got a little bit too stretched out. It's gonna be a cool photo, but maybe not a huge score.
Yeah, I mean, he's desperately looking for a backup score. He's so stoked on that 8.5, and you can see that he's just searching for a 4 or something, you know, just so he can solidify himself. You can't count on Jordan not finding that score. I know 7.4 is pretty solid, but we're at pipe. You know, you can get a 10 right now if you hook into a nice set wave.
And for Jordan Lawler, I mean, you got to have in the back of your mind that there's a chance. Yeah. Anything is possible in surfing, especially over here on the North Shore, where, I mean, injuries are just from minor to major. It's always a possibility. How do you think it felt for Jordan? I mean, I know you've been around the world and back, championship tour and everything in between. To get that call, I mean, what does that do for you?
I mean, I'm sure he did not predict it. He knew he was next in line, so you'd have to anticipate a little bit. But Chris, take a look at this wave. Perfect one.
Well, this is what the call calls for. Jordan Lawler, wow. Late drop, beautiful bottom turn. Another poster moment for this young Australian. Well, he's looking for a 7.58. That's going to be very close. That was a monster tube.
Wow. You'd see Jaddy actually splashing him. He was so stoked for him. That was such a pit. Potentially the best barrel he's ever had here at Pipe. Again, these surfers, some of these rookies, they haven't gotten many great waves at Pipeline. It's so hard to get a good wave when you're free surfing out here. So Jordan Lawler is just going to be so ecstatic that he got a proper 10-foot pit.
Incredible. I mean, that is a life-changing wave right there. We'll see what the judges say about that. Federico Moraes, meanwhile, he's looking for a 3.17. That last score comes through a 1.40. So basically dropped in, got stretched out, didn't get the score. But let's talk about this wave, Ross. Look at that drop.
Late drop. You can see he got extended there and just hung on by his toes. Long, not a very long barrel, so That's not good for him in terms of the score, but let's see how deep he gets. This is a good angle right here. We're gonna look right inside the barrel, watch his surfboard. If he touches the foam ball, that's an indication of him getting really deep, and he stayed ahead of it the whole time. So it's possible the judges will go underneath that score he needs for the 7.5.
How much does the drop count towards the score?
It counts, it shows commitment. If you get airborne, that shows you're late, you're steep. But really, all day today, they've been consistently rewarding surfers that are super deep and behind the curtain. And that one was, you could see him the whole time. So I'm guessing he's gonna go under his score.
And there is I think of the name Sion Milosky, steep and deep.
Yeah.
That wave, very steep. Not quite as deep as the judges want to see to throw out those big numbers, but we're going to leave it up to them. Meanwhile, Jordy back at it. That was kind of what we were asking for earlier. Just a nice finish. Doesn't waste time to do a big carve.
Well, that's pretty smart because Jordan knows his best score right now, currently, before the score is still being deliberated by the judges, is a 2.3. So, you know, he could get 2 waves right now. If I'm him, I'm jetting back out there. I mean, I don't know if he has enough time with a minute. Yeah, he's going to call it.
Jake Marshall grabs the rail, pops out, quick ride, nicely done. I'm kind of with you, Ross. I wouldn't waste a second. And the score comes through. Jordan Lawler gets it, a 7.67. That means Federico Moraes just needs a 1.50. We'll see if he got the note before he dropped into that wave. That looked like a 1.50.
Wow. So I was wrong. I thought the judges were going to go under the 7.5, and they gave it to him. So they loved the airborne drop. But you're right. Freddie might have just switched it right back. So a little seesaw battle here. See if we can tee this wave up here, Freddie's last wave, and see if it's enough.
I mean, win, lose, or draw. Jordan Lawler just got the wave of a lifetime, and he got into an event he didn't even think he was going to get into. But this story is not over. 3 seconds left.
Keep in mind, Jordan Lawler had a wave after the 7.6 too, so we have 2 or 3 scores here to lock in.
Oh man, this is where the judges earn it right there. So a quickie.
He's only getting rid of a 1.4, so in my eyes, that's definitely better. It was a short barrel. The drop was sort of easy, so commitment-wise, the judges aren't too freaked out. You know, they're just like, okay, but he did get barreled there for a second, so you know, you could see that being a 2.5. So we're going to have to see Jordan's other score that hasn't dropped yet. He got a little barrel after the 7.6.
Now all surfers on the beach, they're all doing the math in their heads. We wait for scores.
Similar scores for Jordan. This is the little one right here. Nice and deep, small wave.
All right, this one comes through, 2.6. That knocks Federico down to 3rd. Now Freddie needs a 1.77.
Can you imagine if Freddie gets a 1.76? I don't think so. It seems like a 2-point rider better, but let's see. I've been wrong a lot today.
I mean, that, regardless of how this shakes out, that smile will not leave his face.
Wow. There it is.
All right, it's official. Federico Moraes with the last second 2.63 gets through, but give it up to the chief lot troll from Encinitas, California, Jake Marshall, fighting back from a horrific first round. He gets the win here in Elimination Round 2 with more to come. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. More action to follow. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
disposable areas where sustainable coastline has separated the trash. We can cycle so much waste from going to our landfills by taking a few seconds to recognize compostable items, recyclable items, and our general trash
Jack Robinson falling out of the sky, backsided pipe. Let's go! And comes out! How did he do that?
Are you kidding me? He was off balance, trying to regain balance. He was so far deep, it was closing out.
Start with a 9.17, and I think he just upped the ante there. All I can say is wow.
The Flying Embers drop of the day goes to the beast, Jack Robinson. To me, that drop was incredible because of the weightlessness. He just stood up and grabbed his rail, and it looked like a half an inch of his tail was still engaged in that way. That was heavy.
There's been no shortcuts, no freebies. Every wave that you take off today at Pipeline, it is all about commitment. So a well-deserved award from Jack Robbo. Definitely the performance of the day.
Oh, you're not watching a pool party here. This is the ocean wreaking some havoc on our surfers. All three surfers in the lineup got completely mowed down. And I believe Laura Enever is out there in the soup as well.
Yeah, guys, I just snuck to the side of those ones, but all three of the competitors just got washed in, and yeah, a bit of a annoying way to start the heat, but you know, they were at least not top to bottom, so they just kind of got washed in, and they're just going to manage through this foamy soup and wait till the lineup cleans up, really.
I mean, that was, I think, the biggest set I've seen all day. That broke pretty far out the second reef there, Laura.
Yeah, that definitely did, and it was kind of more, you know, just like more of like a big sort of burgery one. It didn't really do. The first actually one was quite top to bottom. That after that they were burgers, but yeah, it's definitely messed the lineup a bit now. So they'll be wanting to get it a bit cleaner and get the heat started.
Triple patty giant burgers coming across that reef. So we've got 26-18, 3 minutes taken away due to a massive wall of whitewater mowing down. And look at it, it's still soupy out there. That shows you how big that wave was and how far out it broke.
It was a big set. It was the biggest set of the day. And just kind of cloud braked out there on the second reef. So we'll let the lineup reorganize here. We need the medium sets here to hook in on that first reef.
That was some heavy duty rock and roll coming in. 25-49, it is going to be David Silva. A quadruple pump bottom turn. Nicely positions himself. Quick little pocket ride there for Silva, but a good way to kind of better his position in the lineup. Sometimes you can use a smaller wave to put yourself in a better spot, get back out there into the peak position. 25-28 to go. First wave ridden from David Silva. We'll see what the judges go there. And now let's go to recent qualifier out of Encinitas, California. Rookie on tour, Jake Marshall with Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I mean, North County, San Diego. It's been a while since we've had somebody from San Diego on tour. You're representing them well.
Yeah, I'm stoked to represent San Diego. It's my home where I grew up, so pretty cool. I'm stoked I can fly that flag. It's pretty rad.
So first heat, you sent it on some massive waves. It didn't work out. This one, you were going right, going left. Did you change your game plan?
Yeah, I think I tried to be a little more calculated, you know, out there, and I was stoked to go for it on a few solid ones this morning, but this one I just wanted to make sure I could put a few scores on the board and not beat myself and just kind of make the other guys at least go beat me out there, you know, but hopefully in the next round I can kind of get that bomb and then make that one and combine the two heats a little bit.
I like it, a little combination. You're working with Chris Gallagher. He's a shaper, but he was a tour competitor. He's got some good info for you.
Oh, for sure. Me and Gally have been working together for so long now, since I was 12. So he's a super calm presence in my camp, and I feel like we know each other really well, and I just feel really confident when I'm working with him. So it's always really nice to have him over here in Hawaii.
Well, there you go. Coaching, surfboards, everything's paying off. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great start there for Jake Marshall. Well, scary start, and then a good restart, I should say, in that last heat. Yeah, I saw him right after he came in from his first heat, and you could see the whites of his eyes around his eyeballs. He was going, what just happened? But that's that's how you become a champion, by bouncing back quick. You gotta have a short memory, and that's illustrated right there with Jake Marshall moving on. Along with Federico Moraes, we do lose Jordan Lawler. Good news for Jordan Lawler. He got the best wave of his life at Pipeline today, so everybody wins here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Yeah, and it's a big day, especially for anyone who is in the elimination round. They surfed 2 heats today and pumping 6 to 8 to even 10-foot surf at pipe. Your adrenaline is pumping so gnarly that, you know, it makes you double tired. It's a physical effort at pipe. You get pummeled. Hopefully you don't hurt yourself on the reef, but I mean, these guys are going to sleep pretty good tonight.
No doubt. And we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Call is made early morning here on the North Shore of Oahu. The good news is the chart that you see on Surfline, there's a lot of colors happening, a lot of blobs coming around. Ross, you said it. We've had stellar conditions for the past month straight, and it looks like, knock on wood, the next couple weeks will be holding.
The only thing that's a little unpredictable is the wind, but the swell, there's 2 or even 3 more on the maps here over the next couple of weeks that are that same angle, 310 degrees, right around there in that ballpark, which is money for Pipeline. So we're bound to finish with epic surf.
We got 22:20 left in this heat. Silva's first wave at 2.33. Looks like everyone kind of shaking off the wild opening salvo that the Pipeline threw at these 3 competitors. A lot of time left here. Priority is still open with Jadson and Carlos. David has 3rd priority. I'm really looking forward to the 8:05 post show, which will be coming up after this heat. You want to talk about highlight reel? Oh. Hopefully the post show is 5 hours long. I'd like to see a lot of waves.
It's ridiculous. There's been so many highlights. I mean, every single heat has produced. Even the slow heats, there's been at least 1 great wave. So we've had a lot of heats today. That's going to equate to a crazy highlight reel.
Can't wait. It's coming up next, hosted by Kaipo Guerrero. Ross, you'll be on there. Rosie.
It's going to be a lot to chew on. It's going to be fun. And conditions are still mint out there.
And it's always fun to watch the peanut gallery come alive. The channel will start to fill up probably in about 10 minutes, and in about 21.5 minutes, you're going to see the pipe specialists, the tourists, the travelers, the surf. Everyone's going to be out there, because who would want to waste an afternoon like this?
I mean, there's going to be a lamb chop in a park and about 500 hyenas just piling on it. It's going to be mayhem out there. Everyone's been watching it all day, just so freaked out. Everyone wants to get their own best wave of their life this afternoon. So it should be fun to watch, but it's going to be mayhem.
20 minutes, 38 seconds to go. Slow start here for this heat. Only 1 score on the board, 2.33 for David Silva. And remember, this is the final opportunity these surfers have to keep advancing through here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. If you lose here, it's back to the drawing board. Or it's maybe go a couple blocks up the road, start practicing at Sunset Beach. That's right around the corner, physically and on paper, on the schedule.
Paddle here, Chris.
All right, let's see who's going to crack this one open. Remember, Jadson and Carlos both have open priority. It's going to be Jadson Andre. Now that is steep, that is deep. Can he come out? He cannot. He felt confident that time because the foam ball was actually protruding out of the tube. That's when you know there's no surfer left standing in there.
There's an accidental soul arch. You see that, Chris? Right when he pulled in, he got pushed back on his heels as he gets mopped up right there. That is not fun. Right now he's just getting torn. Each limb is going in a different direction. But yeah, that was a little bit of a, I don't know that it was his fault. It was such a late drop. He was off balance and was on his heels, kind of soul arching in a barrel, but he needed to step on the gas there and got chewed up.
Now, Ross, to the layperson, I've had not that much experience out here, never on a day like this. Describe the speed. I mean, I think that's something that people, it's kind of hard to relate to when you're watching on screen, and these surfers are so good, they get up so quick. What's the speed of this wave like? Does it catch people by surprise?
It really does. See a paddle here.
I mean, even that's a good display of that right there. I mean, it's not an easy wave to catch, and it's going so fast that even a guy like Carlos Munoz, it almost looked like he got held up a little bit right there.
Yeah, there's so much water moving up the face. Another one here, Chris.
And that was nice and clean. Oh, careful.
Yeah, the wave is fast, but you know, you think about a fast wave, I think of J-Bay or Winky Pop.
Fast down the line.
Yeah,
like
laterally,
that, yeah.
you're moving places. You're going so fast. These guys, maybe even 25 miles an hour, they're just cooking. That pipe, it's really about the line you draw. And how much do you bite off? You know, how much can you chew in terms of like how deep behind the barrel can you get? You want to impress the judges, but if you get too deep, the floor opens up at the bottom of the barrel and you get smoked. So it's really that balance of getting barreled, getting a big score, but you have to make it. You have to make the barrel to get the score. So they're going fast, but it's really not that much real estate. It's just you have to time that perfect A-frame just right and really position yourself well.
How much strength does it take to even do a bottom turn or to, you know, slow yourself down while you're dropping in on a wave like that?
I mean, it's really tough because you got gravity pulling at you. You got water ripping up the face of the wave that's making you hang up and potentially get pitched. There's a lot of elements. You got a little bit of wind. Is your board big enough? Did you paddle hard enough? Did you commit? Did you have alligator arms, you know, where you're just kind of paddling but not quite committed? There's a lot of things that can either help you or hinder you get down that face.
Well, we're getting scrappy here now at the end of the day. Jadson Andre, quick tube ride there. Nothing above a 3 on the scoreboard yet. Good news is there's 17 minutes to go, and we know how hungry these 3 surfers are. Now we're talking, escalating a little bit, but falling down the escalator. David Silva, up and out.
Yeah, these are all scrappy little waves, but you know, David Silva, Jadson Andre, they know how to build a house. They know how to manufacture a heat, and they're looking at putting some scores on the board. I think as the heat evolves, they'll look for, you know, an epic barrel that's maybe an 8-point ride or better, but right now they're just trying to get score on the board.
What's the risk of taking off on a bunch of small or medium-sized waves?
Bunch of 3s and 2s. You know, you're just not going to impress the judges too much unless you get an incredibly long barrel. But what's on offer today, the judges are aware of it. So if you hide, and, you know, if you take off on these head-high waves, the judges are going to, you know, reward you with a 2. You got to take off on a set.
16-12, Silva in the lead with a 2-3-3 and a 1-9-3. All of this will change. These are 3 really good surfers in the lineup, and all good out here at Pipeline as well. Carlos Munoz representing the nation of Costa Rica. Pura vida all day is the mantra down there. It's kind of like a Central America, Costa Rican version of aloha. Pura vida, it can be hello, it can be goodbye. Crew on the walk down. I mean, if those stairs could talk.
That's the infamous right-of-way right there at Pipeline, right next to the old school Jerry Lopez house, the iconic house. And it's a great place to watch the waves too. You're right there in front of it.
What I love about the North Shore is, you know, this is, you don't go walking around, you know, where the Super Bowl is and run into Tom Brady on the sidewalk. But on the North Shore, I mean, the bike path right there, as a surf fan, I mean, you take one lap on the bike path and, oh, Shane Dorian, Kelly Slater, John, they're all here.
Or you can go to Foodland, see what kind of yogurt they buy. It's just, North Shore's a small place, they're all here.
And we talked about the crew that's about to paddle out. I see some very good Pipeline surfers on their way out there. And there's one heck of a Pipeline surfer right there.
How's it, everybody?
Yes.
Garrett McNamara right there, the freshie.
G-Mac.
A new one.
Look at that little baby.
Future pipe charger. It's just in the McNamara bloodline, you know. They don't have a choice. They all just rip at big waves.
Oh, yeah. Garrett is a character, and he's been living on the North Shore for a long time, spends a lot of time over in Nazaré in Portugal too. Sort of put that on the map as a big wave spot. But Garrett and his brother Liam have gotten a lot of barrels right here on this stretch of reef.
I gotta hand it to Garrett, the series 100-foot wave, incredible on HBO, very cool. 14 minutes to go here. We are getting closer to happy hour. We're not quite there yet. More surfing to come. 13:50 on the clock. We'll see what happens next. You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Stay tuned.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to worldsurfleague.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise.
We're over halfway through the last heat of the day. David Silva, Jadson Andre, and Carlos Munoz trying to figure out who will advance through, who will pack it up, and head on over to Sunset. Chris Cote here with Ross Williams. These are elimination round heats. So far, this heat has been pretty slow pace-wise. Not a lot of waves have come through to give these surfers the opportunity. We know they will come through. You can see it. It's about to happen on screen. But with 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Ross, what is the strategy for these surfers? Do they keep trying to go for 4s and 5s, or do you wait? Do you set up camp and wait for that 8?
I mean, you gotta predict that, you know, an 8-point ride potential wave is gonna come through the lineup here in the next 11 minutes. So you don't wanna get too impatient and continue that road with 3s and 4s. See lines coming in right now. So this is very interesting. You know, I haven't seen Carlos Munoz get too many epic rides out here at Pipeline in his young career. As we see a whale jump right there. Very common this time of year.
Oh my gosh.
So this is the ultimate test, Chris. Carlos Munoz is at Pipeline, last heat of the day. The waves are 8 to 10 feet, and he's got priority. So we talk about like, all right, let's see it. It's your turn.
Bonus, nature. Where's David Attenborough when we need him? This is awesome.
Yeah, these whales, they come here around December, mid-December, and they hang out for a few months. And they just frolic, Chris. Jump, splash, they hang out. It's very cool.
The most welcome tourists on the North Shore, I would imagine.
For sure.
10 minutes and 45 seconds to go. David Silva, Jadson Andre, Carlos Munoz still trying to decode a vexing 20 minutes of time. 2.33 and a 2.63, the highest 2 scores so far. And here we go.
The brigade.
It's about to be on. I am liking seeing more helmets in the lineup.
Yeah.
Helmets used to be pretty prevalent, you know, back in the late 80s, early 90s. Guys like Liam McNamara, Takeda,
Tom Carroll. But
we're starting to see it more and more. I did read on worldsurfleague.com a new concussion protocol in place. So, you know, surfer safety, of course, the utmost importance. We all want to be entertained, but not at any cost to mind, body, or soul.
Right.
So I love all the precautions in place, and I do like seeing helmets in waves like this.
I do too. You know, I personally have never put one on, but I just don't see a good reason not to. It does hinder a little bit your peripheral vision. Sometimes some of the helmets cover your ears, and that could be a little funky, but the excuses are getting less and less. You know, it's just, you know, I think it's a good idea, especially at Pipe, where this bottom is so unforgiving and you're surfing on basically Niagara Falls. Every wave is just so gnarly and life-threatening, and it can push you down to the bottom. So it's a good call to wear a helmet.
And I think in free surfing moments especially, because the surfers in the lineup, with 3 surfers out there, you know, they can control their destiny a little bit more. But when there's 100 people out there, you're relying on other people sometimes, and
right.
We all know how that goes. Laura, I know that you've actually put a helmet on in waves of consequence. Why did that start for you, and do you like seeing more and more helmets in the lineup?
Yeah, I think it's amazing to see everyone, you know, taking that route and being more protective in the surf. I had a personal experience out here a few years ago where I hit my head pretty bad on the reef, and it kind of rattled me a fair bit and left me with a bit of a mild concussion for quite some time. And then, so now I just take the safe route and wear the helmet. And I mean, not today, it's nice to not have it on, but getting a bit of a helmet tan. And looking at Jadson taking off deep, nice and deep there, guys. I mean, I think it's just, it's amazing to see everyone just being safe. It's such a dangerous wave out here. It's so shallow, and we have seen some of the best surfers in the world, you know, have head injuries out here. So I think, everyone being safe is great.
Thanks, Laura. 7:58 to go as free surf's about to start. This heat is getting grindy. Yeah. We just saw Jadson Andre, a quick up and out right there. So a 2.63 and a 1.50 is what he has so far. Funny to even think about a heat like this after what we've seen for the whole day.
It's been very scrappy, but these are 3 scrappy surfers.
True.
And this is an important event. They don't want to get a 33rd. It's no bueno. You know, you only have 1 throwaway in the 5 events here, so every event is crucial, and they know that. So these guys want to get a big score right now.
This is going to be Jadson up, out, and over. And in the goofy versus regular conversation, goofy footers at Sunset Beach tend to have a tough time, unless you're, you know, Evan Valier.
Right.
Koa Smith's a great surfer out there. Some, of course, incredible goofy footers at Sunset, but you know, Jadson, David, they don't want to have to rely on that wave to get their result. They want Pipeline to provide, because this is classically speaking a place where goofy footers thrive.
Yeah, sure is. It's just, you know, these guys have been surfing, they surfed a heat, and then they've been watching all day, and that really pulls on your energy. Just the adrenaline running through you, the nervousness, it drains you. So right now, this is the last heat of the day. These guys, they have been subjected to a bit of a lully heat. They had that wash through, but there's still enough time on the clock for things to tighten up here, and these guys can produce a big score. So we'll have to hold on and see. I would say Jadson in the water right now has probably gotten the best barrels I've seen out of this bunch out at Pipeline. David Silva's no slouch either, though, but yeah, pretty scrappy heat here. I'm sure these guys want to put a number on the board.
So you see the clock now is just ticking away. 6 minutes to go now. Priority is with Carlos Munoz, just sitting on a 0.50. Only 1 wave rid in the last 25 minutes. Carlos does have the ability to surf for a perfect 10. We've seen it in the past, the QS events here. Right now he needs to tap into it. And here he is, Carlos Munoz, smaller wave. And nicely done there. I mean, basically got as much out of that wave as he possibly could. Interesting too that every wave these surfers has caught has been that same look, same size.
I'm a little bit surprised that Carlos burned priority on that. That was about a 3-foot wave. You know, it was a pretty small wave for today's standards. So we'll see if that's a mistake for him. I'm sure the score is going to be pretty small. The judges know that there's potential out there for an 8-foot slab to come through the lineup, so they're not going to reward him too heavily. That being said, he's going to get a little score on the board. One thing I wanted to note to you, Chris, Jadson Andre is one of the most clever surfers on tour. He knows how to hold on to a lead. He knows how to play the game and hold on to priority and mix it up. So I'd look for him to be a pest here in the last 4 minutes.
You know, when I think of Jadson Andre, I think of all the clutch performances he's had in the past. You know, the old drawing Kelly Slater had on his board. A bird has a frog in its mouth, and the frog has its hands around the bird's neck. Never give up.
Right.
That's Jadson. This guy will make you earn it to the last second.
So, scrappy score for Carlos, but he's in the mix there, Chris.
Yeah, just drops a 2.70. And now you look at this scores. I mean, everybody, a 4.6, 4.26, a 3.20. That is strange. It's strange looking after some of the numbers we've seen today. But remember, this is Pipeline. Remember, there's 4 minutes left. It's the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Anything's possible.
Believe it or not, that's the highest score in this heat. The last little barrel from Carlos, 2.7. So it's anyone's ball game here. It's going to come down to this last set. And it looks like 3 waves coming in. This has a good angle on it. Let's see some fireworks.
Come on now, 3:45 to go. And we have a paddle to start. It is Carlos Munoz. Take the first wave of the set. It's a bigger wave. Has to pump hard to get through it. Gets clamped. Right behind that one, with priority, it's David Silva. He lets this one go by. Jadson Andre takes it. Late drop into the pit. And he's eaten.
Gosh, I thought he had that. He was so close.
Pipeline is hungry right now.
He did a great job making that drop. You can see Jaddy made it right to the bitter end. It just needed to come out.
And you said it, Ross. He is a wily, smart tactician. Got out in front of Carlos Munoz, most likely will get back out there and take priority away from him.
He knows how to finish. I mean, if there's one thing Jaddy knows how to do on tour is how to finish it off with priority. Really good with, you know, playing the game out here. So sometimes, you know, you have to win ugly. So let's see what Jaddy does here. David Silva does have priority, and he's sitting in that second spot. Third place goes home.
Yeah, that's a tough 33rd as well. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Costa Rica holding its breath right now. Their favorite son, the first ever Costa Rican on the championship tour on the male side of things, in a dangerous position right now, but so is David Silva and Jadson, because Carlos only needs a 1.56. So this is one of these chess matches till the end.
That's low enough score where he could potentially do just a nice air or something on the sandbar and get the score. He doesn't have to get barreled with a 1.56, so very interesting. He's got third priority, so both David Silva and Jadson can sit on him.
As we look out now, looks like some lumps coming through. Will they be here in time, Ross?
Plenty of time, minute 40. Another small set, but there's potential there.
And it looks like David Silva's got his head down. He's paddling. He's going to use his priority on this first wave. Jadson, of course, little pokes at him with a stick a little bit. Quick tube ride there for Silva. He comes out after the spit. Judges are going to like that. That'll be probably another mid-ranger. With 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Jadson now, late drop, too late. Can't get under the lip, but does a nice snapping carve. 3 to the beach for Jadson.
Interesting. Trying to get rid of a 2, Chris.
And here we go, Carlos Munoz. Late drop, in the barrel. Not super deep, but could be effective. At this point, needs a 1.56, but we still have to wait for scores for David Silva and Jadson, Andre. And look at that lineup. Everybody knows 40 seconds to go. Let's go.
I'm not minding that from Carlos. I think that's going to get the job done. I mean, we're at the Pipe Pro, you know what I mean? And he got properly barreled there. There was an angle over from off the wall, so I'd like to see it from the other angle, see if he got behind the curtain. But I'm guessing Carlos did enough there to flip this heat on its head.
And
he
look
might pull in the first.
who's leading the charge, Billy Kemper.
Yeah, Billy is frothing. You know, he'd love to be in this event, so he's going to want to get his share this afternoon.
10 seconds left.
Judges got their work cut out for him. Again, I'm guessing Carlos is going to flip this on its head, going from third to first, but let's see what the judges say.
All right, so here's the exchange.
Kind of awkwardly went on his heels there, had to miss the barrel, so Jaddy said, okay, I'm going to do turns. This is kind of a nice aggressive off the lip. But again, Jaddy's trying to get rid of a 2. He maybe did it just. Again, judges really want to see you get barreled. So right there, he accidentally fell on his heels, missed the barrel section. He was kind of at the apex of that peak, needed to be behind it if he was going to get barreled. Kind of a proper top turn here, though, for Jaddy, a different move for today. But I think the score will be in check. Let's see if he gets barreled. Carlos Munoz right there dragging, stalling, and he does, Chris. He gets behind a curtain for a hot second. So I'm going to stick with my theory that he's going to go from third to first.
Well, Jadson Andre's last score came through, a 1.80. As we wait for the score for Carlos. Remember, he's looking for a 1.93. Tension building. Did he do enough? He did.
Oh.
Carlos Munoz jumps into first with a 3.4, just enough. Pura vida, Costa Rica comes alive.
I was holding my breath. I've been pretty
was
off.
wild.
I haven't been in sync with the judges today, so I got one right.
For a heat that gave us 2s and 3s at most, that was a very exciting finish. Love to see it down to the wire. Carlos Munoz gets through. David Silva in second. Unfortunately, we lose Jadson Andre, but we're going to tell you all about it. The 8:05 post show is coming up next. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my fish, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Welcome to the 8:05 post show here at the Billabong Pro at Pipeline. And what a day we have had to unwrap for you. I'm Kuiper Gorilla. This is Ross Williams. And that's the wonderful Rosie Hodge.
Thanks.
Hey, Rosie.
Yeah.
What an epic day.
Oh my gosh, my adrenaline has spiked about 10,000 times today. I had 2 cups of coffee, but it feels like I've been running purely on just adrenaline watching all the action.
Ross, what's your thoughts?
It's just been perfect. I'm blown away. A lot of all the uncles around have been saying this is one of the best days ever at Pipe in an event. So the conditions were perfect. It's been a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and even the low-scoring heats have been exciting to watch. We just saw a heat that was a nail-biter to the finish, and coming through, representing Costa Rica, Carlos Munoz, and he's with our own Strider Wazlewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Unbelievable. 1 minute left. You went from 3rd place to 1st place. How'd that feel?
Man, super happy. I'm just so stoked. The whole day being the waves firing. I've been watching with my wife and the kids. All the support I have behind is amazing. You know, I just want to tell everyone, thank you. Thank you to WSL for this event. It's my 2nd win in the city. You know, the first one was a long time ago. And, you know, I've been dreaming to be in the city for 10 years. And then finally, I win 1 hit, so I'm super happy and stoked.
So as you entered the area, I heard a lot of people cheering for you from Costa Rica. You have a lot of fans here.
Yes, man, not only Costa Rican, I guess. I'm very friendly with everybody, you know, and Brazil, Japan, Hawaii, you know, I have friends all over the world, and everybody support me, so thank you, everybody. You know, every little yell or something, you know, make me try harder, so I hope in the next one I get better waves.
Well, pura vida, and congratulations. I can't wait to see you in the next one. Right on, my bro.
Pura vida. Thank you, Strider. Pura vida.
You know what? He's right. He does have friends and family and fans all over the world. That's just, and you know what that is, Ross? That's just good energy coming from Carlos Munoz.
Yeah, he's always been that way. He's been on the North Shore for a long time, too. He's been taking a swing on the QS for a long time, so it's cool to see him at the big stage, and he definitely seemed really stoked there.
Yeah, that grit and determination that he needed to make it through that heat. I mean, it was just a scrappy one right to the last second. Carlos getting the nod. I mean, that's so huge for him. And let's see how he can just go from strength to strength in this event.
Well, that was a scrappy heat, but Elimination Heat number 2 featured an epic heat with Jordy Smith really putting it to. And you know what? Miguel Tudela, Ross, came firing as well.
I mean, this kid charges. It's in his blood. He's known for surfing big waves as well. So, Miguel Tudela put on a highlight, but Jordy just kind of behind the scenes. You know, Jordy, we think about Jay Bay, but homie probably got the best barrel of his life today at Pipeline.
It was insane. I mean, the pure G-force going down the face of that wave and the way that he was able to change the angle on it and dig that rail in.
You know what? A 9.73. What's a guy got to do to get a 10? Because this was epic.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to have to get Richie Porter back on our program here to figure this out. But, yeah, amazing. All day. I mean, incredible. Some of the best barrels we've seen at Pipe.
Just saying. There's the numbers right there. Unfortunately, we lost Imai Kalani DeVault. We'll see him back at sunset. But Jordy Smith, Miguel Tudela, I mean, they're going to be exciting to watch in the round of 32. We also had a great heat with Seth Moniz, Kanoa Igarashi, and Carlos Munoz. Seth Moniz really showing his local knowledge. This is Kanoa Igarashi, who advanced out of this heat as well, Ross.
Yeah, I think for me, that was the wave of the day. You know, Jordy's wave was amazing, but that wave that we just saw from Kanoa Igarashi was so perfect. It was so thick and wide. I mean, you could fit a school bus through these barrels today, Rosie.
Yeah, and just watching the velocity that he was going with their momentum forward and just having, you know, his wits about him to stay and manage his speed so he could stay inside that thing. But Seth Moniz, I mean, these are the days that these guys live for, right? I mean, they'd be free surfing with over 100 people out, still getting really good waves, but to have it to themselves with 2 other guys in the lineup, that's a special, special thing.
Hey, look at, we're going to see all 3 of these surfers in the round of 32. Moniz and Igarashi coming out of that opening round heat, and Carlos Munoz just winning his elimination round heat. So all 3 of those characters we're going to see again when the men get back into action, Ross.
Yeah, props to Moniz. He definitely wanted those set waves. He was charging out there. You could see his eyes were rolling back. He was hungry.
And then there's John Florence, and this, the rookie, Joao Chianca Chumbino, really charging Pipeline for his first time in a CT jersey. But the master, Rosie, we can always count on John.
Oh man, this was so entertaining to watch. But you know, you mentioned Zhao in that beginning stage of the heat, like he applied the pressure to John. John took a while to answer back. He had a couple of falls here and there as he was exiting the barrel, but then he just came into his form, and just watching him stay in tune with the ocean was great.
Yeah, I'm proud of John because, like you said, Rosie, that first 12 minutes didn't go to plan. You know, Zhao had the first couple of good scores. Even Jaddy started kind of swarming around him and doing a Jaddy thing, and John's like, what's going on? And then he just started doing his thing. And in the last 15 minutes, John took over like he does.
What can I say? I mean, you work closely with John, but just his track record out here. Last 2 starts in competition, he's won both times, and he looks like he's on track again.
I mean, he's got so much talent. You know, he's probably the best surfer at Pipe. But on top of that, you know, John is a world champ, so he knows how to compete. So for him, it's just about capitalizing in that 30 minutes. You know, not making simple mistakes. Hopefully not having a stroke of bad luck, like breaking a board, stuff like that. But, you know, there's a handful of guys out here at Pipe that want every 10-foot wave that comes their way, and John's kind of at the top of that heap.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, he knows how to pick the cream of the crop, too, which is insane to watch.
Yeah, it is insane. We got more of the 805 post-show coming your way. When we come back, we're going to enjoy the top 5 moments of the day. We'll be right back. It's the 805 post show where we unwrap all of today's action. in an epic start to the 2022 Championship Tour. But you know what? Sometimes Pipeline punches your ticket, Ross.
It sure does. I mean, you got to pay to play, Rosie, and we had some gnarly wipeouts today.
Yeah, man, there was so much carnage, and there's, you know, it's the flip side of that coin. You got to go, you got to risk it, and wow, it's just watching these in slow-mo, it's actually pretty hectic.
I can't get over the juxtaposition right now of this lovely Hawaiian melody while we see people get absolutely crushed at the bonsai.
Man, I think Jaddy had 2 waves in that reel. And he's going home this afternoon, so poor Jaddy, someone give him a 805 beer. He deserves it.
Oh, man.
He had a rough day.
That was a tough, sometimes you have those tough days at the office, and you just got to shake it off and know that there's a better day in the future.
I mean, we've seen Jaddy get win events, get barreled, so today's just one of those days for him.
Well, you know what? Let's celebrate the great things about today, and let's take a look at today's top 5. We're going to start right here on the Top 5 show with a youngster, a guy that we like a lot. Baron Mamiya, number 5, the event wild card, doing his thing.
Yeah, this was cool because I think, you know, in that Dawn Patrol show that we started off with this morning, you know, speculating who would do well, Baron's name came up and he did not disappoint.
Yeah, Baron's the guy. He wants those 10-footers that we're talking about, and he's got talent. That's a double whammy. You know, Baron could win this event.
He's just got to keep those bangs out of the way as he comes out of those deep barrels. But Baron Mamiya, we're going to see more of him. And the rookies, let's salute our entire rookie class coming out and meeting the challenge.
Just watching Jackson Baker on that first one. I mean, spending time at that Rip Curl house, watching this place, and obviously getting his shot with a few other people in the water.
Yeah, again, free surfing at Pipe is such a nightmare. You know, it's really hard for these guys to get a proper set wave at Pipe on a regular pumping day. Had today there had been no event, there would have been 150 people out there. Everyone just vampires, just pounding every single wave. There's been no wiggle room for these guys, and here they are learning on the fly with the jersey on.
Hey, good looking out. Jake Marshall, how about this? Just charging. And of course, we talked about Joao, Ross.
Yeah, that was I think an 8.4 right there. It was a massive, deep barrel there from Joao. I don't know what he's doing there. He's counting up the numbers. They added up, Rosie.
Here's your buddy, Ross. Kelly Slater, just ageless, timeless, doing his thing at backdoor.
Uncle the GOAT found a nice little backdoor nug. He was talking about it, Rosie. He's like, I think there's rights out there. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know. And he found a couple.
Oh, it was insane. I think this was the last wave that he actually got in this heat. It was so impressive. And just to see the pure froth just exuding out of every pore when we caught up with him after the heat.
Yeah, but in that heat, Rosie, he had this kid, Jack Robinson, schooling Pipeline.
Oh my gosh, is there anything better? And this was back-to-back because we had the John heat straight into the Jack Robbo, Kelly Slater heat, sharing the lineup. And Jack Robbo, I mean, our expectations are sky high for this kid, and he didn't disappoint. It was just pure entertainment.
Yeah, highest total of the day. Again, talent meets bravado. Wow, that was such a crazy wave there from Jordy.
Number 1, Jordy Smith for that 9.73. And again, I asked you, how do we get a 10? Check it out from the water.
Insane. I mean, he better frame this photo, blow it up 10 by 10, put it in your living room, and just talk about it every day of your life, because that is picture perfect, Rosie.
Yeah, that's playing in the highlight reel of your memory bank. As you go into bed, you're just feeling that bit of G-force as he moves through the barrel. I don't know, that was insane. Super fun to watch all of those top 5 moments.
Oh, what a day. I'm exhausted. I've just been sitting here talking about surfing. But it's been an exciting day. The adrenaline's been going on for me. What's your final thoughts, Ro?
I think I'm just excited for tomorrow. I mean, after what we saw today, and then it sounds like tomorrow is going to be pretty similar. You know, it's just can't stop, won't stop. We're on the train and it's moving out the station.
What do you think, Ross?
I want to see the ladies. I'm hoping the ladies go on tomorrow. It should be just a touch smaller tomorrow, but we've got these big old A-frames, rights and lefts, and you know, it's going to be a good show.
Yeah, any hot picks for tomorrow for the women?
I mean, Carissa's tough to beat out here, but Moana, you know, she won the last QS out here, and she knows this lineup better than any other lady, so she's the one to beat.
Yeah.
Quick one, Ro.
Oh, yeah, I'm with Ross. I think those are my two. Moana, I mean, she's been so impressive, and then Carissa, can't go past her. But, yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be a big challenge, and I hope everyone gets some rest. I think I'd be having a sleepless night.
All right, well, thank you to our entire crew here at the WSL. Thank you to Ross Williams. Thank you, Rosie Hodge. And I want you to enjoy the end of the day's highlights. Tune in tomorrow morning to see if we run again here at the Billabong Pro. Good morning from the beautiful North Shore of Oahu and the jewel of the North Shore. The Bonsai Pipeline is on fire today.
This is awesome. Kick off the year here at Pipe.
Oh, and right, we're already kicking it off with a bang.
Well, that's a good way to start the year.
Connor, up and riding in the black, needs to get some speed deep in a pipe barrel and gets the exit.
Baron Mamiya again releasing his hand from the rail, pumping through.
Oh, Baron Mamiya! He's going to be under the lip, grabbing the rail, side slipping. Oh! Seth grabbing the rail, letting go, and traveling, coming out.
Kanoa's wave was psycho.
Watch out, Kanoe Igarashi grabs his rail. In danger, comes out with the spin.
John Florence grabbing rail, tucking in, pipeline barrel, still traveling.
Oh! He's just having a buffet of barrels. With Joao Chianca live action and coming out. Romo, Jack Robinson.
How did he do that? Are you kidding me?
And if Slater needed any motivation, there you go.
I'm just freaked out. It's so good.
It is Nat Young at Pipeline, deep in the barrel. Can he come out? Abracadabra! Yes. There he is!
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.